Alright, looks like we're good to go. Gonna wait a little bit for people to slowly trickle in. That's how it usually goes. And in the meantime, I can hop on my Death Knight. I'm just going to go around and pick up stuff in my Covenant Hall while I wait. Hello, Cosmic. Good to have you here. I'm still, like, coming down off, like, an adrenaline high, I guess. Just, try to do some really difficult challenge right before starting the stream, which, you know, normally wouldn't be a big deal, except I, almost finished it and then choked at the last possible second, so that was, like, basically getting drop-kicked in the chest. That was, like, 5 minutes ago, so I'm still recovering from that. It's interesting. You've been waiting all morning for this? Awesome. I will be doing this regularly. At least that's the plan. Hello, Vetro. Oof, yeah. It's unfortunate, you know. I'm sure I'll get it done eventually, but that day is not today, alas. Nice thing is, you know, now I can at least relax and play WoW. That's one nice thing about WoW. For the most part, it's a relatively chill game compared to other stuff that I like to play, so, you know, it's, one advantage. I don't know, I was looking forward to finishing that, though. Hopefully I could get it done this weekend. It's like, I mean, it's something I've been working on for literally, like, I don't even know, like 3 years at this point. And it's just so brutally hard that, like, any one minor error just causes me to lose, so to come back close right before starting this stream was just like, oh, fuck me. Why? Of all the times to get, like, a near-perfect attempt and then choke at the last moment. Unfortunate. I'm also not 100% sure what I'm going to be doing today. I think I might try to work on my legendary, but that's gonna be a bit weird because the legendary requires me to do Castle Nathria. It's fun till Alliance players kill you when you're 3 levels below them. Yeah, that's very true. Definitely not a fun feeling, that. Okay, so I'm not actually going to use the Anima Conductor, really, but I'll just put points into it, can slowly start building that up. I wish there was some sort of, like, Anima Conductor catch-up, because I've maxed it out on multiple characters at this point. It kind of feels annoying to have to redo it over and over. Like, even if it was just as minor as once you've maxed out an Anima Conductor on, like, one of your characters, it's always going to be, like, you know, 2 pips every single time you empower something, and then maybe, you know, every single additional max you get gives you an additional 3rd pip or something. Just a way to make it easier. Because right now it's just like kind of slow and tedious and yeah. Just I don't feel incentivized to do this again on like, what even is this, like my 7th character after I've already completed it? Do I play much TBC? Not yet, but I have said this before, so I guess for people who don't know, I'm going to be doing TBC for the first time next weekend. So there were a few things I still kind of wanted to get done this weekend. Well, for starters, I'm basically... I mean, I haven't left this current guild yet, but I will be leaving this guild. And as a result, the reason why I'm going to be spending a decent amount of time this weekend working on my Blood DK and Prot Pally is I kind of want to have more options. So that's, like, first on my priority list. Like, honestly, I know that these streams probably aren't going to do as well viewer-wise, but this is just something that I really need to do, and I've said that I'm going to be continually streaming, so I'm just going to do it on stream. But yeah, to answer your question, Theo, I did play Classic a lot. I played... I stopped, like, basically before Blackwing Lair. Like, actually 1 week before Blackwing Lair, so... I almost got it, and then I think there was, like, a decent amount of guild drama. I was kind of feeling burnt out as is, but it was, like... Basically, I was fine because I was playing Warrior, but I just kind of wasn't enjoying it a whole lot. The guild was kind of cliquey, and then my friend who played a rogue kept getting shafted on loot over and over and over. So every single time that we would show up to raid, whenever something dropped, it went to this other rogue who had, like, just dinged 60. And my friend had been playing rogue for them for months at that point. So I was just kind of like, you know, fuck this. If you're, like, gonna be biased against my friend this much, I'm not having fun anyway. I just stopped playing. But I played a shit ton of Classic. I got to 60. I geared up my Prot Warrior. It was fun. So when I level through Classic, it'll be as an Orc Prot Warrior. So that should be cool. That's next weekend. How is my dog doing? My dog is doing good. He is somewhere upstairs, probably passed out on the couch. Not sure. Hello, Vicky. Good to have you here. You played a rogue alt and you legit just killed people in Stranglethorn Vale? Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what every rogue likes to do. Okay, so let's see. I can turn in Shaping Fate. Oh yeah, I never actually did hand that in. Should probably do that. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the Maw Invasion and... Actually, while I'm here, I should do the Bastion thing. It's, like, right over there, so I'll go ahead and do that. I need to get my callings done. I know it's not, like, super engaging to watch, but that is kind of what you gotta do, especially I'm catching up on Renown and all that stuff. Your best level was a 38 Rogue Dwarf? Ah, nice. But yeah, so I haven't opened this thing. Hopefully this gives me, like, I mean, something useful. I guess I kind of am set on gear at this point, so the best thing that it could realistically give me would be, I don't know, like a conduit. But I still do need a lot of conduits. So I suppose I wouldn't mind if it gave me a conduit. That would be... Yeah, that would be cool. But... I mean, I have most of the ones I need. I don't think it gives higher than 200 item level, so, like, all the ones that I really want, I already have at 200 item level. I guess there is, like, one really good blood conduit that I haven't gotten yet, so... I mean, if I manage to get that. What is it called, anyway? I know... Oh. Lost a few frames there for some reason. Not sure why. But yeah, I know there's, like, a really good... blood conduit, like blood potency conduit, that I do not have yet. Oh, you got a 60, you just can't be asked to raid? Got pre-raid bis and got burnt out? Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, I almost, like, didn't raid. I did a lot of stuff, like, at endgame. But it was just one of those things where I just kind of got, like, bored of it a little bit. I eventually only did Molten Core because my friends kind of dragged me into it, so I was like, fuck it, might as well. And then, you know, I guess it was kind of nice. I was a bit more motivated to do raiding and whatnot because of the fact, oh yeah, this is the conduit I need. So I still haven't gotten that one. But I did manage to get Iron Foe, which was kind of cool. So I was always pretty happy about that. And I guess, like, the fact that I had Iron Foe made me enjoy playing more often. And I don't know. I also did enjoy playing Arms Warrior in PvP. So I did a lot of that. I would say I did more, like, Alterac Valley PvP than I actually did, like, raiding or anything like that. Towards the end of Classic, that's pretty much all I was doing. I was just spam running Alterac Valley, and, you know, every once in a while, whenever my guild decided to do Molten Core, I would show up. I would play Arms Warrior, though, even though it, it contributed to the debuff cap, because, like, technically speaking, even though I loved Prot Warrior in Classic, and I played it for, like, dungeons and stuff, and I was, like, my guild's backup Prot Warrior, they already had some that they were using, so I would go in there as a DPS, and they really wanted me to swap to Furi, which is kind of one of the reasons that I didn't really stick around for too long. So I was like, you know, if I go to Blackwing Lair, they're gonna really want me to swap to Furi. And if things actually get, like, slightly challenging, because I know Blackwing Lair is where things aren't face roll easy anymore. Obviously, it's vanilla, so nothing's, like, super hard, but, like, difficult to the point where you're not, like, able to just be completely carried. Not that I was being completely carried, but it is a little bit troll and classic to raid as an arms warrior because, you know, like, the debuff cap and all that stuff, and Furi just does more damage. But I was like, alright, fuck it. You know, if you guys need me as, like, one of the 40th people to enter the raid, you're gonna bring me as an arms warrior. And, you know, they didn't really care because nobody else was playing arms warrior, so I guess it was like, yeah, whatever. As long as there's only one person clogging up our debuff bar, then it's fine. I'm back, and have you checked in on Trackmania? I've checked in just about as much as I have previously. I think I've told you already. I've watched a few videos of it, so yes, I have watched videos of Trackmania. You know, over the past week, I've watched a few more. Just about as much as I watch any video, really. But every once in a while, if it pops up on my recommended, I'll check it out. It's mildly interesting. I mean, I like watching videos about, like, people getting world records in, you know, just about any game. Regardless on whether it's something I play or don't play. But admittedly, it is more interesting to watch videos for a game that you actually do actively play. And at the moment, that's, well, not something that I'm actively playing. But, unfortunately, I'd like to get to fun stuff on this DK. But world quests are still a thing that's kind of important for Renown catch-up, so here we are. And I really hate this one. This one feels like it takes so long to actually get done. Just every single mob is an elite, and they're just, like, so spread out. Like, at least the one in Maldraxxus actually has mobs that are relatively clustered, same with Revendreth. This one, everything is just super duper spread out. Oh, I can do a pretty nice mass grip here, though. What renown am I at right now? I am at 37. There's no particular renown that I'm shooting for. I'm just trying to get my soulbinds further upgraded, so at this stage, it's like, I just want to make sure that I don't neglect my callings. And as long as I don't neglect my callings, and I actually, you know, do them every single day, and, you know, make sure that I keep my character actually up to date instead of forgetting about it for a week, which is unfortunately what I've been doing on my main, then I should be max renown before long. I think on my main, I haven't even got into 68 renown yet. By that, I mean I'm still at 67, but I despite literally playing that character almost every single day, just can't be asked to do the Rescue Souls quest. Which is unfortunate because the next conduit upgrade, I think, for Nia, which is the soulbind that I use for pretty much everything. It's actually funny on that note, at this point, I've mentioned, but even last week, I don't know if, you know, anybody who's in my Discord noticed, but I got multiple additional rank 1 parses on my Prot Warrior this past week. So now I reclaimed Ner'zhul, I got Mythic the 9, I forget if it was rank 2 or rank 3 in Eye of the Jailer, but it was up there. And then I was kind of tilted because the only reason that I still don't have a rank 1 on that is because my guilds, or my current guild, is using a really, really, really hardcore strat, or not. I read Vetro's thing in chat, so I said hardcore, but I meant to say stupid strat. But I'll get to your question in a second, Vetro. But they're running a really dumb strat in Eye of the Jailer that basically prevents me from actually getting a rank 1 parse, because it just minimizes the amount of time that I can actually be optimizing my damage. And obviously Terragrew's like a crapshoot, right? But then I did manage to get, additionally, a rank 1 on Sylvanas, which, I mean, that's heroic, but I was still pretty happy with it, because min-maxing damage on heroic Sylvanas is, like, not the easiest thing, because you still need to do mechanics. It's not just, like, pure pump the boss. So that was kind of fun, I suppose. But what I find interesting is a lot of people that are playing Night Fae, at least for Prot Warrior, are running, like, Karain on any fight that has multiple targets, because what they're always doing is they're using that ability in Karain's tree that's whenever you hit, like, a new target, you get, like, a big chunk of crit. And that sims better for Hectic Adcleave, which is why I think that a lot of people are running it, but it's not as good as a lot of people seem to think it is. So I've found that in practice, I mean, I've gotten multiple rank 1s where I'm running Nia, and I'm like a pretty fair chunk of damage ahead of the rank 2, and like all of the top 5 below me are running Karain. Because I think there's just this misconception of people who look at logs, or look at sims, and they're like, oh yeah, on Hectic Ad Cleave, Karain sims higher. So I should probably run Karain, because this thing has multiple targets, but Karain is really only good in the very specific scenarios, like either Mythic Plus, where you're constantly fighting multiple targets, or like Hectic Ad Cleave. So for people who don't know what Hectic Ad Cleave is, in Warcraft logs, it's like, I believe, a single target, and then it simulates like, I think like 3 ads running in at every 30 seconds or something like that. So it's not constantly proccing the buff. And it's basically every 30 seconds, a stream of 3 new ads coming in. You can kind of think of it like Council of Blood if there was only one boss. It's as if every 30 seconds or so, those little Dredger servants spawned, and you got to cleave on them. That's how Warcraft Logs simulates it. So a lot of people think that just because every once in a while there's a second ad in the fight, that means that, oh, this must be the better option, when no, that's not really how it works in reality. So a lot of people on Remnant of Ner'zhul, for instance, will run AoE builds, or at least like multi-target builds. And at this stage, with Cleave at the point that it's at on that fight, because the orbs die so fast, there's just no advantage to running it. You just go full single target on Remnant if you're trying to do good damage. Because those things die so fast that any sort of prioritization you give towards Cleave is not going to matter at all. That's not to say don't cleave the orbs. When I'm doing that fight, I still land like my Thunderclap and Revenge on those orbs to get additional damage. But I don't swap my talents or build around to focus on cleaving those orbs, because they make up like 1 or 2% of my overall damage. It's so minor at this point. And that's the problem. A lot of people are running Karain, and what they're getting is maybe like 5 times a fight, they get a 5-second crit buff. And that's it. Whereas Nia, I get the burrs for the entire fight pretty much. And I think because of Nia, you also, I believe, get like a second potency. I could be wrong in that. I'm misremembering exactly how it works. All that to say, on sustain multiple targets, which is what Hectic Ad Cleave is, kind of, yes, Karain will likely pull ahead. But a lot of people see that, and then see a fight that has just a few periods scattered throughout the fight of sustained cleave, and they're like, yes, I must pick Karain on this fight. There isn't much AoE in this tier. Exactly, that's the thing. People look at some of these fights and say, this is AoE. Like, Sylvanas is not an AoE fight. Sylvanas is a single target fight. Kel'Thuzad is an AoE fight. Soul Render is Soul Render is like an AoE burst fight. Periodic AoE burst fight. Kind of weird. It favors some classes. I don't even know if for everybody Karain would be best for them. If you can really make use of that buff on the ads when you're doing your burst, then yeah, probably go Karain for Soul Render, but it's not going to be best for everybody. And then it can be argued that Painsmith on Mythic is kind of similar to Soul Render, because the ads are decently important, so having AoE for that does kind of matter, but obviously on Heroic it's a pure single target fight, so yeah. You're not going to count the spiked balls as, you know, any sort of cleave whatsoever. Alright, let's pop this bad boy open. Well, that's not an upgrade. And this is... okay, 2 conduits. I mean, could be worse, I guess. But definitely not ideal. Now, what have I done already? I already did this. Sorry if I haven't responded to your message in chat. Just trying to properly answer everything. You would like to level the Shaman to play, but you never touched that class? Yeah, Classic and BC Shaman seems pretty cool. Especially in BC, I've heard it's, like, really broken. So, maybe if I really end up enjoying TBC Classic, I'll play it. But I'll be the first to admit that I haven't heard great things about TBC Classic. Now, for all I know, it's a lot of people just being overly critical, but there's a reason that I haven't played it yet. I was going to play it at launch initially, and then I heard a lot of very negative feedback about it, so I was like, maybe I'll wait. So that's why I haven't touched it. I don't know how much I'll actually play it once it finally comes out. Would I do a hardcore run? Vetra, you're going to have to explain to me what hardcore means. Hardcore can mean a lot of stuff. I mean, I assume, right, So I'll take a guess. You can tell me if I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I'm guessing by hardcore, what you mean is like doing some sort of like leveling thing in Classic or TBC where like you can't die. Is that kind of what you're referring to? Kind of like Diablo? No death? Yeah, I figured. And I assume that was in reference to TBC, right? Toth said, it's still DBC. TBC, it's a good game, just an old one. Yeah, but to be fair, it's never been something that, like, I was super interested in. Like, even Classic. Classic, I played, you know, just for the experience. So, I always planned at some point on playing TBC for the experience. And I will be doing that next weekend, like I said. So, that's going to happen no matter what. I guess I was saying that more in reference to the actual state of TBC. Obviously, yes, it's not like they massively changed things, but it does kind of, I guess, sure, it's still TBC, right? But you do have to remember that at the end of the day, the players are what make the game. So, you know, if you have a very low player base, or, you know, a player base that actively shits on, you know, TBC constantly, it's going to kind of impact your playing of the game in some small fashion, whether or not you actually, like, really care for it. Just because it's going to make the game smaller. It's going to give you less options. You're going to have less freedom to, like, join guilds and stuff like that, just because less people will be playing it. Because negative feedback does hurt the game at the end of the day. And, I mean, you look at WoW Classic, and WoW Classic was infinitely more popular than TBC Classic. Like, I can tell you right now, having not been involved with either one massively, just the drip feed news that I heard from other people about, like, people mentioning Classic, people talking about, like, XYZ's going on, or, oh, so-and-so streaming WoW Classic. I heard way more about that when that came out compared to TBC. TBC, like, within a few weeks after it came out, I basically heard nobody talking about it. It got so much bad reception from, like, Asmongold and other people when it first came out that it definitely impacted it, I guess. Whether you like it or not. And I mean, it's kind of unfortunate because, well, it's unfortunate in some ways and kind of expected in others. Like, I'm not blaming Asmongold or anybody else for doing that. I think that all of their criticisms were fair. I think it's unfortunate more in the sense that I wish that Blizzard hadn't gone with that direction in TBC. I would have been much happier if TBC had just been a one-for-one recreation of the original game in many ways like Classic was. I think that at least if you're re-releasing it for the first time, you should go with a pure no changes approach. And I think the fact that they decided to, you know, muddy the waters with all the boosting and shit really did put a lot of people off on it. And now I was probably still willing to play it regardless. I mean, I already had a character at 60, so I didn't need to buy a boost. But that definitely already kind of soured my opinion on it. And then as things got worse and worse, and as so many people started being, like, overly outspoken about TBC, I just said, it's just not worth it. Like, and I think, yeah, you can kind of see now already, it's fallen off. Like, I've seen multiple different videos pop up in my recommended about, like, TBC is dead, blah, blah, blah. And I know it's not dead, but the fact that people are even making videos about, is TBC dead? When that was pretty much something I never saw for WoW Classic, goes to show what the general community perception on it is. Yeah, the removal of /spit is another one. And yeah, it obviously is because of the store mount, right? That definitely is what caused it. It's just stuff like that. When the community perception of a game tanks that hard, it really does harm it for everybody else. So that's why I haven't gotten into it, and I'm definitely going to try it, but I will admit that makes me skeptical as to how long I'll continue to play it and enjoy it. It's entirely possible that I'll play it for, like, you know, a week, and I'll get my Prot Warrior some gear, maybe I'll, you know, do some dungeons. I've done, obviously, every single TBC dungeon because they're still in the game, so over the years I've experienced them at various points, but, I mean, I never did them current content, so that's something that I'd be interested in doing. Maybe if I'm really, really enjoying it, I'll play it more. But if I had to guess, I'm probably going to play it for like a week and then just kind of be like, you know, not really feeling it, and I'll stop. It's obviously impossible to predict, though. Maybe I end up really loving TBC Classic and I, you know, end up making it a staple, something that I play on the regular. I guess we'll have to see. Golf clap is still the best emote by far. Oh yeah, that's a good one. I've heard that people are like trying to think of a replacement for the whole slash spit thing. Should be interesting. What item level am I at? 216. So 216 is what I got to on the last stream, and that is where I currently stand. So I'm going to be trying this stream to do, right now, you know, obviously while the stream's still starting, you know, it's only been 30 minutes or so. I'm just kind of doing pretty chill stuff, getting stuff done in the Maw. Then I'm going to try and do Castle Nathria, unfortunately, because I realized, I was like, hey, you know, I kind of want to get my legendary. And then it occurred to me that Super Strain, the legendary that, you know, pretty much everybody's running, is from Castle Nathria. So I need to do Stone Legion Generals, and that should be interesting. Because as far as I know, there's like no groups up for Castle Nathria. Which is kind of sad, considering the raid is not even that old, but it's completely irrelevant now. Yeah, there's a Mythic BOE farm that's been in queue for like, well, it says 28 minutes, but I saw this exact same group in queue like 2 hours ago, so. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I'll definitely give it a shot later in the stream, but we'll see. I'm not expecting anything really great from it. Just kind of want to, if possible, get my legendary power. You play Blood DK Pelagos, the final talent is annoying, you had the weak aura. Oh yeah, sorry, Mike Kronos, if you missed that. When I was referring to Night Fae, I was talking specifically about Prot Warrior. I think for Blood DK, I'm either going to run Pelagos or Mechanicos. Right, I'm pretty sure those are the two that everybody's been running. But yeah, I was more talking about how I think that a lot of people get really caught up on Sims, and they look at a lot of fights that, you know, have a second add-in in them, and they're immediately like, oh yeah, I should go with the Hectic Ad Cleave sim for this. But, you know, that's just not always realistic. So in a lot of fights like that, I guess to summarize the point that I was trying to make, just look at a Patchwork sim. So like Remnant of Ner'zhul, just go with your best Patchwork stuff. You don't need to sit there and worry about like, oh no, is this like going to be best for multiple targets? Because despite the fact that Remnant has orbs, that doesn't make it a multi-target fight. It's a single target fight with periodic, like, 2-target cleave. It's really not that big. Yeah. Oh yeah, and Vetra, I guess to answer your point, probably not about whether I'm going to do the hardcore challenge. Hardcore runs, especially in MMOs, are something that never appealed to me. So basically, hardcore runs, I suppose, would fall into the category of, like, basically those super duper difficult challenges where you're trying to do something like above and beyond what was intended within the game. And I like those challenges to an extent. I would say that... Okay, so... Finish this quest, nice. There are... oh, Slamfunk Tortoise donated 5 Canadian dollars. Is this an octopus? I do not understand that donation, but I appreciate it either way. Thank you, Slamfuck Tortoise. But what was I saying? A speed run, but slow. It wouldn't even necessarily be, like, even a slow run, right? Because if you're doing a challenge like that, obviously you're trying to take every little bit of precaution to make sure that you don't die. So that's kind of, like, the important part of doing stuff like that. And... to be clear, I don't dislike the idea of challenges like that. I do dislike the idea of challenges like that in an MMO. Because all of those really difficult, like, you can fail through, like, the slightest error type things, are very, 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 very hard to do when there's other players that can, like, influence it. That's the only problem that I have with it. So, in World of Warcraft, that's not really something I'm ever interested in doing. Something like that, because... I would feel like in many ways there's just way too much variance, right? Because, yeah, obviously if you're playing on a PvP server, it's impossible. So you would have to not play on a PvP server, which I guess because War Mode's not a thing, it wouldn't really matter for, like, Classic or PC. But you could make the argument that, like, you know, it could be somebody, like, pulls extra mobs into you, or, you know, something goes wrong, maybe, like, the servers lag out, and you die. It's one of the main reasons why I have never played hardcore Diablo. That's just never something that I enjoyed. I guess hardcore Diablo is a little bit different because it's one thing to do a challenge, And, you know, if you fail the challenge, you fail the challenge, right? You know, but, oh well. In Diablo, if you play in hardcore and you fail and die, your character is literally locked. So, it's like, there's a direct punishment of you may just lose all of the time that you invested into this character. Whereas, like, if I did that challenge in WoW and I died or something like that, I would still have a character. But especially something like that where there's just way too much variance. D3 is very easy. See, I'm aware of that. Yeah. I know that it's not hard per se. I've seen people do it, and I've even seen that there's like a lot of classes that have, you know, hardcore builds where they're like super duper safe. Like D3 is cheat death and all of that stuff. But the reality is, well, first of all, one of the ways that I like to play classes in D3 is I like to be super aggressive. I like to play those classes that are, like, on a razor's edge, like, you can die at any time, and you have to be really, really, really careful so that you don't actually die. But if you make it work, it can do so much damage, and you just can't play those when you're doing a hardcore challenge. Like, you can, but obviously it's not realistic. So, if I die while doing a Greater Rift on one of those, like, builds in Diablo 3... It sucks. I'm like, ah, shit, I failed the D3 Rift, but then, you know, I don't lose anything. I can just try again. And then when I finally do manage to get that Greater Rift clear, where I didn't die at all and I played perfectly, I feel like a badass. And I'm like, oh yeah, that went so well, that kind of thing. But if I'm playing hardcore, it's basically that, but if I fail the Greater Rift, I lose my character. And I mean, I'm masochistic with some things, but I'm not that masochistic. I don't really like to feel like I'm being inefficient with my time. And if I basically lost an entire character's worth of progression, that would be like the ultimate, like, gut-wrenching feeling for me. Because I would basically be like, I lost all of this time playing my character. So, it's doing challenges like that, I guess, where, you know, you can potentially lose hours of your life. That's something that doesn't really appeal to me. But in terms of the World of Warcraft aspect of it, of just doing it for, like, for fun, even if it doesn't have a direct punishment, I just wouldn't want to do it because I would feel like, on average, there's no, like, comparable, you know, level that you can look at between different players. Like, if somebody completes that challenge, their experience is going to be completely different than another person's. So, at that point, the actual challenge of completing it is variable depending on each person's individual experiences, which makes it less exciting for me to actually try. Turtle WoW's hardcore mode is the best. Yeah, see, I don't know about that. That's just never been something I've been super interested in. I guess it... Slamfunk, if you want to give me, like, more details of what that is, I'd be interested to hear about it. But I don't really know anything about that. Super Strain drops from Generals. Crimson Rune Weapon is not far behind, and it's better for Mythic Plus. Yeah, so... I'm not really interested in pushing Mythic Plus, right? Like, if I push Mythic Plus, I'm gonna do it on a tank that really can push Mythic Plus, like, seriously. Not to say that Blood DK can't, but it's nowhere near the top tank for Mythic Plus right now, so... That isn't what I would play. And honestly, like, because Super Strain isn't bad for M+, I wouldn't really want to swap legendaries, like, back and forth, so... Let's say that, you know, I really enjoy Blood DK, and I end up maining it. And I, you know, basically play only Blood DK for the next, like, 5 months or something. And we're at a point where I have so much Soul Ash, so much Soul Cinders, and I can craft whatever I want. At that point, sure, I'll craft Crimson Rune Weapon, and I'll, play that for M+, but raiding has always been my focus. Raiding is the main reason that I'm actually trying to get multiple tanks, just so that I have the option to bring any given one. And as you said, yeah, Super Strain is the best for that. Buffs they added between Classic and TBC make the game absolutely amazing. Yeah, the class balance, from what I've heard, is way better in TBC than it was in Classic. I thought about playing the other tanks, but I don't really feel like leveling any new tanks in TBC right now. So, on my first playthrough of it, I'm just going to take the Prot Warrior that I had in Classic and go through TBC with that. If I really enjoy it, as I said, I will probably level additional stuff, but for now, you know, probably not going to mess around with it. You can try LFR with 30-minute queue time. I might try it. Panda Z said hello again. hello. Panda Z or Pandas, however you want me to say that. LFR is almost worth the wait time solely because of how dumb some of the stuff people do is. Maybe LFR would be good content. I'll see if there's a group up. There isn't a group up, so... Okay. I'll put it in queue. If I manage to get LFR to pop by the time that I actually need to do Castle Nathria, then I'll do LFR. And we'll see what shenanigans happen in LFR. But otherwise, I'm just going to make my own group for it. I'm not sure if I end up doing that, if I'll do like normal or heroic. I'm tempted to do normal just because it's going to be way easier. But heroic also isn't that hard. I mean, it's like, it has mechanics that are... You need a brain to do them, at the very least. And that is obviously difficult for a lot of people, so maybe I won't do it. We'll see. But I do think heroic would be nice, because I actually still could get gear upgrades off a few of the pieces in heroic, so that could be kind of cool. I'll have to see. I'm still debating it. I think I've done almost every quest. Oh, I still need... How many... Why do you need to kill 30 enemies for this quest? Like, this is just ridiculous. This should be 15 enemies at the most. 30 enemies is just, like, so overkill. A speedrun but slow, aka just playing video games? Yeah, pretty much. Playing hardcore Diablo 2 is amazing. The feeling's like nothing else. D3 Necromancer is like a cheat code built into a normal character? Yes. I mean, they've tuned Necromancer down a bit. Like, when Necromancer first came out, it was broken as fuck. I did have a lot of fun playing it at the time, but... yeah, it definitely felt pretty busted. Nowadays, I feel like Necromancer is relatively balanced. I think, you know, is Corpse Lance build still the best? I would imagine it is, because it used to be just so obscenely broken. I always thought that was fun. So many people I heard disliked Corpse Lance, and I never understood that. It was always just really enjoyable for me to, like, freeze everything on my screen and then just nuke it with Corpse Lances. Just, I don't know, it felt nice. Just the wiping the entire screen clear of enemies type of thing. Turtle WoW's hardcore mode is a vanilla plus server that has an option at level 1 to set your character to hardcore and you're mortal until you hit level 60. Interesting. So once you hit level 60, you don't have to worry about dying. So that does, I guess, alleviate some of the potential problems with it. But I guess it would still have all of, like, the same issues for me of, like, I wouldn't want to invest that much time and potentially lose it. Like, at the end of the day, I'm looking for something that's, like, a challenge without being that overly punishing. Like, Mythic raid bosses are challenging, but if you die, you can just pull again. But if I invest, like, days in a challenge, and then, you know, I just get my teeth kicked in by something uncontrollable, and I have to try it again from the very beginning, well, that would be kind of frustrating. So, that's the kind of stuff that I'm not sure about. Like, I've been doing, so I guess I mentioned, obviously, this was WoW. That's the same as hardcore. Yeah, I know that's the same as hardcore. But what I'm saying is that the concept, at least that Slamfunk described, is a little bit better than, let's say, if it was literally permadeath all the way through. So if you created a character and it was always permadeath, and, like, you know, in the instance of D3, your character always has permadeath. Like, even after you hit, what's the max level in D3? Like 80 or something? I forget at this point. It's been a while. I think 70 or 80, I forget exactly. But at that point, you can still die while you're doing greater rifts. So the journey isn't necessarily the only challenge, whereas in the case that Slamfunk described, it's hardcore up until you reach the endgame. And at that point, you just have a regular character that you can play with. That sounds definitely more appealing to me. 70? It's 70, yeah. I always forget, right? Because, like, it's so hard to remember what the max level of D3 is, because 99% of the time, all you see is everybody's Paragon level. So, you know, the only time when the max level of D3 is relevant is for, like, 2 hours at the start of every season, and then the only level that people care about is Paragon level, so I couldn't remember exactly. Let's see. What are my thoughts on Dark Souls, specifically 3 and its content? Never played it. So, no opinion. Dark Souls, I guess if you want my opinion on the franchise as a whole, is something that it's probably the single game that people have recommended to me the most and are constantly surprised when I say I haven't played it. As for why I haven't played it, I just never gotten around to it. It's always something that seems appealing to me, and I actually have the games on my Steam library, and I've never touched them. I guess it's like, it's hard to really describe what about it doesn't really interest me. I think, like, I think I played Dark Souls 1 briefly, and the movement just, I could not get past it. It was like one of those things that bugged me so much that I just lost interest in the game entirely, like 5 minutes in. And it's very rare for me to get turned off on a game that quickly, but at least the first Dark Souls I tried, it just, the movement felt so janky, even just walking around. And I was like, dear God, if this is how it feels just to walk from point A to point B in this game, I don't think I'm going to like it. It's always something that I know I should give a chance to eventually, because it is a very popular game. It's something that I know is good, because a lot of people say it's good. So I'm not saying that I think Dark Souls is bad. That is just the initial first impression I got of it when I first tried it. But I think everybody has that one game where they just had a very, 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 very bad first impression of it. And despite the fact that they probably know it's a good game, they just don't really feel like trying it, at least not right now. So at some point, I guarantee you in the future, when I literally have nothing else to do, and I'm like, what game can I possibly play right now? I will check out Dark Souls. But it's just not something that I've ever really been interested in. I've watched a lot of videos of it, I should say, so I know what Dark Souls is like. I know how the combat plays. I've seen, like, really hard boss kills. It's just, I know that it's kind of like, a lot of people have described it to me as like, oh, once you really get a feel for it, it's much better. Like, it feels really good and intuitive, and I guess, but the games that I like to play that are, like, challenging, right? So, a lot of games that I basically, whenever I'm looking just for a fun challenge, I boot up and play are, like, Hotline Miami, Katana Zero, Enter the Gungeon, mostly those three, really. And then every once in a while, I'll load up Sans or Jevil from Undertale. I have save files right on Sans and Jevil, and I just boot that up, play that boss fight, and that just gives me an adrenaline rush, like, getting to do that again. So if I ever really want, like, a challenge, I'm at 29 out of 30, fucking hell. I kind of do that stuff, because that gives me, like, you know, an adrenaline rush, and I get to, you know, have fun playing it. But the one thing that all of those games have in common is the movement and the controls are super clean. Like, Undertale obviously has really good controls. Same with Deltarune, the sequel, which is technically still a demo. Hotline Miami has, you know, very, very smooth controls. Katana Zero feels amazing to play. Whatchamacallit? Blanking on the Gungeon feels really good. Gungeon has, like, dodge rolling. You can, like, knock over tables and stuff as cover. It basically feels like the moment-to-moment combat is very, very, very intuitive. And, like, once you actually get a feel for it, which doesn't take long at all, like, going in, you're like, oh yeah, this feels good. And then when you really master it, it feels even better. I've always felt like those are the type of games that I like to play, because then I can basically challenge myself more and more within that game. Like, lately, either for the games I mentioned, like Undertale and Deltarune, at this point I'm trying to go for, like, no-hit runs on some of the harder bosses. On, like, Hotline Miami, I just try to go for, like, a high score, like, I kind of speedrun it, go through the level ridiculously fast, basically play super aggressively and try to, like, get as fast of a time as I can, and that requires, like, my reactions to be super on point. Katana Zero, I kind of do the same thing with, like, speedrun mode and stuff. There's, like, oh, I accidentally directed the light onto that guy. Oh, no! Wait, oh, I fucked myself. Oh, fuck. Whoops. I was so, like, taken aback by the fact that I accidentally killed that guy that I got killed, too. I forgot to move. Oh, God. But yeah, so that's the type of stuff that I like doing in those games. Gungeon at this point, one of the ways that I like to challenge myself is I try to do Gungeon with, like, no actual, like, weapon pickups and stuff. So basically just... No, it's working for me. But yeah, I try to do Gungeon with, like, only the default starting weapon, basically. So I need to be, like, absolutely perfect, that kind of stuff. Those are the types of ways that I like to challenge myself in games. And the fact that the controls on Dark Souls felt very clunky just didn't appeal to me. Because I'm like, yeah, I know that this game is challenging, and I know that maybe after I sink a ton of hours into it and really get a feel for these controls, I may enjoy doing the challenges. But the fact that I just kind of struggled to even move from one place to another felt bad. And I did see somebody said, yeah, that's fair, honestly, I agree with you, but you get used to it. And yeah, I'm sure I would. It's just one of those things where I've never really felt like I really wanted to invest the time to do that. I'm sure, like I said, one day I probably will get around to it. But at the moment, that's just not something that I really have time to do. And I haven't for years. Every single time, it's a thought that's crossed my mind for years and years now. And every single time when I'm like, should I finally try Dark Souls? I just go, don't feel like it. So, one of these days, I'll pop that question to myself again, and then I will say, sure, maybe I'll try it this time. Dark Souls is great, but you do need to be a little bit of a masochist. That level of masochism I'm fine with. Like, I'm fine with a challenge if I can just instantly reset and try again. And I can keep trying and keep getting better and better. Like I said, you know, for instance, I mentioned before I started, or right when I started the stream, right? Literally 5 minutes before I started the stream, I was trying to do one of the challenges I described, which in this particular instance was I was trying to get a no-hit Jevil kill in Deltarune. And it's something that I've been working on for years. I've been trying for a very, very long time to get a no-hit Jevil kill. And I got to the final attack pattern. I was like one bit of damage away from killing him, and I choked at like the last possible second. So that was gut-wrenching. That said, at this point, I'm very, very, very confident that I can accomplish that. So I'm going to keep trying. But, oh man, that was like... That was a kick in the teeth right there. And I can't blame anybody but myself, because Jevil's final attack, for those who haven't played Undertale, or Deltarune in this case before, is piss easy. It is such an easy attack. It's like all of his really difficult attacks are front-loaded, and his final attack looks really flashy, but it's super easy to dodge, and I choked hard. I was like, oh my god, I've never made it this far before. But I'm like, I know that I can do this. This is a really easy attack, and I just got clipped on one of the last, like, projectiles, and... Fuck. That sucked. That really, really sucked. But I will try that. I'll make a video of it when I eventually accomplish it, because it's something that I know people have done before, but it's been a personal challenge of mine for years. I eventually want to try to do the same thing for Sans, because Sans is like a notoriously difficult fight. At this point, I can beat it with no healing, but there are still some attack patterns on Sans that years and years later of constantly replaying the fight, I still can't 100% reliably do without taking damage, so... It's... who knows? One of these days, maybe I'll get it, especially, like, Sans' final attack. That one is... I mean, it's doable once you know the pattern, but it's very easy to take, like, a slight bit of damage, because, like, there's so many moving parts. Sans is impossible to do no damage? That's not true. People have done it. I've watched videos of people doing Sans with no damage, and, I mean, I have done every single attack pattern on Sans without taking damage at least once. Some many, many, many times. It's just a matter of, obviously, well, okay, if you want to be technical about it, yes, technically speaking, Sans has a... I don't really count that as no damage, right? Because, yes, the animation at the end of the fight is unavoidable, and it makes you take damage, but I don't count that. No, nobody counts that as being unavoidable damage, because here's the thing, if you reach 1 HP right before finishing Sands, which I have done on multiple occasions, right? Because Sands, for people who don't know, maybe for people who haven't played like Undertale or haven't played the Genocide mode, Sands applies like damage over time effects to you. Like when you take damage, it works kind of like Monk Stagger. It deals damage over a longer period of time. It doesn't like instantly make you take that damage. So if you take a lot of damage like in the very final seconds of it, and then you finish the fight, you can tick down to 1 HP, and you will not drop below 1 HP even when he's doing his final attack on you. So I don't actually consider Sands' last bit, where he like slams you against the wall really fast, as an actual attack, because there's no interaction, and you are guaranteed to take damage from it, and it doesn't actually count as something that you're supposed to do. It's not an actual mechanic of the fight. That's effectively like saying that, you know, in Antorus the Burning Throne, the people who die to Argus's basically RP one-shot ability are actually killed. That, I mean, technically the game registers it in Antorus the Burning Throne as you dying, but the game kills you as a mechanic of the fight. That's kind of how I view the Sands final damage thing. So, I mean, yes, if you want to be technical about it, yes, you can't do Sands without, you know, having the end animation of him dealing damage to you, but you can, in theory, dodge every single one of his abilities and take no damage. Air quotes. And, I mean, that's at the end of the day the real challenge, right? You're not doing it as a, oh, can I do it without being damaged? It's a challenge to see if you can do the entire fight without getting hit by his attacks. So that would be the reason for doing it. Okay, let me scroll up, because I took a while to answer a lot of those questions, so I want to make sure I don't miss anybody's messages. Am I farming Stygia? No. The reason I was doing that was for the Arden Wheeled Assault. Stygia at this stage in the game has no impact on gameplay. There's nothing useful that you can buy with it. LFR Castle Nathria didn't take that long for you? Well, we're up to 16 minutes for me, so I guess we'll see. As of this season, a variation of Corpse Lance build is like top 5. Interesting. I guess, I assume you're talking like top 5 overall, not just like top 5 for Necromancer? They fixed the movement by the 3rd game? Interesting. Yeah, I guess maybe... So, from what people are saying, it sounds like Dark Souls 3 is much better than the originals. So, the general vibe that I'm getting is that maybe it would be better off if I just jumped into Dark Souls 3 and, you know, got used to the game with that, and then maybe as an added challenge later on decided to go back and play the originals. So, maybe I'll do that. Who knows? Enter the Gungeon has one of, if not the best video game soundtracks. I don't know if I would say it has the best, but it does have a good soundtrack. I would say Enter the Gungeon has really good... I don't know how to describe it, like ambience music. Like, the music really makes you, like, it really applies super well to the, you know, zones that you're in. Like, the Hollow, that one is really good. The Forge is really good. Even just, like, the... Floor 1 track is really good. I would say my favorites, though, are the Oublette soundtrack. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Whatever, like, the sewer area is. I think that one has a really good track, and I think that the RNG department, that little subzone, has a really, really good track. But it's hard to call, like, any of the Enter the Gungeon, like, songs really good songs, right? They're really good, like, music, but... a lot of times it does feel more like background music. It's good background music, I should say. But it's not the kind of thing that I guess I would listen to on repeat. Like, the Undertale boss themes, for instance, are just fucking amazing. That stuff, I absolutely do listen to on repeat all the time. So if I had to say, like, what game has the absolute best soundtrack, for me, that would be... Oh, I forgot another really good game, Furi. I think Furi is... in many ways, to me, what Dark Souls is to a lot of other people. It's just like a boss battler, right? It's just a gauntlet of bosses that you have to fight back to back. And that game, I would say, is definitely top 3 for me in terms of game soundtracks. If you've never played Furi, here, I'll type it in chat because it has a weird spelling. But if you've never played that game, absolutely try it out. It's kind of, I mean, it's a well-known game, I would guess, but it's not like popular to the degree that I honestly think it should be. It's in many ways not a super well-known game, and it should be like one of the most popular games of all time with how fucking good it is. Like, everything about that game is fucking amazing. Like, that is basically, I would say, in my opinion, one of the best soundtracks of all time. Every single song in Furi is a fucking bop, except, like, maybe one of the boss themes is, like, kind of iffy for me. But so many songs in that are just a total fucking bop. And, oh man, the gameplay is just something else. That is really good. Like, really tight controls. You have, like, lots of different ways that you can approach every boss fight. Every single boss fight has really unique mechanics. It's really, really cool. It looks like Furi. What? I mean, I suppose the words are similar in some ways. It sounds like Furi. I don't know. I mean, Fury is a word that sounds similar to Furi, I guess. That is technically speaking true. Yeah, I think, do I have Iron Starlet already active? Yeah, I should probably heal it before starting the battle, though. Yeah, definitely an interesting comment, but yes, it is in some ways similar to Furi because, you know, it's like 2 letters off. So I guess in that way it's similar to Furi. What else? Will I play New World or Ashes? I will play neither New World nor Ashes of Creation on launch. So New World is a game that I've looked into a decent bit. And I'm going to be completely real here. I have no interest in it. It doesn't necessarily look like a bad game, but it does not look like something that I would really enjoy playing. And I really honestly don't think it's something that the vast majority of people who play WoW for like mythic raiding and stuff would actually enjoy. Because there's no PvE. And when I say there's no PvE, right, like throwing a few dungeons or open world content in your game doesn't make it a PvE game. Which is why I think it's really funny that New World has, in a lot of their more recent updates, tried to make the game more PvE by adding more PvE content, like open world stuff and dungeons and whatnot. And I just don't understand what they're trying to accomplish with that, right? Because like that's all well and good, but correct me if I'm wrong, but as it stands, there is no genuinely challenging PvE content that exists in New World. And that's all that matters, right? If that doesn't exist, then I'm just not going to play it. Plain and simple. I have zero interest in it because of that. So adding, like, better open world content and better dungeons, I mean, that's a step in the right direction, but that's not enough to make me or any other, like, hardcore WoW raiders interested in a game like New World. At the moment, it seems like it mostly appeals to a PvE player, and every single update I've heard about from New World has been them backpedaling on PvP-focused things for the sake of PvE players, which is baffling to me because PvE people aren't going to play their game. Their game is going to be either casual players, which most games have at the start, or people who love, like, World of Warcraft PvP, or something like that. Or, you know, those hardcore PvE MMOs, or PvP MMOs that you see, like, Dark Age of Camelot is one that I've heard about, and other stuff like that. Stuff that has, at no point in time, ever appealed to me, but has a wide audience, and if it was made into a really good thing, like a mainstream MMO by Amazon, I'm sure a lot of people would play it, but for some reason they seem intent on kind of backpedaling on that as being the main focus of their game, and it's like, well, if you want to backpedal on that, you're going to need to backpedal a lot harder because you still don't really have much to show for all the changes you've been making, so I don't know. At the moment, no interest at all in playing New World. Like, not even like, oh yeah, you know, maybe if it gets good reviews at launch, like, it is nothing to do with, like, good reviews or something. There is just no content I've seen in that game that has genuinely made me go, wow, this is, like, either interesting, fun, new, innovative, anything. Nothing about it seems inspired or enjoyable to me in the least. So I will not touch it whatsoever. Now, maybe give it another year or two, if somebody reaches out to me and says, hey, did you check out that new update from New Worlds? They added like a new raid and it's actually really good. A lot of people are saying it's a lot of fun and it's like really challenging. Then I might look at it and go, huh, maybe this is something I'll play. But as it stands, it just has no content that appeals to me as an MMO player, or frankly, anybody like me who plays for raiding. Honestly, the only other MMO on the market that can even remotely appeal to people who enjoy Mythic raiding is Final Fantasy XIV. You know, love it or hate it, it's the only game that has any sort of serious hardcore raiding outside of World of Warcraft. And New World isn't going to change that. As for Ashes of Creation is a little bit different in the sense that that is a game where it is very much PvP focused. But unlike New World, it actually does sound like it's taking a lot of massive leaps in creativity in trying to do unique things with its, like, you know, design direction. So that is something that I would be willing to check out just out of, like, curiosity's sake. I honestly don't think it would be something that would appeal to me a lot, but it's new and it's, like, kind of pushing the boundaries on what people currently do in MMOs. If they pull it off, I'd be willing to try it. That said, I'm not going to play it at launch. Under no circumstances will I ever play New World the day it comes out, or probably even the month it comes out. New World is a game that I am tentatively interested in, and if it comes out and people say it's really good, it lived up to the hype, and oh my god, you've got to play this game, I will play that game. But here's the thing. Every single game with that levels of hype that has come out in recent years, you all know what I'm talking about, it has flopped tremendously. I remember back in, it wasn't even an MMO, but still, back in like December or whenever I was streaming, and somebody asked me on stream, am I going to play Cyberpunk 2077? I said, fuck no. I said, I have no interest in Cyberpunk 2077. I said, it honestly looks like overhyped garbage, and I don't think that it's going to end up being good at all. I have heard so many, at the time, I had heard so many, like, rumblings about Cyberpunk 2077, about how it probably wasn't going to turn out to be a good game, and how it was just really overhyped, and I was like, yeah, I have no interest in playing that. And I got flamed in chat at the time with people telling me, oh, you know, that's slander, man, like, you know, Cyberpunk is going to be the greatest game ever made, and I'm like, alright, we'll see. And, well, we all know how that turned out, so, yeah. Those types of games, while interesting, I will absolutely never, under any condition, play them when they launch. Because that's just like gambling, right? You're gambling with your money on whether or not you're actually going to have a fun time playing it, and whether the game is actually not going to be a dumpster fire. I only like to play games when I can look at it and say, yep, this seems like a good game, it's well received, this is something that I am comfortable spending my money on. Except for Shadowlands. That one I did pre-order. Biggest regret of my life, but admittedly I've been playing World of Warcraft for years, so it's probably the only game that I'm okay with, like, in some fashion continuing supporting, just in the hopes that it does improve later on down the line. And well, that's why I'm trying to do this, to maybe in some fashion, you know, help the game improve. Even if I have, like, the tiniest, little minuscule impact on this game, I'd like to try, because I do love it. I've said that before. Let's, LFR hasn't popped. I'll give it until I finish Korthia dailies. If it hasn't popped by the time that I finish Korthia, then I'm just gonna form my own group. So this Knife Assault, I've been waiting for the Necro Assault for a month now. Owner, I don't know if you know how the assaults work, but they're bi-weekly. So, the way that these assaults work in the Maw is every half a week it spawns. So, on Tuesday through Friday, one of them's up, and then on Friday through Tuesday, another one's up. And it rotates through all four. So, if you've been missing out on one of the assaults, then I'm assuming you didn't know that, because they're always up in order. So it'll be like, I don't know the exact order, right? But it was just Venthyr. Like yesterday, the Venthyr assault was up in the Tramaculum. And then Night Fae is up here. Then I want to say that it's Kyrian. And then after that, it's Kyrian over here. and then it's Necrolord and Perdition Hold. And it follows roughly that cycle. I might be mixing up the orders on a Kyrian and Necrolord, but that's the order that it follows, and it repeats that over and over and over. So, if you're missing one of the assaults entirely, then you just need to log in, I guess, in the second half of the week. Now, is that good design? Absolutely not. That's 100%, you know, a kind of a FOMO thing to make it so people feel like they need to constantly log in. I kind of dislike that. That said, you know, that's just kind of how it's designed. So if you do really want to catch that stuff, yeah, you gotta log in, like, on the weekend, effectively. Just want to ask, do you main your hunter or switch more often between alts? My hunter is not my main in any sense of the word. My hunter is purely an alt. So the way that I view it, so you said you main blood, I main tanks. That is all I main. As for which tank, I can tell you what tank I am currently playing the most, which is Prot Warrior, and I can tell you which tank that I enjoy the most, which is also Prot Warrior at the moment. And usually that's the one that I will play for raiding. Hopefully it aligns, right? But there are some times where, like in Legion, oh, it despawned before I climbed the tree, god damn it. In Legion, there were a few times where Demon Hunter for the entirety of Legion was my favorite tank, but at certain points it just wasn't very good. So I had to play Brewmaster as my main, but I would always consider myself just a multi-class tank main. I would play pretty much whatever I needed to if that was the tank that was viable. Because while I do enjoy specific tanks more than others, the ultimate thing that I do enjoy doing in this game is tanking. So that is more of my priority when it comes to what I play. As a result, Hunter will never be my main. The only time ever that I've mained a DPS was Ashara's Eternal Palace. I mained a Windwalker Monk, and I quit that tier early. Not necessarily because I hated Windwalker. I do enjoy Windwalker. It is my favorite DPS spec in this game. Survival is probably second, but I would say I still enjoy Windwalker a good deal more than Survival. Windwalker is just fun as fuck, right? But Survival is pretty good too. But the time that I played DPS, I was like min-maxing my character. I've said this before. I was like getting top 5 world parses as Windwalker, and I just was missing the feeling of playing a tank. Something about tanking, I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it's like the responsibility of the role. It just really appeals to me, and I enjoy it. So I don't even care what tank I'm playing, but that's what I'm playing. So the Hunter thing has been more of a side challenge for me. It's still fun, don't get me wrong. I really enjoy Survival Hunter. Like I said, I'd rank it as my second favorite DPS, but it's not a main at all, and I don't ever see it being my main. It might be something that I have as a constant alt that I like play on the side, and like whenever, you know, if I want to DPS a key for fun, I go on my Hunter or something like that, but I will never bring it into like a Mythic raid, for instance. Let's see. Same thing with the Lich King raid where he literally just says no you and kills the entire raid. Yeah, exactly. In reference to the sand stuff. Some hateful masochist would disagree because their ADHD is too strong for them to admit that Dark Souls 3 is better. Oh, man. Started with Dark Souls 3 and then played the originals. No chronological order, but you had a blast with Dark Souls 3, which then got you interested in the originals. Dark Souls 1 has just a overall nicer world and style. Interesting. Any love for Dark Souls 2? Doesn't look like it because nobody responded, unfortunately. Let's see. I think I'm going to stop healing my Shaman and just play Mistweaver. I've heard a lot of good things about Mistweaver. I've heard Mistweaver is very, very fun. I would play that game just for Carpenter Brute's, I think it's Carpenter Brute, right? Carpenter Brute's soundtrack, but yeah, Toth, my man, you're speaking my language. I love every single one of his tracks. They're so fucking good. So fucking good. So, absolutely can agree with you there. Especially the ones in Furi. Like, Carpenter Brute's songs in Furi are just amazing. Like, that shit, like, every single one of his songs, that's on my playlist. Like, at various points, people have asked me, like, what kind of music I like to listen to. And I've basically said, like, a wide variety of things. There's just random-ass songs that are on my playlist. Like, honestly, so probably the weirdest song that's on my playlist is, I don't know if anybody's seen, or I assume most people probably have seen it, but the wide Putin walking meme, That one is like kind of old at this point, but the song used in the Wide Putin walking meme, I looked it up just for, you know, curiosity's sake. I was like, what the hell is that song? Because I've never heard of it. And the full song is actually really fucking good. So I have the full version of the Wide Putin walking song in my playlist. That's probably like the weirdest one that I have on there. But yeah, Carpenter Brute, like all of his songs are on my playlist. Tons of tracks from Furi are on my playlist. Tons of tracks from Undertale, Katana Zero are on my playlist. I will say Katana Zero, in terms of soundtrack, it's not the best. It has a good soundtrack, but it's definitely nowhere near as good as like Undertale, Furi, or some of the other like really, really, really good games like that. But it does have a lot of good songs. It's just, it's a bit mixed. Speaking of, what's everyone's favorite healer based on how fun it is? Mistweaver, not even a question. Well, that was the only answer. So I guess, yeah, Mistweaver. And frankly, I would say my answer to that would also be Mistweaver. That said, I've only ever played Mistweaver seriously. Now, the only reason I've played Mistweaver semi-seriously is because it was the only healer that in the initial times when I tried it, I was like, wow, this is a really fun healer to play. But I am not a healer main, so obviously I can't give my opinion on that. But I really enjoy Mistweaver. It's the only healer I've ever had fun playing, and judging by, you know, obviously Toth and chat and a few other people saying they main Mistweaver, and general sentiments of people that I've talked to, it seems like Mistweaver is, generally speaking, one of the more fun healers to play. I've heard varying different opinions. I know that a lot of people really like Disc and Holy, or Disc and Holy Paladin, I should say. So they're very unique, I guess. Holy Paladin has a somewhat unique playstyle. Disc, in many ways, has a pretty unique playstyle. So I think for a lot of people who enjoy Disc and Holy, they would say Disc and Holy is their favorite healer. I know that obviously there are people, right, who play Resto Shaman, but I, generally speaking, have not met as many, like, Resto Shaman one-tricks as I've met, like, H-Pal one-tricks or Disc Priest one-tricks. Generally speaking, if people play Resto Shaman, it's like that healer that a lot of people have because on certain fights it's really good. And, like, you know, Spirit Link Totem is obviously really, really useful to have. But I've seen more people be like, nope, I'm not main swapping at all. Disc is the only thing I play, or Holy Paladin's the only thing I play, compared to people who play Resto Shaman. Usually people who play Resto Shaman, in my experience at least, are kind of just like, yeah, I prefer this playstyle, but I'm willing to, like, go with whatever healer, you know, is the best in any given scenario. Maybe that's because, like, Resto Shaman, I guess, historically has been pretty spotty. Like, Resto Shaman, in many different raid tiers that I've played, is either the best healer or the worst healer. Like, you look at, like, Battle of the Tsar lore, and Resto Shaman's, like, really fucking good. And then you look at, like, I'm trying to think of other raids. I guess, I only remember the raids where, like, a spec is really good. I don't remember what the raids where a spec is really bad. But, like, even right now, Resto Shaman's not bad, but H-Pal and Disc are just so fucking dominant that it's just, it's really hard to justify other healers. Obviously, you know, that's not to say they're bad, but they're definitely not, like, top tier at the moment. And because they've always been, like, mixed in viability, I think a lot of people who are, like, ride or die on those classes, you know, don't really exist as much, because it's harder to find raid spots when you're ride or die Resto Shaman compared to ride or die Disc Priest. Like, honestly, when was the last tier when Disc Priest has not been good? So if somebody loves Disc Priest and that's like the only thing they play, they're probably going to be able to find a raid spot consistently over the past 2 years, regardless. And I would say, in many ways, the same thing applies to H-Pal. H-Pal was like, I remember not necessarily the greatest healer for some points of Legion, but pretty much ever since Glimmer was a thing, H-Pal has just been constantly in the meta. It's been very good. And historically, it has always been really good as like a one-of. Like, before H-Pal just became absolutely fucking monstrous in BFA, I think, as, like, a tank healer, back when that was its, like, very specific niche, a lot of guilds at least ran one just to be the tank healer kind of thing. That's definitely no longer their niche. They can put out monstrous raid healing with Glimmer and stuff. Yeah, healer balance is pretty good. I would say balance in general, right now, is actually one of the best times that it's ever been. Tank balance is extremely tight. Even DPS balance. Like, obviously there are some that are ahead, but I mean, Survival Hunter is good now. And I think the fact that Survival Hunter is good, that alone speaks more to, like, the actual quality of damage balancing in this tier than anything else. There are still a few specs that are lagging behind, but they've done a pretty good job at balancing specs. That's probably the one main thing that I can really say, hey, Blizzard, you did this right. Good job. You get a gold star for today. And yeah, healer balance, obviously, I don't know too much about it. I do know that, obviously, in like a world first race setting, it was very, 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 very dominant towards HPAL and disc. But that isn't necessarily because of, like, balance, right? Like, obviously, those are the two best damage dealing options for healers. And that's always going to be more impactful when it comes to, like, a world first race set. Let's see. Cyberpunk was alright to play through. It was a pretty fun experience, but other than that, it was nothing extraordinary. See, here's the thing. I've heard people say that. I've heard people say that Cyberpunk was, like, a good game, and that they enjoyed playing it in the same way that they would enjoy playing, like, Red Dead Redemption 2 or GTA 5, kind of. But, I mean, you gotta remember that Cyberpunk was, in all of its advertisements, and maybe not necessarily just in its advertisements. Like, its advertisements obviously sold it to be way bigger than it actually was, but the biggest one was, like, the hype that people perpetuated about it. Like, oh my god, this is going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. That's where Cyberpunk flopped, because it did not live up to that hype at all. It may have been fun to play, and it may have been a solid game. I'm not saying that it wasn't, but it was not the revolutionary, like, earth-shattering game that a lot of people made it out to be. It just wasn't. So, that's, I think, the biggest downside to Cyberpunk in that regard. And I will say, the lack of polish is probably the biggest one to me that I was just like, oh, wow. Because some of the bugs that I saw, like, I watched a lot of YouTube videos about Cyberpunk, right? Because I was very interested in, like, watching, you know, I guess, like, it's kind of like the video game version of, like, a car crash. You know, you just can't take your eyes off it. So, I never played the game. I will never play the game. But watching YouTube videos talking about how bad Cyberpunk was, and, like, basically taking clips of, like, the advertisements and, like, the gameplay trailers, and then, like, putting it right next to an actual gameplay, like, you know, clip of Cyberpunk was hilarious. I loved watching that shit. So I watched hours and hours and hours of people just ripping into Cyberpunk 2077. And I'm sure that, yes, if you played through the game, it was probably fun, but it was very unpolished. That much I can tell you just by watching clips of it. Like, honestly, on the inverse of that, I've heard a lot of really critical opinions on Red Dead Redemption 2, which is another game that I've not played. That one is more just because it's something I would like to check out at some point, because I did like the original Red Dead, but my computer, as I've said, is not the best, and I don't think my computer could handle Red Dead at any capacity, because one thing that I have heard basically everybody say about it is that the game is very polished. It looks good. A lot of people have said that visually it's, like, absolutely stunning, and the world is gorgeous, and it feels really good to play. But I've heard a lot of people be very critical about Red Dead's, like, story and, like, gameplay mechanics and stuff, and that a lot of the stuff it does focuses way too much on realism relative to, like, what's actually fun. So, it's one of those things where I might play it and enjoy it at some point, and that is a game that I probably will, years from now, check out. A lot of times I like to do that. I'm just like, what was a game, like, 5 years ago that came out that, like, I never actually played but got good reviews? And then I'll, like, buy it when it's on sale or something like that and play through it. So, that's a game that I'm sure I will try at some point. But, yeah, I've heard mixed opinions on that for kind of the opposite reason. It's like, you know, people say, it's a gorgeous game, it's really polished, but a lot of times it's not very fun to play, at least in terms of, like, the story content in Red Dead. A lot of people have said is, like, not very fun. So, we'll see. That's the type of game, though, like, if I remember, like, Red Dead 1... the stuff that I liked doing in Red Dead 1 was, like, just kind of roaming around, like, in the open world and just doing random shit, so, yeah. Also, I just noticed, Vetro message retracted, so I don't know what you said, but Cosmic said, "Whoa, Vetro, hell no." So now I'm curious. Was it something bad? Did I miss something really bad that was said in chat? I don't know. But if it made Cosmic say no, then I kind of have to wonder what was said. True, you're drawn to tanking mostly, yeah. The problem, he's probably been waiting for the stone ring for the mount, and the quest you need for it hasn't shown up for like a month. That's probably why he's waiting on the Necrolord Assault. Interesting. I was not aware of that. I'm an alcoholic, so I play through story and reps on my main and then through my alts. I love tank specs too. I prefer it over any other roles. Yeah, tanks are really fun. Definitely the role that I enjoy playing. What you said was bad and you don't know why you said it? Oh no. You paused the stream for 15 minutes and missed the part where you replied to my missing Necro Assault. Oh, you meant... Okay, so... Tyler up there in chat actually responded basically saying that that's probably exactly what you meant, so I see. Yeah, what mount is that? I'm not a big collector, you know, so I'm not familiar with all that stuff. I assume it's in the quests. Right, would it be up here somewhere, or would it be in the metas? Yeah, I don't know where to find this thing. Breaking the chains? Oh, is it this thing? Bracelet of Solanragor? Or Solarangor. That's hard to say. I assume that's what you're talking about, that achievement? Interesting. It's the gold hand mount. Ah, yeah, I saw that on Wowhead. I mean, it looks, like, visually in terms of, like, you know, the design and stuff, it looks neat. But I'll be honest, it's not something that I think I would ever actually ride myself. Like, way too, like, over the top. I guess that's just my personal take on it. But I also am not a big mount person, so take from that what you will. You nailed it with the when playing another role, you missed the tank aspect and you can't put your finger on it. That's exactly how I feel when leveling a class without a tank spec, yeah. Another biggest question regarding mining tanks in general. Biggest problem is having to do reps again. How do you go with that, since it seems like you have different reps on different alts? The answer is I don't. I honestly don't do it. Like, on this character, I'm probably barely going to touch the reps. I've only been doing, what's it called? I've only been doing Archivist's Codex on my warrior. I have not touched it on any other character, and I honestly don't think I will. It desperately needs some sort of catch-up mechanic. It's the worst rep ever added to this entire game, and I have no fucking plans to do it on any alts. So, to answer your question on that, I just don't think about it. I don't fucking think about it. If I think about the fact that I haven't worked on, like, my Archivist Codex rep on my alts, and that by not doing this rep every single day on 6 characters, I'm being inefficient, I will start to feel really bad about the fact that, you know, oh no, I'm not being optimal and stuff like that. And, yeah, that sucks. So I try to ignore it. That's my go-to response, right? I guess that said, though, I usually do focus on one tank. So what I usually do is I pick one tank where I'm like, this is the tank that I'm going to main this tier. And for me, that is Prot Warrior. And then I do every little bit that I can to min-max that one tank. And then I keep all of the other tanks at a raid-ready level, just in case I need them for, like, some sort of content. Or let's say, if I really don't enjoy Prot Warrior for some reason eventually, I can transition to playing that tank. Like, it's mostly caught up. And then I just neglect Archivist's Codex on my main, or what was previously my main, and I start doing it on that new tank. But yeah, Archivist's Codex is a great example of something that, like, my best recommendation is just fucking ignore it. It's a garbage rep, and if you stress yourself out trying to do it constantly, you're just going to be frustrated. At the end of the day, the conduit upgrades that you get from it, while good, are minor. They're the kind of thing that players like myself will care a lot about, because it's that, like, tiny bit of damage that we're missing out on. but you can easily kill even Mythic Sylvanas without having your conduits fully upgraded. It's not like the end-all be-all kind of thing. And especially like if all you're doing is you're focusing on one particular tank and then you're basically just making sure the other tanks are up to a good spot. If you need to bring like your Blood DK for Soul Render Dormazane, it doesn't matter if your Blood DK is like the best or not. It just needs to be good enough to kill the boss. So yeah, definitely not like super duper important. I would say don't be like some of the guilds I've seen where they take a Blood DK and their Blood DK does like no damage whatsoever and literally gets like a 3 parse or something because they're only there for the mass grip. At that point, it's not fucking worth it. There's better strats that you can do. Like if somebody's gonna go on their Blood DK for Soul Render Dormazane, they might as well at least know how to play it because it's not that hard to play it at a basic enough level to do decent damage and to like, you know, keep the adds together without like, you know, falling over dead. And you don't need fully upgraded conduits for that. You like to play Blood as a healer. Yes. Very funny. Vetro said, I don't know why I said that. Yeah, I can't really comment because I don't know what you said, but I mean, I can't imagine that it's like that bad. If you said something really vile, sometimes really bad shit gets picked up by YouTube's automatic filter and it just like removes the comment, but yeah, I'm not going to like ask you to repeat it, but I am, you know, slightly curious, but anyways. You have 4 to 5 rings and you're waiting for the Necro Assault to have the one specific quest for crying out loud. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You haven't kept up with Archivist Codex on your main? I feel that. I'm just doing it because it's like I started it, and by the time that I realized, oh god, this reputation takes forever, I was already like almost to Exalted on my Prot Warrior. Admittedly, I haven't done my dailies in a long time. So I've been stuck like halfway to Exalted on my Prot Warrior for weeks now. I haven't done it. Also, I think I'm gonna give up an LFR. I've been in queue for 51 minutes, and we're still missing 4 healers. So, alas, I'm gonna have to remove myself from queue. God, that... Yeah, I kind of expected that to happen. I mean, sometimes you might get lucky, but generally speaking, I don't really think it's gonna work out super well. I don't know if I really want to try to make a group for it. The only problem with making a group for, like, Nathria is it's gonna be so hard to find people, right? Like, and I would need the skip, so I would only be doing like, you know, Shriekwing through I guess Stone Legion Generals or something like that. But I really do want Super Strain. But at the same time, it's tough. I'm gonna throw myself on this little flight point. Because, like, at this point, I've been waiting for LFR for that long. And I'm not gonna sit there and wait. Yeah, 2 hours of waiting time, it's brutal. I really hate, that's the other thing. They put that legendary thing behind Archivist Codex. And it's, like, rep-locked, too. It's so dumb. Just, why could they have not added it to other sources? I don't understand. It just... baffling design. Got it the other day. LFR opened with generals. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's lucky. I have not... Well, I definitely was not that fortunate here, waiting an hour, but... I'm gonna... I don't know. It's just, I want to craft a legendary, because it would kind of be troll to try and actually raid before I have a legendary, but, like, what powers do I have access to? At the moment, literally nothing. Well, I have some, I guess, in my bags that I can go learn, but they aren't very good. Can't you chance it by buying the thing from the anima vendor? I believe that is still, correct me if I'm wrong, but you still need to, like, get your anima conductor up. I think it's 100% drop chance, but the trick part in this is just actually getting to kill it. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but the thing that you buy with anima is locked behind, like, upgrading the anima conductor to, like, a certain level. I think you need, like, 2 fully empowered bonds or something like that, which is minimum of 20 days. And that's even slower than getting it from your Archivist Codex. So yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose. So I have Death Certainty, which is like not bad. It takes an eternity to form a group for the previous tier. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Nobody wants to do this. There are definitely like good raids in like previous tiers that people have historically run. Like I would say Tomb of Sargeras is one that I managed to do Mythic TOS every single week during Antorus. There was a lot of good shit from that. So I literally had a regular group that I ran back in Antorus. In fact, it was actually funny. One interesting comment I got was while I was leading my Tomb of Sargeras Mythic group, it was like one of our first runs before we had like our set group. We had like about 15 people that showed up every single week. And while I was explaining the mechanics for one of the bosses, somebody said, "Hey, I just want to let you know you sound like my high school math teacher." I was like, okay, interesting. I wasn't sure if it was a compliment. In fact, I even asked, like, is that a compliment or what? And they were just like, oh, I'm just pointing it out. I was like, all right, definitely the weirdest comment I've ever gotten while streaming or raid leading or anything. And that was back while doing Tomb of Sargeras. Am I mostly pugging? On this character, I mean, actually, these days, mostly yes, unfortunately, because the reality is that my guild isn't super active. My guild, I'm going to be leaving them soon because they're honestly just pretty crap. But I have not been having a lot of fun within this guild. They basically do nothing outside of raid. It makes it completely miserable to do it. Maybe I will just go with Crimson Rune Weapon for now. Just because I so don't want to run Super Strain. Super Strain is... I so don't want to farm Super Strain. It's just so hard to acquire. I might genuinely just say fuck it and like go with this for now. Because it's like a better temporary option than anything else. And then I can just say, alright, I'll craft Super Strain whenever I manage to unlock it or get the item from Archivist Codex. You had to do Eternal Palace for Font of Power? Yeah, that's true. Eternal Palace was another one that I ran quite a bit, though I never did Ashara runs. Some groups I did see do, like, full Mythic Ashara clears. I did it for Ashvane's Razor Coral, though. So, I ran that every single week to get a Ashvane's Razor Coral. I did get a pretty good one, eventually. So, yeah, I was pretty lucky with my Ashvanes. And obviously now, as you can see, I'm doing Layer 9 Torghast just to, you know, get some Soul Ash and Soul Cinders. See, it has nothing to do with the drop chance. Getting into a group for Nathria is basically impossible. There's no groups up in LFG. I just sat in an hour-long queue for LFR that was barely filled. It's just, you can't realistically find a group. That's the problem. Did I release a video right before I started the stream? Yes. I release a video every single day, regardless on whether or not I'm streaming. That's something I've been doing pretty regularly. Wait, do I not have Lichborn on my bars? Where is Lichborn? Oh, yeah, it's Control Y. Weird. I think I'm just gonna take Secret Spices. Probably gonna be better overall. You do pug stuff most of the time, and sometimes it gets frustrating. No, I don't pug Mythic, right? The reason I'm in this guild is for Mythic raiding. Like, obviously, you can't pug Mythic raiding. That's just not possible. But, or, like, outside of Terragru, maybe you could pug. But no, I don't pug Mythic raids. I'm just saying that basically outside of Mythic raids, which, yeah, I guess I should have mentioned that. But I kind of assumed that, like, yeah, obviously you can't do that. I'm in this guild for Mythic Raids, and that's literally all they do. If you want to get a group with anybody in the guild outside of Mythic Raids, like, basically, fuck you. That's kind of their stance on it. They only run with their friends. They refuse to do anything to help anybody else who isn't, like, within their friend group. And it's just absolute fucking cancer. I've tried to see if it's going to get better, and I've mentioned it before in previous videos and stuff, but this week I finally said enough is enough. I called out on Raid Thursday because they were making absolutely no progress on Soul Render, and once again they were going to be missing like multiple players for Soul Render. I think we were barely going to have 20, and in order to have 20 we were going to have to bring people that were not good at all. So basically we wouldn't have killed Soul Render at all, and it would have been 3 hours of wiping on Soul Render because, you know, a lot of guilds like that don't know when to call it quits. They don't know when to say, hey, we're just going to take tonight off on raiding, do some other stuff, right? Like do heroic or something like that. And, you know, next week we'll do some recruitment and we'll come back in ready to go. And then once everything's settled and people can actually attend, we'll do this boss. They just sit there and slam their face into it for hours, accomplishing nothing. And as a result, I just said, fuck this. I'm not showing up to this raid, knowing that I'm going to spend 3 hours getting nothing done. So I peaced out. And I'm still in here, but I probably am going to leave. It's just I haven't had the time, right, to, Chronicle of Lost Memories is behind not 2, but 4 anima streams. Oh, yes. I forgot that it was 4 anima streams. That's, even worse. Great. But yeah, I basically am just fucking done with this guild at this point. I've given them so many chances to, like, prove to me that they're not just, like, a cliquey group of fuckers, but every single time that I've reached out to them and been like, hey, maybe we should do this as a guild, maybe we should do this as a guild, they basically just politely tell me to go fuck myself. Sometimes not even politely. They never outright tell me to go fuck myself, but sometimes they're a bit, like, condescending about it. I'm like, well, you know, we don't really want you to be playing this, so we're just not going to be doing that, or we have more important things to be doing right now, so we can't really schedule that. They've made it very clear to me by this point, I've been in this guild for like almost a month now, that they have absolutely no interest in me, the player, being within their guild. All they give a shit about is having a tank. So if all they give a shit about is having a tank, then, I mean, I'm sure they'll be able to find another tank. But if they, for whatever reason, I don't know. I don't think I've done anything to them, right? Like, I know that I can have kind of an abrasive personality to some people. Like, I'd like to think that I'm not outright mean, but I am very opinionated, definitely. So I would say that because I'm very, like, you know, I like to state my opinions out there and, you know, make them clear and stuff like that. And I guess if people disagree with my opinion on something, I would not be surprised if they really don't like me. I know a lot of people who really, really don't like me as a result because of that. Because, like, I have an opinion on something that they really don't like, and I am very strong in that opinion. I generally like to think that most of my opinions are correct, but obviously everybody would. But, I mean, I'm pretty consistent on that, right? Like, I like to speak my mind. And the only thing to this guild that I've spoken my mind on is strategy stuff. Like, I think I mentioned this in the Hunter video that I posted earlier this week, but in case you haven't seen that, basically on Tuesday Reclear, we wiped, I don't even know how many times. It was like close to 10 times on Eye of the Jailer on Mythic, and we've killed Eye of the Jailer on Mythic. Like, this is not like a prog boss. It's something we've done multiple times. It's literally farm at this point. And we wiped to it because they kept trying these new strategies that we've never done before on a Reclear boss, and nobody knew how to do it, and people kept fucking it up. And then obviously, you know, the typical stuff happens where on Eye of the Jailer, like, if you cross somebody with the wrong debuff during the intermission phase, then everybody explodes, and somehow people kept doing that, and we kept having the entire raid explode, and it was just fucking miserable, man. And I've been suggesting that they do a way easier strat ever since I joined, and every single time they're like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that strat. No, we prefer the strat that we're currently using. And then finally they decide to try some new strats, and they're like fucking donkey strats that are just absolutely insane, don't make any sense whatsoever, offer no benefit at all. They're like, basically, now they're doing world first strats, kind of. Right? The stuff that, like, Limited Method used. And it worked at the time, but there's no advantage to using it now. And especially there's no advantage to using a new strategy like that when you've already killed the boss multiple times. If your entire raid team is already used to one strategy, don't keep trying to reinvent the wheel on farm bosses. It doesn't matter. We ended up wasting like our entire night just wiping to Mythic Eye of the Jailer, and it was fucking miserable. Try Jaina Cheese with your guild. I mean, admittedly, Jaina Cheese was way, way easier than the regular way that you did Jaina. So, but admittedly, Jaina Cheese at the same time was not a thing that you could do current content. So Jaina Cheese was something that they changed during Nyalotha to make it so that it was easier to kill the boss. I'm not sure if they changed it intentionally or if it was just like something that they accidentally broke and then decided to leave in the game. But the intended way of doing Jaina was way, way more difficult than the cheese strat, right? So nobody did the intended way. At least not when you were just farming it for the mounts. But it's different than they're doing a strat that is arguably more difficult for absolutely no reason. It's like a slightly higher damage strat that is ridiculously more complicated for the entire raid, and it gains us nothing. So that's the problem that I have with it. It would have been a strat that they wouldn't have been used to, that's why I said it. Yeah, fair. Yeah, so that's the problem that I have. And the main problem I have is they're now trying new strategies, right? But they refuse to go with the simplest possible strategy, which is split the group 10 and 10. That's all you gotta do. Eye of the Jailer, at this point, everybody has enough damage. Just split the damn groups 10 and 10. Like, if you calculate it properly, that is literally all you need to do. Our healers can heal through the ticking damage. We have the damage to kill it before it becomes a problem. And yet they refuse to do that strategy, which is so simple. And they're doing all these, like, crazy dumb fuck strategies. It blows my mind. So that was, honestly, in my case, the straw that broke the camel's back. That's what just made me go, fuck this shit, man. And then, you know, just they keep slamming their faces into things without actually trying to make meaningful improvements. I haven't tried to, like, go out of my way to, you know, message them and be like, hey, this person is very clearly underperforming. Is something going to be done about them? Because I know that nothing will. I know at this point that they just are not on the same wavelength as me in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. So I am just not going to stay. That's how it goes. But I guess to finish the point I was making earlier, I know that a lot of people, I would say a lot of people, because I'd like to think that I can get along with most people, right? Like, generally speaking, you know, the average person, when I meet them, I get along with them just fine. But there are definitely some people that, like, don't mesh well with me, because if they really care about something and I have a strong opinion on it and they get, like, really offended about that, okay. But in this case, that isn't even, like, a case, right? It's not even the case of, like, oh, I stated my opinion on something and I was, like, really opinionated on this one thing and that, like, made them not like me. I've barely talked in this guild. In fact, I barely talk in most guilds. Most people who know me, I guess, unless you're, like, a really close friend of mine, are usually pretty surprised when they watch my stream and see me, like, actively talking and responding and all that stuff, because I'm generally a pretty reserved person whenever I'm in, like, a public setting. Even in public setting, I mean, even, like, guilds and stuff. Obviously, IRL, too. Like, I can interact when I want to. I'm not, like, antisocial. Like, if somebody says something to me, I'll respond. But I don't go out of my way to, like, you know, shove myself into conversations and try to, like, talk about stuff that other people are talking about. I usually keep to myself, and, you know, if I have something really important to say, I'll bring it up, and if somebody addresses me, I'll respond. But I am not, like, a very outspoken person, at least, you know, in groups of people. So it's not like I've said or done anything in this guild to make them, like, dislike me. At no point do I think that I've done anything that I could even remotely consider, oh yeah, they probably didn't like that. It's just been, from week one, they've just had their group of friends. That's the only people they play with, and fuck anybody not in that group. And other people have had that same issue, right? Like, other people that are on the raid team that haven't come from, like, either their guild or, like, one of the new cliques that have joined. I mentioned this before. Also, they did a guild merger, and during that guild merger, they, you know, they got, like, a new group of people, and that group of people is also really cliquey and stuff like that. But anybody that didn't come from one of those, like, mergers or cliques or something has also been left out in the cold. And they felt like they can't do anything with the guild because the guild never does anything. Good night, Harldan. You're heading to bed since it's 1 a.m. Good night, Petro. Good to have you here. So yeah, overall, it's just like, when I'm looking for a guild in World of Warcraft, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I'm not just looking for a place to raid. Currently, that's what this guild is. This guild is just a place where I'm raiding, you know? And I don't like that. I'd rather actually have people to play with. So I have had to pug pretty much everything. That was a while ago when somebody asked about that. Whatchamacallit? Let me see. I don't know if I answered this one. Would I recommend getting back into WoW? No. I know that's probably a bit of a weird answer considering I'm playing World of Warcraft, but as it stands, I would not actually recommend getting back into WoW. If you're already playing WoW and you've already, like, started doing shit in 9.1, yeah, I guess it's, like, worth playing. That's why I'm still playing, because I've gotten, like, all the really grindy shit, you know, over and done with. But I'd be lying if I said that I had a ton of fun when I initially started playing in 9.1. 9.1 was a slog for me, and then I got through all the boring shit, and I got to do raiding. And I've been enjoying raiding, right? The Sanctum is a solid raid. But at this point, with 9.1.5 coming out in, like, 2 months or whatever, and making this game actually playable without, like, hating your life, if you really want to get back into WoW, just wait until 9.1.5. That is my genuine, honest opinion. There's no reason to play this game at all until that point. At least, or to get back into this game. If you're already playing it, like I said, yeah, whatever. You know, it's still okay. A lot of the stuff that's getting fixed is the catch-up. So it's going to make it more reasonable, I suppose. Let's see. Oh yeah, a lot of people saying the thing about the anima streams. It's almost like people pulling stuff. They only want a tank to have one. Why don't they play tank themselves? But these people just seem stupid. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, I've never had issues finding a tank, because whenever I'm in a guild, either I am the tank, or if I am the tank and they don't have a co-tank, I've generally been pretty good about finding myself a co-tank. Like, I've actually done that for a lot of guilds. I've been like, oh yeah, you know, just like step aside and, like, watch me work, and I'll just recruit a tank, right? Because generally speaking, the easiest way to recruit a new tank is to be the other tank. Because then any questions that somebody would ask me about, like, what the tanking situation is in the guild, I can answer. And the other thing about, you know, joining a new guild as the tank is kind of like synergy with your co-tank is actually a very important thing. So if I'm, like, joining a new guild and the person that's talking to me is the co-tank, I feel way more comfortable joining that guild just right off the bat. Because I already know, like, obviously, if they sound like, you know, a cool person whose guild I would want to join, I'm like, okay, at least I already know that the person that I'm going to have to interact with the most is going to be the one that, you know, I'm talking to now. And they seem pretty cool. That kind of thing, right? And generally speaking, that is really good for, like, potential recruitment. So, you know, if you're recruiting as the tank, finding a co-tank, it's very, very more, like, welcoming, I guess, for potential new recruits. So I've been generally pretty good at doing that. So I've never really had that issue, but I have heard that people do tend to, in many ways, struggle to find a tank. Are they adding an Archivist's Codex catch-up in 9.1.5? No, they are not. And that's one of the things that I was kind of bitching about earlier. The fact that, with all the stuff that's happening in 9.1.5, the fact that Archivist's Codex isn't something on their radar that they think needs fixing is just baffling to me. Because it is, honestly, one of the worst parts about this patch. For Mythic Raiders, that is, right? Like, if you don't care about Mythic rating and you're not super big on min-maxing your character, you might not even realize that Archivist's Codex is a important thing at all. It might just be something that you saw that you unlocked and then you never gave it a second thought. But for anybody actually trying to get their character up to date for Mythic rating, it's the biggest pain point in the entire game, hands down. It takes so long to farm it. So the fact that nothing is being done, I do not understand. I really hope that something is changed for it. Maybe, you know, obviously we still got like a month or so for PTR. For all I know, they will change it. I mean, they've been adding a lot of really cool stuff, so it's possible. Ah, shit. These fireball guys are like the most annoying mobs in the entire fucking planet. I need to focus for this because if I miss like an interrupt on Inner Flames, I'm fucked. Come on. Oh, and the Dreadlord decided to attack me. That's amazing. Oh, Jesus fuck. I think I might need to swap to another Death Knight spec just for Torghast, because this feels miserable. Ah. Okay. This week of M+ is really motivating you to learn how to play a tank. Isn't this week the one that people said was really bad? I've stopped doing Mythic Plus at this point. I just don't care about it. But I've heard a few people say that M+ is really bad, but I guess everything's a blur at this point. Like, is that this week, or is that, like, what was last week, and I'm just, like, behind on it? But what was it, like, Necrotic Sanguine? I think that's still this week. All I know is a lot of people really hate it, and everybody's saying it's, like, the worst Mythic Plus week ever. So, I mean, I'm glad that it's motivating you to learn how to play a tank, but for most people, it's the exact opposite, or so I've heard. For most people, it just makes them want to quit tanking forever. It's Necrotic Sanguine? Yeah. Ah, man. Necrotic Sanguine. Yeah, I'm glad that I feel absolutely no motivation to do Mythic Plus at this point, because if I did, I would have to deal with that bullshit, and that does not sound fun. Necrotic Sanguine is just miserable. I mean, honestly, it's mostly just Necrotic, right? Sanguine's an annoying affix, but it's not, like, brutally difficult. But, fuck me, Necrotic is terrible, and they still haven't removed it. It's always been terrible. It's never been a good affix. They nerfed bolstering, at least, and bolstering is now, like, not quite as bad. But I think one of the biggest things that made bolstering suck, like, way back when in Legion, is because they designed dungeons more around, like, having lots of little mobs, so that made bolstering really annoying, but a lot of the modern dungeons, if you play them correctly, don't have many, like, oh, infamous bolstering pulls, where, like, this one mob gets pumped up to oblivion, but, like, Eye of Ashara was infamous back in Legion for, like, being bad with bolstering if people fucked up. Like, if somebody accidentally dragged a seagull into a pull right as it was about to die, that seagull would immediately get, like, 8 bolstering stacks and you'd just be fucked. So, yeah. It was kind of an annoying affix, but Necrotic has, and still is, or has been and still is, one of the worst affixes ever. And I think at this point now, with a lot of the other stuff being, you know, nerfed, relatively speaking, Necrotic is just still really, really bad. I'm just going to skip the rest of this floor. I'm going to go get, like, the Gallus spell or whatever. But this is taking such a long time. I don't want to sit here for that much longer. In fact, I might just try to go on my other characters and scrounge up whatever soul ash I can find. I'm still checking to see if there's a Nathria group. Somebody listed Fallen Charger under Nathria. Well, that's not Nathria. Is the free renown item coming? Cosmo, what do you mean by the free renown item? Unless you're talking about the one that I used on the PTR. And if that's what you're asking about, then that is a PTR testing item. While in Death and Decay, you get 10% haste and reduce damage enemies deal to you. That actually seems pretty good. Isn't there a legendary that literally does that? I think it's like, that's pheromones, right? Weird that it's like the same thing almost, but with a different name. In 80% of your groups, the tank dies and then just leaves. Yeah. I mean... Yeah. On Necrotic Week? Yeah, that's, pretty much exactly how I feel. I think, like, a lot of tanks probably go to do their Mythic Plus this week. They do one pull, realize it's Necrotic, and then go, oh, wait, I fucking hate this, and then they quit. So I would not be surprised. Now, luckily, I was told about it, so I know to just not do any keys this week. That's just kind of what I'm going to be doing. But to each their own, I guess. Also, that Eyes of the Unceasing power reduces the CD on my class ability by 50 or by 10 seconds, so only has a 50-second cooldown. I feel like if I stack that, that would be pretty good. I don't know how many times I can stack it, but it's only like a uncommon power. Maybe you should wait until the end of the week so it's only the Masochist tanks left? Yeah. Probably a good idea. Death Coil infuses your minions with monstrous power. Interesting. Obviously, I'm not going to pick that because I'm not unholy, but that's kind of neat. Skull Bloomer? Huh. Death Strike dealing 75% additional damage is actually kind of nuts. Nuts, I mean. Oh, god damn it, Fithras. Let's see, what else do we got? Death Grip has 2 additional charges, and killing a Maw Rat refunds all charges. Huh. Oh, okay, so... Wait. Pheromones, enemies damaged by your Death and Decay have a chance to cower in place? But that's not at all... Okay, so it gives 10% haste and they cower in place. Interesting. So they just kind of combine those 2 powers. Alright. I'll take the one that makes Death Strike hit more. That, I mean, seems pretty good. Chains of Ice strikes 1 additional target and increases your physical and frost damage dealt to afflicted enemies by 15%. This seems nice. I feel like this would be a pretty good power. I'm just going to go with Death Turf, though, because Death Turf is, like... Wait, are you not the same people? I feel like you're fucking with me. There's only 2 good Blood DK builds in Torghast. Interrupt gives IBF, and IBF casts Sandy Dragon. Chains of Ice links targets, and the chains multiple hits. Yeah, the Chains of Ice one, I just looked at that, and I'm like, that seems good. I feel like I already skipped a lot of the times when I was offered it before, so I'm not going to take it now, but that definitely seems like one of those things where if I knew that, like, that is actually really good, which, yeah, now that I look at it, I'm like, wait, that seems pretty strong. I can see how that would be a very powerful build. So, in the future, I'll probably go with that one. I haven't seen any of the stuff that you're describing with, Interrupt Skiv IBF. I guess I just haven't been offered that power yet. Oh yeah, I can't jump. Wait, how the fuck am I supposed to do this if I can't jump? Can I can fall. So I have to fall in a skillful manner. God damn it. Wait, can I Path of Frost across the lava? Wait, I can't jump out of the lava. Fuck me! How the hell do I escape? Oh no. I feel like I probably just shouldn't try this, but I'm motivated to maybe make it across this little thing here. Alright. Had to cheat a little, but, you know, if it works, it works. If you want to get Super Strain, you queue up an LFR. That's how I got it. I had to, like, wait, like, 20 minutes. Yeah, I queued for it earlier. It went on for an hour, and it did not pop, so... I waited until the last possible second, but at this point, I would just rather do something else, right? So, I'm not going to sit for, like, an hour and a half and do nothing. Like, I would have waited more. Like, if I was doing nothing, if I wasn't streaming, I probably would have just gotten some video editing done and done it then. And honestly, that's what I might do after stream. Are you fucking joking? I can't... Oh, this is miserable. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why? I got, like, the one floor that Elysium Waits is just impossible on. Can I... God damn it! Oh, this sucks. This sucks so much. Okay. You're joking. Okay, you all saw how bullshit that was. How am I supposed to get on here? They need to make different places drop legendaries, because right now at the time it's going to be impossible to get into raid. Yeah. So, like, after stream, I mean, I'll probably throw myself in queue for LFR, and then I'll just do some video editing while I wait for LFR to finish. That kind of thing. Okay. I'm gonna pop... Can I Wraith Block across this? Okay, yeah, the speed boost makes it doable. That was suffering. But yeah, right now, I'm not going to sit here on stream and wait in queue. I basically did as much stuff as I could while waiting in queue for LFR, and then, you know, Torghast removes you from queue, and I wanted to do Torghast, so... Second time this happened, didn't you learn? Apparently not. I mean, this is the first time I've been in this particular predicament. Of, you know, not being able to cross lava because my jump key is disabled thanks to anima powers and Torghast. If you want to get Super Strain, yeah, I read that. The Chains one where you offered links with the Epic, which links the HP of all chain mobs, you get tons of damage. Interesting, yeah. I haven't really seen any of the anima powers yet. You sure? I'm pretty sure, considering this is the first time I've run Torghast on this character, so... Yes. I think I'm sure. I've never run Torghast on a Death Knight before. Especially a Death Knight that couldn't jump. So I am fairly certain that that is the first time this has happened. Maybe I have, like, another Death Knight that I'm forgetting. And I did it on that Death Knight. But fairly certain, yes. Jesus. This is dealing a lot of damage to me. Vilthras is making this really difficult. He picked the absolute worst time to betray me. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense. I need to start kicking this fear. I can't tell where the fear is coming from with how many mobs are just cluttering my screen. Okay, I'm gonna kill Vilthras just to get him back. Okay, yeah, I believe it's this guy, the Rune-Carved Colossus. How are there 3 elites in that pull? On another character? I don't know. I've never had that happen on another character, so definitely not. I very rarely actually pick Elysium Waits, so... Do I don't think I do any nature damage. I think everything I do is shadow damage. Yeah, shadow or arcane damage. I guess, yeah, that's the only weird damage type I have, is arcane from Shackle the Unworthy. But I don't think Death Knight does nature damage. It always throws me off, though, because when I'm on my warrior, Ancient Aftershock counts as nature damage. So, like, subconsciously, I'm always like, oh yeah, you know, I don't have any nature damage, and then I go to click it, and then I'm like, wait. I have Ancient Aftershock. I don't want to pick this. Missed a power? Thank you. I did miss a power, you're correct. I'll grab that right after I'm done killing this Dreadlord. Almost done with this. This has been taking me a while. I don't think I'm going to do my second wing of Torghast, at least not on stream. It's just taken me way too long. In fact, I think I'm actually going to go on my main and do Torghast there to get some more Soul Ash. I don't really think I have much left over because I sent a ton over to my Hunter. In fact, I might even just accept the fact that I'm being inefficient, and yeah, I'm going to go with this build for now. I did see the Chains of Ice one. I'm probably just going to mail some Soul Ash over for my Hunter, but I guess I still do need to get Cinders on my Warrior, so might as well. I want to eventually craft, what's it called? Destructive Reverberations on my Warrior, so. Obviously, for people who haven't heard, in 9.1.5, you can infinitely farm Soul Cinders, so now you don't need to worry about getting Torghast done every week. You just need to do Torghast as many times as you want whenever you actually need to craft a legendary. So that's a good change. I'm glad they're doing that. But in the meantime, I would still like to get that legendary on my I keep saying Death Knight Warrior. So I'll farm Soul Cinders and then I'll mail over whatever Soul Ash I happen to get. I think you can only mail it in chunks of like 3k though, so hopefully I have close to enough. I'll check. Usually join groups in Torghast. I meant to, you know, maybe I'll put out a poll at some point. I'm genuinely curious on how many people run Torghast in groups. Warrior's Night Fae ability was always awesome. Hell yeah. I run Night Fae in my Warrior, and I absolutely love it. But, like, I've been told by so many people that I'm like an idiot for not running in groups in Torghast, and the way I see it, so Torghast is meant to be a roguelike, and I've never done a multiplayer roguelike. I prefer to look at Torghast as a roguelike and to approach it that way, and to be like, yeah, I'm going to go in on this character, I'm going to get upgrades, and then I'm going to kill the final boss. And I guess from the very beginning, that was never how I viewed Torghast in terms of, like, I just put up an LFG and then joined some people's groups. So, yeah, it's just never been something I've done, and so many people have said, like, you need to do Torghast in groups. It's insane that you don't. I don't know, like, am I the only one, honestly, that does Torghast solo? Like, does anybody else here do Torghast solo? Am I literally alone here? Because I know that a lot of people do it in groups, and I mean, I get that it's, like, useful, but I don't know, I've always preferred it this way, I guess. That said, sometimes it can be kind of miserable. Torghast feels harder in groups. I mean, that one surprises me because most people tell me that Torghast is actually easier in groups, and that's why they run it. In fact, I've always been under the assumption that it would be easier but less fun. I do agree that, like you said, it feels kind of boring. That was always kind of the opinion that I thought I'd have on it. But the main reason that people tell me they like to do Torghast in groups is they're like, oh, it's much easier than trying to solo it. So, I don't know. I forced the guy who got me into the game to do Torghast with me. What, are you referring to me? Torghast feels harder in groups, yeah. You're not, but that's because I hate people generally. Oh, I see. I mean, like, in some ways, I'm kind of with you there. Like, I don't hate people, but there are definitely, like, situations where I'm just like, okay, like, people as a general group can just fuck off right now. I just want to do my own shit. That said, usually, when I'm in that mentality, I just don't play WoW. Like, those are the times when I boot up, like, a single-player game like Gungeon or something, and I just play that. But I definitely do feel that mood of, like, fuck people in general, I just want to be alone right now, so I can relate to that. Nixie says, I do it solo. Rowan says, I only do it solo. Okay, good, so I'm not alone. That is actually good to know. There's a decent amount of people that actually do solo Torghast. I've just always found it more enjoyable that way. Now, that said, I don't terribly enjoy Torghast as a whole. But, yeah, I mean... Okay, I'm gonna do Torghast on my warrior. So, we went from really, really slow, really sloggy Torghast runs to... Now I'm just gonna try to blitz the shit out of it. This should be much more efficient. I occasionally do Torghast solo, but it's way easier in groups in my experience, especially if you want to do flawless runs. I've never had trouble getting flawless runs, as I'll demonstrate here. I usually get like a score of like 280 or something, and you need like, what, 200 for flawless? So. The experience I had is either the group wants to 5-star and leave after a couple of deaths on the first floor, or just a long, big pull. Duo Torghast was pretty fun with your friends. I see. Ah. My camera was all fucked. I was recording a thumbnail here. Let me clear my inventory.
I have many wares.
Now, while I'm at it, I guess I haven't ever done this on stream, but I do actually somewhat enjoy to do my mission table on this particular character. I don't know why, but I just kind of started doing the mission table a lot on my warrior, and then eventually it was just kind of like the sunk cost fallacy thing of like, I've spent so much time on it, I might as well finish it. So I'm really close to getting some of my followers to level 60, which, holy shit, takes forever, considering I've been working on this on and off since Nathria, and I still haven't managed to do it. But it's, I don't know if I would say it's fun, but it is decently rewarding. Like, I have an endless supply of these things, Veiled Augment Runes. The amount of Augment Runes you get from mission table stuff is just kind of nuts. Like here, I just have 6 Augment Runes, boom, from the mission table. It's absolutely crazy how efficient this thing is. It takes a while to get there, but there's also an add-on that you can do, which calculates the success chances and stuff, so... If you don't know about that, let me think. It's called, like, Venture Plan or something. No, not Venture Plan. What's the new one? Venture Plan is no longer updated. Covenant Mission Helper. That's the one. Yes. So, Covenant Mission Helper is the add-on that I have over here. Because I know that I'm going to get questions in the comments about, what's that add-on? Because I still do on, like, every one of my videos. So, that's the add-on. Covenant Mission Helper. And it is actually a very useful add-on. I would not be doing missions if I did not have this thing. Because trying to do some of the harder missions when you don't actually know whether or not you're going to succeed is just, like, impossible. Duo Torghast is pretty fun with your friends. Yeah, I've done Duo Torghast a few times. It's enjoyable. But you haven't done Torghast in a long time? Yeah. Okay. So, this one was just a total YOLO. And, you know, didn't win, but I didn't really care if I won or lost. Now, let's see. What do I have? I got some XP items from those missions. I think maybe it was only one. And I have this thing and this thing. You don't really have issues getting flawless solos now. You actually have gear, but it helped before for sure. Interesting. Debating on what to use these things on. This is my main team. Kadarin, Ella, Nia, Karain, Dreamweaver. Most of these are standard, but Ella is relatively new. She's a Torghast follower from 9.1, but she's ridiculously powerful. Like, her buff heals for a pretty decent chunk and increases allies' damage by 30%. This is really fucking good. So, the main way that Night Fae missions work is you just stack all of these followers. You have Katarin here just as a tank, but these four here, Nia buffs your damage, Ella has a massive heal and damage buff, Karain gives you a passive damage reduction, and Dreamweaver heals and gives a double damage proc. So you just layer buffs on top of buffs, and you can scale your shit exponentially. You have ridiculous survivability and ridiculous healing, and nothing can effectively kill your team. So I can do basically any mission with those 5 followers. At least I haven't run into a mission yet that I couldn't do. So I'm going to upgrade some of these. I think I'll do... Nia is the furthest behind. I'll give her this thing, and I'll give Katarin the 3k. So you can give them experience that way. I want to make sure that I get these 2 missions completed, because they give experience tokens. So I'll find... Oh, this one's going to be really easy, so I'll put a crappy comp for that. This one I want to make sure I have a good team for, so I'm going to do this, this... Okay, and because it's already a guaranteed win, I'll put my newest and weakest follower in there. Cosmic, I see you've changed your branding. Isn't that a fox, though? Apparently, they're different people. Which, if they are actually different people, that would be the biggest fucking coincidence ever. I still think that I'm being fucked with here. I'll be completely real, but I'll roll with it. Karain actually has pretty nice cleave. Yeah, I mean, they all do pretty solid damage, but the main reason to bring Karain is that passive damage reduction. Like, that's what makes Karain broken. Karain's cleave is good, but the flat damage reduction on top of that is just so fucking good. You really are different people? Okay. Like, you have to understand the statistical fucking odds, right? Of 2 people with, like, I guess not wolf, but, like, dog-like related icons, both named Cosmic, in my stream. That's, like, really low chits. So, that's one of those where I'm like, But if you say that you're 2 different people, I'll believe you. But it definitely is, like, very, very, very strange. Now, I would like to get these 6 runes, if possible. Lose. Yeah, this mission doesn't seem like something I could realistically do without using my main team. I don't really want to use them for that. I don't care enough about getting runes, so... What about this one? Can I just, like, slap some followers on here and get it completed? Probably not. Oh, maybe. Okay, nice. So that's a decent amount of soul cinders. You get like a shit ton of soul cinders, I should also add, by doing the mission table. It gives a lot. Nothing like the Necrolord Slime, 1-turn CD, regular damage and heal. I've never played Necrolord, but I have heard that they have really good mission table stuff. But that is good to know. When I eventually do play Necrolord, I will check some of the followers and stuff out, because I am curious. One of the main things that makes Night Fae super broken, though, is that, you know, if you ever need to beat a mission, just slam some trappers on the board. It's such a broken, like, reinforcement unit. It's so fucking good. That makes Night Fae, like, one of the best alone. Just because their ability to do, like, multiple missions at a time is so good, because you can send in just a few followers, and then carry them with the Arden Wheel trappers. That's a really underrated part of it. And then Solace for Lost Souls. I just slap these guys down, and yeah, they do the mission taking basically no damage. I take 2% damage on Karain, and I take some damage on these guys, but they level up, so, you know, there you go. Now that I've gotten that taken care of, my bags are an absolute mess, so I kind of want to go store some of that. At least the anima part of it. Oh, on this character, I have maxed out my conductor, though, so that's nice, I suppose. It is my main, after all. And I'm also debating doing at least the first few bosses of hard mode Tazavesh on stream. Just because I really want to get Ticking Sack of Terror. So, I might try to do hard mode Tazavesh at some point. Not 100% sure. Maybe it wouldn't really make for good stream content. I should pick these up before I'm, you know, doing anything else, just in case. But, God, I need to do that at some point. And the problem that I'm running into now is I really only have time to just, like, play the game while I'm streaming. Because I'm doing this regardless. And if I'm not actually playing the game, I'm doing video editing or homework or something else. So it's just... it's a lot of work. Alright, let's go to Oribos. And I'm just going to basically speedrun Torghast. No. Always fun to call it a speedrun. No, everything's more fun if you call it a speedrun. Hey, that rhymes. Watch someone named Cosmic Dog come to the stream. I'm gonna be real suspicious if somebody named Cosmic Dog comes to the stream. Then I'll know somebody's fucking with me. But that would be funny. I probably should still do this assault this week, but I've just been so lazy on this character. I say lazy, but I just haven't had time to do anything. It's like, I have to pick and choose, right? I have to be like, okay, am I gonna do shit on my Death Knight today, or am I gonna spend more time on my warrior? And any effort I put into my warrior is, like, not that important. The only reason I'm even doing this is because I can mail the Soul Ash over. Like, yeah, I have a decent amount of Soul Ash. Doing Layer 12, I should be able to get enough to fund at least one transfer over to my warrior. As a low item level tank, it's hard to stay alive on some bosses in Tazavesh. Yeah. No, what I meant is I'm going to do Tazavesh hard mode on this character. So, I am not low item level on this character. That's for goddamn sure. This character, I am stacked as fuck. The only things I have that are still, like, iffy is I have 2 heroic Sanctum pieces. Just for, like, you know, the shard slots and whatnot. I guess I don't have a Mythic Shield, but I do have the Sylvanas Shield, so that's something. This is, technically speaking, not Mythic item level, but it's Crit Verse, which is my Bis Prio, with a socket. These rings, I mean, I technically speaking could have gotten Mythic rings by now. Like, my guild has disenchanted Mythic rings, and I've passed on them because they won't be better than what I have right now. And then my Salvage Fusion Amplifier is heroic, but that thing is my Bis Trinket. So I have, like, ridiculously good gear right now in my Prot Warrior. It's actually kind of silly. And yes, I am using consumables for Torghast, but that's because at this point, I have so many of them, and I have more gold than I know what to do with. So, yeah, I'm just going to pop consumables to make Torghast easier. Why not? I'm even going to augment rune, because as we've established, I have millions of them. If it looks like I don't have many augment runes left, just know that I have like over 100 sitting in my bank, just chilling there for whenever I need them. Whenever I do run out, I just go and restock. Band of Longswords. Band of Longswords is a very, very, very good support anima power. Now, it doesn't do that much damage, but there's basically ways that you can buff Whirlwind's damage. And Whirlwinds, when you get certain anima powers for it, will also be a rage generator. So, if you get Fan of Longswords, and you get stuff that makes it so Whirlwind generates rage, then effectively every single shield slam will send you to full rage. It's really, really broken, and it's fun. I saw you using Wormhole Generator in a video once, and it made me immediately go out and buy it while I was leveling my tunes. It's so nice, yeah. Wormhole Generator is like one of the most useful items in Shadowlands, hands down. It actually, like, it's interesting because at this point, I think that, like, everybody knows about it, but then I'm reminded that, like, a lot of people still don't really know that it exists because there's a lot of stuff that, like, huh. I've never seen this power before. What the fuck? Your first shattering throw on a floor deals 4,000% increased damage. Holy shit. And shatters an anima cell from the target? So normally I don't take epic anima powers, but fuck that. That's overpowered. I can do this fast enough to make up for the loss of score from not taking, you know, an anima power. That is so broken. What the fuck? How have I never seen that? I've done Torghast on my warrior so many times, and I have never been offered that power. That is crazy. I thought I've seen every single warrior power by now. That may very well be the last power that I've, like, never seen. Because I guess it is an epic, so it is, you know, harder to find, relatively speaking. But you would think that at some point in my god knows how many Torghast runs, I would have seen that one. That's really good. You always use it on the final boss? Yeah, that, like, immediately when I looked at it, that's what I was like, oh yeah, that's what I'll do. And for people who don't know, the best build for warriors in Torghast is Heroic Leap. So, a lot of people think it's Execute build. Execute build is kind of a good support build. Like, it's good on single target, and it's pretty nice if you're, running, like, Fury Warrior as Venthyr or something, but Heroic Leap builds is just second to none when it comes to damage output. Like, I'll show the details after this pull. And this is only with one stack of it, with no actual buffs. Okay, I did... It ended up not doing nearly as much damage as I expected it to. That did not support my points well at all. I maintain that it is still very good. I just did not use it ideally in that case, so... Did it say does not work on bosses? No. Oh, it says does not work against bosses. Does that include the final floor elite? Because that's technically just an elite, not a boss, right? That's what I meant when I said the floor boss, right? So if it works in, like, the final floor, or the final elite of the floor, that's what I care about. Okay, here, the rubble is going to really, really pull its weight. Okay, apparently with only one power, it doesn't do that much. I'm speaking too soon. It still did a decent bit of damage. It's like a big free chunk of damage. Okay, now somebody's fucking with me. Cosmic Bear. Hello, Cosmic Bear. Which one are you? It doesn't work on bosses anymore, but it used to? Gotcha. I would imagine the damage doesn't. They, like, nerfed a few things like that. Like, the Demon Hunter Throw Glaive power, I forget exactly what it's called, but it was whatever the one was that made it so, like, your Throw Glaive would do, like, a huge chunk of the target's health on its, like, next 3 uses. They nerfed that one, so I would imagine that it doesn't work on bosses just at all. We'll see, though. Use it on Lord of Locks. I'll use it on, like, the, empowered whatever guy. Like, at the very, very end of the floor. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Okay, these traps are really trying to hit me here. I forgot that my soul shape was on cooldown. I almost got fucked there. I got lucky, though. disoriented. I could be wrong. The last time I did Torghast... No, you're absolutely correct. I checked the tooltip. It says does not work against bosses. I'm assuming, though, that only means, like, the actual boss. Like, that empowered Mossworn guy does not count as a boss by the game's terms. I refer to it as, like, the floor boss. That's, like, my terminology that I use for it. But the game doesn't consider it a boss, I'm pretty sure. So it should still work against that, at the very least. Ancient Aftershock is so good in Torghast. I mean, Ancient Aftershock is just good everywhere, but especially in Torghast. God, it's so nice.
Excellent. It is still in one piece. You will receive your card, of course. Minus some nominal.
400 Phantasma seems nice, I guess. I have to wonder who's creating all the Cosmic accounts. Like, I'm willing to believe that the first one, the Cosmic Fox, you know, you sound at this point like you're probably a real person. But Cosmic Bear, somebody's just running with the meme. And, I mean, I know at this point, somebody is going to create a Cosmic Dog. Alright, now let's get to... we finally get to see it in action. Okay. Shattering Throw. That's a lot of damage. Alright. Execute, come on. Nice. Good. Woo! Alright. This is going well. 98, what did I miss? Oh, I fucking hate this. You made a new account just for this? Yes, I guessed as much. Oh, fuck. This is... okay. This is going to be really busted. I still obviously only have one of the Heroic Leap things, but once this really gets turned online, this is just going to be insane. I have every single major Heroic Leap power. Now I have the Victory Rush one. Alright. Now I just need more Rumbling Rubbles. Yeah, now you can see, or what is it called? Ancient Rubble? Yeah. I don't know why I call it Rumbling Rubble. I guess it just sounds cool. But yeah, Ancient Rubble, this is with only one stack of the power. It does so much damage on AoE pulls. Oh, that's a tough call. Both of these are really fucking good. Wow. I technically don't need Notched Axe Head. I'm going to go ahead and take it just because it's rare. Thank you, Cosmic Bear. I appreciate you committing to the meme. Okay, I'm getting pretty good Anima powers in general right now. Cosmic Bear wasn't you? I'm guessing it was the other Cosmic then. Or maybe it was just somebody completely different who decided they were gonna, you know, join in on the fun of naming themselves Cosmic Animal or something. Nice. Well, we got a chest, so I'll be covered in that department for a score at least. Well, that is quite the mystery, then. Well, either way, somebody was Cosmic Bear. This is getting way too confusing. Oh, it's this layout. Interesting. There are no elites in this? Wait, but Cosmic, he never said that it was the wolf. I think you got caught there. Because all he said was, I made a new account just for this. He never said, I'm Cosmic Wolf, and I made an account just for this. I don't know. Doesn't add up to me. I smell a plot hole. I mean, I've been playing Shadowlands for how long? I know a plot hole when I see one. I always hate how Blizzard loves to hide like a single urn behind here just so you don't get 100% credit. He did say it was you. Where did he say that? He said, okay, let's read all of Cosmic Bear's messages. He said, hello. He said, hi, Cosmic Wolf and Fox. Or, hi, Cosmic Fox and Wolf. Then he said, I swear a Cosmic Dog is expected. Is there a Cosmic Dog in here? I made a new account for this. Okay, I'm signing off. At no point did he say, I am Cosmic Wolf. He said hi to both of you, and then he also said he made a new account for this. But he did not specify who the he in question was. Ha. Now, maybe, like, you know, it's just a coincidence. But all I'm saying is that at no point he said it was you. But it would be funny if somebody said, if somebody made a Cosmic Dog. That would be quite amusing. I still can't believe the odds of just you two guys having similar names and stuff. And at this point, I definitely believe it because you guys are typing very, very, very fast. Like, you would have to be, like, really, really fucking fast at typing shit to actually both be the same person. So I'm convinced at this point. But I'm still quite surprised that you're not the same person. Because that is a very strange coincidence. You got caught in 4K. It's all good. It was a good attempt, and it was funny. And that's what matters, right? As long as it's funny, who cares? Hey man, sorry I don't have time to stay, but I saw you were live and wanted to say how much I appreciate your content and your work. Only WoW content I watch regularly. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate it, the Nixaw. And you don't need to worry about not being able to stay. I get it, you know, it's a Saturday, people are busy. I would stream more often, it's just this is the only time I actually can stream with classes and all that, so this is when I'm available to be live, but I understand that it's not a time that works for a lot of people. Either way, I do appreciate you stopping in, and I'm glad to hear that you like the videos. Ah, shit. Oh wait, I'm a warrior. Right. Don't care about that. Gonna try to make sure I kill these at the same time. I need to do that at some point. Okay, there we go. They died at the same time. I'm just gonna go with critical damage and healing. Yeah, their Ancient Rubble, despite popping all my cooldowns, it dealt that much damage. That's really fucking good. I'm gonna try to use it here. I also haven't even used the Empowered thing. I probably should. But you don't really need to empower at all. As long as you complete Torghast without dying in a reasonable amount of time. If you get bonuses like don't get hit by traps and, you know, kill the final boss within like 40 seconds or something, then it's really not too bad. I've been able to consistently get Adamant Vaults. I would have to fuck up really badly to not get Adamant Vaults. Nice! Second one. So that's like a massive damage increase. You thought you typed you were Cosmic Wolf on Cosmic Bear, but you guess you didn't? Ah. Yes. I noticed those type of things. It seems minor, but I was paying attention. I think this shoots out fire, right? Yeah. Definitely don't want to get hit by traps. That would be a very easy way to end my run. I mean, I technically, even if I didn't have the trap bonus, I could 5-star it still. but that would be losing like a 10-point wiggle room. And I've already lost the epic power one, which I think is worth it. I never used Shattering Throw on that guy, huh? I forgot. Shit. I can use it here, though. Third Ancient Rubble is crazy good. Voracious Culling Blade is crazy good. Zolval's War Banner is crazy good. Just gonna go ahead and take 2 Plundered Anima Cells. Pop these. Please Intimidating Shout. Or crap. I said Intimidating Shout, and I meant Demoralizing Shout, and then it gave me Intimidating Shout. I need to choose my words carefully. Shattering Throw the Broker, just end their life. Oh, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Yeah. And then, Coalesce Power. Oh yeah, Refractive Shield. Oh, Refractive Shield's so nice. Guaranteed into the fray. Oh, that's sweet. Now I have Ravager, so... Sure, too many keybinds. No! Oh! This is... Okay. This is gonna be kind of nuts. Oh, dear God. I got that many in a short period of time. So... Yeah, now... This build really takes off. This is just gonna melt, basically. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Pretty much what I was saying. Yeah. It's broken. How much damage did that deal? Okay. On 2 targets. Yep, that sounds about right.
I need to get closer.
I do want to attempt at some point a no anima powers flawless run, but that's going to be really challenging. I will have a decent amount of wiggle room in my points, just, you know, because I won't have, you know, any epic powers and whatnot. But it's going to be hard to do that, at least at such a fast pace, that I can get, like, the time bonus. That is where I think I'm mostly going to struggle by doing that. But it should be interesting. I think it's, in theory, possible. It's just going to be very, very hard. Okay. That dealt 100k damage. That was only, yeah, 2 targets again, so... Okay. Now I just need to not get hit by any of these things. Nice. How does the new Torghast work? So, new Torghast, basically... I'll explain the exact scoring system when I get to the end, because it's kind of complicated, and it would be easier for me to show the final, like, score tally and explain where I got all of the points than it would be for me to sit here and try to explain all the different things. Basically, there's a new thing called the Adamant Vaults, which is like a bonus floor that you get after the final boss of Torghast. Wait a second, this is neither Blood DK nor Prot Pally. You are correct. You have been bamboozled. But no, all joking aside, I did Torghast on my Blood DK to get Soul Ash, and then I realized that it would just be faster for me to do it on my Warrior to get the Soul Ash to mail over to my Blood DK. So, that's what I'm doing. Unfortunately, I also was unable to get into a group for Castle Nathria, like on any difficulty, nothing's up. So I can't really get Super Strain, so I can't really get my Legendary, so that kind of it makes it hard for me to like motivate myself to do more stuff on it today, at least. I think off stream I'm going to try to finish up my Legendary. What the fuck? Yeah, this thing hits like a truck. So I'll get my Legendary, and then tomorrow I'll do more Blood DK stuff, so... You can mail Soul Ash now. Yes, you can, in fact. So that's kind of nice. That is a 9.1 thing. But I will be doing Prot Pally later in the stream. So after I'm done doing this Torghast stuff, and, you know, sending the requisite Soul Ash over to my Blood DK, that's when I'll be swapping over to Prot Pally. And that should be fun. Prot Pally, I'm definitely a decent bit away from having geared, though. My Prot Pally is on Alliance, actually, and it's on Kel'Thuzad, and the issue with that is, well, Kel'Thuzad is not a very populated server, and because of that, the auction house prices are kind of ludicrous. So it's really hard for me to get 200 item level gear. So I'm going to have to farm a lot of stuff. Hey, now, I main Horde, alright? It's just, I already have it leveled on Alliance. Lightforged Draenei are pretty cool. And it's like one of the only characters I actually play on Alliance side. Because, I mean, I love Lightforged Draenei. They're a cool race, what can I say? They have a really good racial. That's the main reason I like them. Like, their customization options are neat and all, but it's mostly just because calling down a gigantic laser beam is fucking awesome. Yeah, and there's a lot of people here who do like Alliance, so, you know, I don't want to alienate them. So, goes to show that I will still play Alliance sometimes, just not all the time. Okay, sure. Gonna wait for the thing to go off, then I can run in here and grab these urns. I think I'm still mostly on track to get a flawless run. There is a lot of wiggle room, of course, but I haven't really utilized the empower thing a lot. Stream just stopped for you? That's weird. There's nothing on my end. Is it stopped for everybody? Is anybody else having issues? Because I've had times where the stream doesn't work. Fine here. Oh, so you were saying same to something else. Okay, I see. Yeah. Like, whenever the stream stops, and it, like, definitely 100% stops, like, I can tell. You know, there's an issue with the playback or something. But here, it definitely was working fine. But yeah, it looks like it's going well for everybody, so thank you for letting me know. Just wanted to be sure. I guess, sorry, Cosmic, but it looks like it's just something for you, man. And Mutated said, just joined the stream, but it's fine on your end. Awesome. Well, welcome to the stream, Mutated. Good to have you here. I am wrapping up Torghast on my alt, for people who missed that part. Or I should say, wrapping up Torghast on my main, so that I can mail over Soul Ash to my alt. But this initially started with me doing Torghast on my alt, and then I'm like, why am I doing this? I could just send over Soul Ash. This would be much easier. Sure, Obleron Ephemera. And then I kill this guy. Okay, I'm gonna try to kill this guy really quickly. We'll see. So, this... Oh, wait, that locks out my other damage pot? I never tried that. I didn't know. Oh, well. Nice. Okay, yeah, so I definitely cut it a little bit more close there than I like to, with all, you know, the other shenanigans I was doing. I didn't shatter the broker, yeah. I forgot, damn it. I'm not used to having this shatter thing. It's not an anima power I've played with ever. So, I mean, we have adamant halls. I'll remember to shatter stuff in adamant halls. I'll shatter the boss there. So, okay. For people who asked earlier how new Torghast works, this is basically the score panel. So this is the main change to Torghast. Adamant Halls is added. Adamant Halls is really nothing special. You'll get to watch it when I do it in a second. It's just a slightly harder Torghast wing, but it never really feels harder because by the time you get there, you already are like beefed up on anima powers. And it gives like decent stuff. It gives like conduit upgrades and whatnot, but overall it's nothing special. The important thing to know is that in order to unlock it, you need to get a flawless run of Torghast, or I think you need to get at least like 4 stars, right? I believe it's 4 stars. And then I think getting a flawless Torghast run is just, what are the advantages of it? I never actually realized, because I think, right, Adamant Halls is just, you need to get like a, is it a flawless run for Adamant Halls? Or maybe I'm confusing it. I think it's flawless for Adamant Halls, and then you need at least a 4-star or higher, or maybe it's a 3-star to like progress to the next level. So while you're getting the new Torghast floors done, you need to at least get like this much or something. I forget exactly. It's been a while. But either way, flawless runs, let's just go with they let you access Adamant Vaults, because I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Basically, the main thing is completion. So Blizzard realized that a lot of people, myself kind of, were pushing this idea of just speedrun to the end of Torghast and ignore all of the mobs and just get your Soul Ash as fast as possible. So a lot of people think that this is a good system. I can tell you right now, it is one of the worst things they've added to this game. This exists for no other reason than to punish you for not actually going out of your way to kill every single last mob on the floor. And if you miss one tiny little urn, you lose a point. It's like you have to literally kill every single urn, every single mob, every single elite, pick up all of the different things on a single floor to actually get it done. And then to top it off, when they added this change, they also added a time limit. So you can technically go over the time limit, but as you start to go over the time limit, you begin to lose score. So you have to do Torghast within the par time that they put here. Note how I am on a mythic geared, nearly best in slot Prot warrior. I've done this a million times before, so I'm experienced with it. I'd like to think I'm pretty fucking good at the game, and I had an insane Torghast build in this run, and I was 2 minutes off the par time. So imagine trying to do this on a character that isn't, like, extremely geared, that isn't super, like, lucky with anima powers, and that's kind of what it's like to do modern Torghast. You have to fully clear every single floor, then you have to go for the par time, and there's also this, like, new empowerment thing, where I obviously did not manage the empowerment thing well at all, just because it's annoying to have to min-max this, and I knew that I could flawless it regardless, so I just kind of ignored it. But it's basically a buff that you get, which increases your haste and gives you, like, some other things, and then you get bonus points for doing things with the empower buff active. And the idea is you effectively want to line up a bunch of Ashen Phylacteries and a bunch of mobs, and then kill them all with the empower buff. And here's the most dumb fucking part about the empower buff. This buff does not actually work the way that a lot of people think it would. So you would think, right, that doing harder things with the empower buff active would give you more progress. No. Basically, it gives you, it says all actions grant you 100% bonus points. Every single floor, like every single bit of completion that you get for one of your floors, effectively you can look at it as, like, let's say killing a mob gives you 1%. Or something. So, killing a mob with the empowerment buff active gives you 1/6 of a percent in that case, because it's like you get the 1% doubled, but then it's counting for all floors, so it only gives you a tiny amount. So instead of actually, and like maybe an elite would count for like 5, so then that would basically give you like +1 if you killed a single elite with that thing. It's really hard to explain, but the TLDR of this is the way to min-max your empowerment, like, efficiency, is you need to kill a lot of tiny mobs. You need to round up a bunch of very small, trivial mobs, pop the empowerment buff, kill those, and then, ironically, the best thing to do with the empowerment buff is to kill phylacteries. You know those little urns that sit in the side and do absolutely fuck all? They're just there to be broken for Phantasma? Yeah, you want to empower yourself to kill those urns. It's like the most counterintuitive thing possible. This gives you a buff that improves your combat ability, and you want to use it to destroy, like, scenery, right? Because the way that it works is it just looks at how much floor completion you get from doing that action, and it doubles that. And then counts that across, like, an entire 6 floors. It's a very weird system, but you can get a lot of bonus points if you know how to use the empowered buff properly. It gives more speed. Yeah, that's something, I suppose. The main thing is, obviously, you need 200 points to get flawless, and even with the, main things over here, let's say I had gotten, like, 100, let's say I had done this slightly faster and gotten, like, 35 points, and let's say I had, like, 25 points, which is what you can get if you are good with it. of Empowered. That's still not 200 points. So no matter what, you're going to need to get some of these bonus effects down here. So if you've ever played Slay the Spire, and then at the end of your run, it like pops up all these like flashy words on your screen, like when you kill the heart or whatever, and it's like, you know, kind of pillager or gold hoarder and all these like fancy buzzwords and stuff like that. That's basically Slay the Spire's fun way of telling you these are all the cool unofficial challenges that you met within this run. So somebody at Blizzard looked at that and said, hey, that looks cool, let's turn that into a mechanic that we can beat players over the head with. So they incorporated it into this system, completely misunderstanding why it works in Slay the Spire. Hint, the reason why it works in Slay the Spire is because it doesn't fucking matter at all. In Slay the Spire, when you finish a run and you see all these cool little things on your screen, it's not like you were actually going for this. You just get to go like, oh, wow, I killed 2 elites within 10 seconds. That's neat. Or you see on Slay the Spire, it's like flawless. And then you're like, wow, wait, I killed a boss with like no damage taken. I don't remember doing that. Oh yeah, that was that boss. Oh yeah, I did do that. That was cool. And then the game kind of reminds you of all those cool little challenges you did over the course of your run. Here in Torghast, you need to do these challenges if you want to properly hit the score level required for Flawless. Now, these are only some of the ones available, the ones that I got in this run. One of the ones, which is pretty infamous, is Take No Epic Anima Powers. Now, this is doable on most classes. Generally speaking, you can do any class with, like, no Epic Anima Powers and stuff, but some classes are better at it than others. There are some classes like Monk, like Warrior to an extent. Shaman, I've heard, is similar, though I don't play one, where a lot of your best powers are common powers. So you can just spam common powers and just sail through the run really easily. So for Warrior, if I wanted to, I could have just taken Ancient Rubble and like a few other supporting things that are rare, and I would have been fine. And then boom, I would have gotten an extra, like, what is it, 10 or 15 points or something, just by not picking up an Epic Anima power. So that is something that a lot of people go for. In fact, a lot of times I've heard that if you pug Torghast, they will kick you and reform the group if you pick an Epic Anima power or something. I've heard that's like a thing a lot of people complain about. So that's one of the main ways that people like to gain points. There's other stuff like here. So Hunter gives me 15 points. No enemy reached 4 unnatural power stacks. This just means if you're really overgeared and you manage to kill every single elite before it like gains that passive bonus for being alive for too long, you get 15 points. So it rewards you for having more item level effectively. Pillager, everybody should basically get this. It's just hunt down every single Ashen Phylactery and destroy it. This is almost redundant because you have to get the completion bonus anyway, so it's like, whatever. Robbed a Broker. This you can do either with this power over here, Shoplifter. So there's this new system called the Box of Many Things, and if I try to explain that, I'd be here forever. Basically, this lets you kill brokers and loot their stuff. You can also use the, whatever it's called, that Anima Cell, Ravenous Anima Cell, to kill a broker. That counts as well. Rescuer assisted a denizen of Torghast. So this is what I really hate. Rescuer and Plunderer. So Rescuer, basically, it's 5 points for... Did the stream die? No, I'm still moving. I'm just talking. I don't know if you didn't hear, though. But I'm just kind of explaining this. So Rescuer, basically, you rescue, like, one of those people. So it's one of those things where you interact with somebody and you go and, like, find their object and, like, save them. That's always existed. But now, by finding one of these, you get points. Same thing for opening a chest. And here's the issue. There's a chance that you get only one of them or neither. I've had runs where I get neither a chest or a rescuer. And that means that I'm just missing out on 15 points that I just don't have access to because that did not spawn within my run. It's really annoying RNG. It doesn't happen all the time, and it rarely ends up being the difference between failing a run or getting a flawless, but sometimes it happens, and it's really annoying. I'll catch up later. Good luck with the stream. Gonna watch What If with your son. No problem. Have fun, Malcock. Is that how you say it? Owner Malcock, I think. Either way, thank you for watching, and have fun with your son. But, yeah, so other powers. This is a really easy one to get, or a really good one to get. Trap Master. No trap damage. This is literally just, don't get hit by traps. And once you actually learn how to, dodge all the traps, this is a free 10 points. This one is another effectively free 10 points. It can be hard for some people, but especially for tanks, it's not too difficult. Kill 2 elites within 10 seconds. If you know that you want to get this and you're planning ahead to try and get this, you can just whittle 2 elites down to like 5% HP and then kill them off really quickly, and that's 10 points. So that's something I almost always go for. And then Annihilator, this one is really good if you manage to get it, but it's not always possible. There's 2 tiers, so you can see I get 20 points from this. So boss killed in under 20 seconds gives 10 points, and then there's a second bonus of boss killed in under 40 seconds that gives 10 points. So if you only kill the boss in under 40 seconds, you get 10 points. If you kill it in under 20 seconds, you get the points from both this one and the one for killing it in under 40 seconds. It doesn't show it, but it double counts it effectively. So if you look into the code, they're technically only 10 points each, but they stack on top of each other. So if you have really good anima powers by the time that you get to the final boss, you can kind of make up for having a slightly weak run overall by getting a lot of points from this. And then lastly, one that is relatively easy to get most of the time is collect at least 30, they call it Ma powers on this for some reason, but anima powers. So as long as you have above 30, you get another 10 points. And I've pretty much always gotten this. I mean, unless you're doing something really weird, you should always be able to get at least 30 anima powers. So generally speaking, as you can see here, I didn't even min-max my empowered buff much at all. I took an epic anima power, I took multiple, and overall, I wasn't playing super, like, intensely for score. I've had runs, like I said, where I get up to, like, 280 score, and all I need is 200. Generally speaking, as long as you do the run efficiently, and you get, like, good anima powers, you get no epic anima powers, you don't get hit by traps, you get the double elite thing, and then you don't die, and do it quickly, and full clear every single floor. Now that I say it, it sounds like a lot. It's a lot to do, but you generally don't need to go out of your way to do anything special. The problem is that a lot of the things that I just mentioned, a lot of the stuff that I said, oh yeah, you know, as long as you do X, is really hard to do for alts or new characters. So it's really annoying trying to flawless Torghast on a undergeared character. I've had a lot of trouble doing that, like on my Hunter, for instance. I mean, a lot of people at this point have seen my Hunter videos, so I'm gonna assume that if you're watching the stream, you've probably seen them, and you know how much trouble I've had doing Torghast on my Hunter. And of course, a lot of people are like, oh, just solo it, Horde. I try to do it on my own, but yeah, it definitely is really difficult when you do it that way. You're leveling a Fury Warrior and you got to 35 in like 6 hours? Nice. And yeah, Fury Warrior is pretty fun, so I've heard. Never been something that I've played myself, because there's very few, like... Well, I say that. Generally speaking, I haven't played a lot of DPS, but I have played, like, Windwalker. I've actually played Arms Warrior a little bit, but not as much as the others. And I played, like... What was it? Trying to remember. Havoc Demon Hunter. Right. So I generally do play, like, DPS specs for tanks, but I guess I've never really messed around with Fury. A little bit, I guess, but, like, never at max level. It's always something that I've played every now and then while leveling, and it's just not something I've ever super cared about, but I know a lot of people that swear by it. Like, one of my best friends plays Fury, and it's, like, his favorite spec. He loves it. So, hopefully you enjoy it. See, people in chat are big fans of Fury Warrior as well. Now, one nice thing about Adamant Vaults, Adamant Vaults, like, I always call it Adamant Halls, but it's actually Adamant Vaults. You don't actually need to full clear it, so a lot of times, like, I get into that zone of, like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, like, make sure I full clear the floor, because that's what I need to do in Torghast now, and then I remember it's Adamant Vaults, and I don't have to do that. And then I'm like, oh yeah, and I just kind of go through and speedrun it, because you can do that. And I prefer doing it this way, because I hate Torghast. So that's what I'm going to do. And it doesn't matter if I'm pulling a million mobs to me, because the nice thing about this warrior build is it's really good at dealing with lots of mobs. So I'm going to go over here, I'm going to pop all this stuff, and they're all dead. Works out well. Okay, reduce the cooldown, heroic leap. Shatter this time. Good thing I looked at chat. Yes, okay, that felt good. Never surrender. Oh, lithium waits. Well, maybe I can't jump, but I can leap heroically. That is something that still I am able to do without it counting as a jump. So, there you go. Warrior is one of your favorite classes to play as Vulperia, which is just the thought of being a 3-foot tall angry ball of fur. Yes. I can see that. That sounds fun. Survival Hunter in Necrotic Wake, you once did 20k more damage than your Fury Warrior. You did the most damage out of the group. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Survival Hunter definitely can pump pretty hard. Yeah, so I could go and grab all of these different, like, phylacteries and stuff, but the score system doesn't matter in Adamant Vaults. I don't need to care. And because I killed the brokers before, they're already dead here. If I interact with him, it appears this broker was killed earlier. Oof. I'm sorry, buddy. I did what I had to do. I barely used Voracious Culling Blade, though. God damn. Okay. Ooh, I got Recklessness. That's actually really good. God, this boss is so stupid as a warrior. Oh no! It's gonna stop! Whatever shall I do? Oh no, panda racial. Okay. Yay! Conduit upgrade. I think I can actually... You can max tower knowledge this week, right? I'm pretty sure. Fury is the only spec you've played at max level since you're kind of new in 9.1. Ah. Yeah, I will say Fury isn't bad right now, but it definitely is a little bit underwhelming compared to some of the other specs, unfortunately. One thing I could do better is not doing Yeti in the challenge in Hillsbrad, because you died a lot there. I would say as a Fury Warrior, if you swap to Prot, you should be able to do most of the challenges. You might need to do some fancy stuff like kiting. Maybe not. It might be a bit tricky. I would say if you have like some sort of healing, like leveling as a warrior, like speed leveling as a warrior, to this day, I still recommend using like bandages and stuff for things like that. So if you like kite and then bandage up, that's actually not a bad option. So you can do that, right? Then, okay, I haven't hit the weekly or the seasonal cap yet, or whatever it's called. But yeah, I would say that's definitely doable. And Yetimus, Yetimus you could probably do as a Prot Warrior. It might be a little bit tricky, though. At least the way to survive stuff out in the open world that's really, really, really hard hitting as a Prot Warrior, especially while leveling, Victory Rush. Abuse the shit out of Victory Rush, because if you pull in a lot of like really weak mobs and kill them off one by one, you basically have infinite healing, and it's really broken. Let's see. I don't like this power. I think I'm just going to maximize these things. I'll go with that. Sure. Like, having reduced damage taken from traps doesn't matter, because the current design of Torghast incentivizes you to never get hit by traps, so it's like, what's the point, really? I don't know. And yes, when I was leveling my Death Knight, I helped Cosmic Wolf on Yetimus. He yelled in zone chat that he needed help in Yetimus, and I was like, alright. I had already killed it by that point, but I went over and I helped him out. So, yes. Anima powers that take away your jump or backpedal abilities are so funny because they're incredibly OP considering their only drawback being mechanics that don't mean too much. I mean, the not jumping one did kind of hurt me on my Death Knight earlier, but overall, yes, the drawback is pretty minor. It's one of those things where it's minor 99% of the time, and then the one time where it actually does matter, and it actually does, like, kick your teeth in, you're just like, oh god, why did I pick this power? It's mostly the jump one. There are some very niche instances in Torghast where you do need to jump, and then you're just like, oh, fuck me. Yeah, I guess I'll go with Resonant Throat Bands. I never picked this thing up. I don't think it's worth it.
I need to get closer.
More just because I can't be asked to, like, actually, keybind one of those potions. Things that give me, like, extra buttons, I'm just like, fuck it. I'm good enough. Story of WoW, the drawbacks don't mean anything until the one time they absolutely screw you. Yeah, that's pretty fair. That can apply to quite a lot of stuff in this game. You're definitely correct about that. I swear it's gotta be good, but I can never bother to keep shouts up. Oh no, I was talking about the, the box of potions. This power, Resonant Throat Bands, is really good. Now, admittedly, it's gonna be way better if you're playing Prot Warrior, because I don't think that DPS Warriors actually have, like, relevant shouts. Correct me if I'm wrong. But Prot Warrior, one of my main damaging cooldowns is Demo Shout. So, because of that, I use Demo Shout regardless when I'm doing my burst window. So, that makes it really easy to keep that buff up. And I would say that buff is really, really, really good if you get the one where it's like... what's the name of it? I forget, but the one where basically when you use a shout, it lasts 500% longer or something like that, and it randomly selects it. So if you get that to randomly select one of the shouts that you apply to enemies, even if it's like Intimidating Shout or something, you just press that once at the start of, like, well, every fight where you can use it, and then boom, that's 30% increased damage, potentially more if you have different stacks of Resonant Throat Bands. It's definitely really good. Furi Warrior has the slow shout. Oh, does Piercing Howl count as a shout? If it does, then I could see that being good. I mean, doesn't every Warrior spec have Intimidating Shout, or Challenging Shout, is what I'm thinking of? I think they all have Intimidating Shout. Intimidating Shout is not good to get that to hit, though, because it breaks on damage. So, either way, it's, you know, not a great one for this. I guess Intimidating Shout, if you're really trying to min-max, it can be good if you pop it, like, on pull, and then your very first hit of the pull, like, if you're running Ancient Aftershock, you can make it so your Ancient Aftershock does a shit ton of damage. So, like, here, because I had Intimidating Shout, my Ancient Aftershock hit for, like, a truck. I'm just gonna pop this here. I need to be better about min-maxing my, Empowered usage, so I'm just gonna go ahead and slam it whenever it's active. That's good. I'll take that. You can confirm that you have Intimidating Shout? Nice. Oh, this one's nuts. Your auto attacks have a chance to proc Ancient Aftershock. Okay. Yeah, I love that power. What are my thoughts on following the guides in Wowhead, like the pretty strict rotation guides they have? I think my opinion on Wowhead guides in general is that it's very hit or miss. And the thing that you need to know about Wowhead guides is it's important to check who's actually writing it. So, for instance, for the Hunter guides, Azurtharian writes basically every single Hunter guide under the sun on, like, every single website, and Azurtharian knows what the fuck he's talking about. So if you see a Hunter guide by Azurtharian, you can be pretty sure that, okay, this information is going to be useful to me. But if you see a guide for a class, and it's some dude that has absolutely zero credentials and you have no idea who they are, then you can rest assured that Wowhead just pulled some dude off the street and told them, hey, write a guide for us. Because some of their guides are really, really inaccurate and just make no fucking sense. And when you check who they're written by, it's just some random guy who has absolutely no experience playing the spec whatsoever. And sometimes they have people writing guides that, you know, are good players, but don't play the spec. They play like something else entirely. So somebody maybe who writes a spec for one guide and has a really good guide for one spec will write a really shitty guide for another spec. It's very hit or miss. Same thing goes for Icy Veins. Icy Veins is notorious for having really bad misinformation on site, but you can look at different guides for classes on Icy Veins, and some guides will have really detailed information that's like spot on, and others will just be a fucking shit show. So it depends whether or not like it's actually written by somebody who's good. That said, generally speaking, if you're looking at one of those guides and it's written by somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, if you go into the class Discord, they're going to be there probably. Like Azertharian writes all of the hunter guides, but he's also really active in the class Discord. And I would say, generally speaking, with the exception of Paladins, the Paladin Discord is a fucking garbage dumpster fire. Don't use the Paladin Discord. I mean, it might have some good information there, but all of the moderators are toxic as fuck, and if you try to ask a question on anything, they're probably going to ban you instead of answering your question. So it's just a very, very, very shit server. Everything else, though, every other class Discord, and I've had actually at this point enough experiences with every single class Discord to properly say, you know, whether or not they're useful, because when I made my Covenant spreadsheet, I got a lot of mixed opinions from the class Discords. The only one that outright was hostile to me was the Paladin one. They were absolutely extremely toxic. I've said this before. They straight up banned me within the first 12 hours of me creating the sheet. Absolutely terrible moderators, just shitty people overall. Every single other class Discord had really nice people who reached out to me to, like, basically provide me with, like, constant updates on what the most accurate, like, data was for Covenants and stuff like that. So literally every single class Discord that is not Paladin has great people running it. Like, they know their shit, they're constantly on top of making sure they know, like, all the most updated information for the class. You can't go wrong with any of them. So if you're looking to learn a Paladin, unfortunately, I don't really know what to recommend, but every other class, I would say class Discord first, and then if their class Discord recommends you check out the Wowhead or Icy Veins guide, then yeah, you can probably trust that it's pretty accurate. Alright, let me catch up on everything else. How can I zoom out that much? This isn't anything more than you can do in the base game. I don't have my zoom modded, if that's what you're asking. This is just the max zoom that the game allows you to do. Paladin main's toxic? Who would have thought? Paladins being toxic, as the Mighty Heavy once said, not big surprise. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, my friend who plays a Paladin, you know, he's still my friend, still love the dude, but he's definitely a bit of a toxic asshole. At least, he is a toxic asshole in a fun way, unlike the people over at the Hammer of Wrath Discord. Like, he's the kind of person who gets banned for calling somebody a Cheeto dust liquor in Antorus the Burning Throne general chat, which... I was going through old posts on my Discord recently, and I found that post that he made, because that was just so great. He was with our group. We were running a Guild's Heroic Alt Clear, and I don't remember how it started, but I think somebody started saying some dumb shit in Antorus general chat, and then he started calling the dude, like, a Cheeto dust liquor and saying, like, you're licking Cheeto dust off your fingers. And then he just went into, like, a stream of different expletives in Antorus general chat, like, saying all this stuff about, like, what he would do to the guy's mom and whatnot. Just really went off. And then he got silenced for it, which, you know, big surprise there. Of course, at the time, I'm like, man, why the fuck are you saying this shit? You know that somebody's gonna report you. And somebody reported him. So, he submitted an appeal for his report. And basically said, like, you know, I was falsely reported, please unban it. So then the GM sent him an email back, which listed out all of the things that he said in Antorus the Burning Throne general chat, and said, for the above reasons, we will not be removing your silence. It'll be gone in 24 hours or something like that. So I stumbled upon that recently, and I was laughing my ass off at it. And, you know, that's the thing. He's a paladin. They can be toxic sometimes, but, you know, some of them are okay. The ones who use their toxicity for good. I mean, I don't think flaming people in Antorus general chat is good, but I don't remember exactly what was being said, but if I recall, it was just some dude saying really dumb shit in Antorus general chat, and that pissed my friend off. So, you know, he was using it for, like, let's say, like, chaotic good. It's probably maybe a more accurate assessment of what he was doing. I'll pop empowerment buff here. Furi gets a power that makes the AoE slow autocast on leap, so if you have that with throat bands... Oh yeah, Prot Warrior has that too, but it actually does Demo Shout on leap, which is really nuts. Because if you have Demo Shout on leap, Demo Shout makes it so enemies take increased damage from you. It also generates rage. And, I mean, just being able to constantly apply that is really broken. Warhammer says, I gave tanking another try on a fresh Brewmaster, and it was super fun, but I had to stop when I hit 30 because I don't know any dungeons at that point. Hey man, honestly, you don't need to level through dungeons. I'd say just level through, like, questing and stuff. And then, once you get to max level, just learn all of the dungeons. Honestly, dungeons this expansion aren't too tricky. I would say... Like, when I think about it, none of the dungeons here are really that complicated. Mists of Tyranna Scythe has, like, part of it that's kind of weird. There's, like, a little puzzle section. But you don't need to do it as a tank. It's not, like, required. Like, other people can handle it, so I guess that's not, like, a tanking thing, per se. Some people will expect the tank to do it, but a lot of times, even though I know how it's handled, I'll just go out and say, hey, I'm lazy, somebody else do the puzzle. And, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't require a tank to do it. I guess Necrotic Wake is maybe one where the tank is kind of somewhat expected to know, like, a specific route. There's a lot of skips in Necrotic Wake that you kind of need to do. Sanguine Depths has a part that is kind of demanding on tanks. That's kind of it, though. Like, obviously, if we're talking about, like, Mythic plus 15 strats and stuff like that, then, yeah, there's obviously a lot of, you know, different strategies that you need to know. But in terms of, like, the base dungeons, there's nothing too crazy this expansion. So I wouldn't worry about it. If you're really enjoying tanking, just, you know, keep trying it. Nobody is going to fault you for being a new tank and having to ask for help in the dungeons. As long as you're clear about that. Like, I've said this before. If you're a new tank, just be honest about it. When you join a group, just say, hey, I'm new, can somebody explain, like, what the route is? 99% of people will be like, yeah, sure, I can explain it. And then as long as you know, do the polls that they recommend and go through it at, like, a slow and steady pace without being, like, too big on taking risks and whatnot, then you should be fine, really. That's all you need to do. What if you're a casual WoW player and can't differ good people for a guide or bad ones? Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest problems with WoW right now. There's a lot of misinformation. It's definitely tricky. I mean, that's the reason why I dislike some of those guides. You know, I'm not saying that it's okay for Wowhead to have shitty guides out there. I've spoken on this before, but I really dislike when, you know, websites or YouTubers try to put out a guide for every class. I think that you should know what your strengths are and play to those strengths. And if you highlight your weaknesses by making a guide on something that you know fuck all about, everybody else is going to realize that too, and then they're going to greatly dislike you for it. And yeah, that is one of the problems that Wowhead and many other sites and YouTube channels have. They make guides on stuff that they have no fucking clue about, and then they spread a lot of misinformation, and new players who don't really know any better. Huh. Interesting. I've never been up there. But yeah, new players will, like, not really know any better than to check those guides, because they're like, oh yeah, Wowhead. Like, I've gone to Wowhead for millions of things. And then they'll find a guide that has absolutely incorrect info, and, you know, it'll lead them down the wrong path, right? I will give Wowhead some credit. It's gotten a lot better over the years. Their guides these days, I would say, are not perfect, but they are still, for the most part, good enough. They'll teach you the class on a basic level. But most people that want to look for a guide want to learn more than just the basic level. They want to actually understand a class and learn, like, the intricacies of it. So that's one thing that some Wowhead guides can't really properly teach you. I would say Icy Veins is generally worse in terms of having guides that just really don't teach you anything useful at all. Some of them are good, but there's ones that are just really hot garbage. Had to do the daily annoy your sister? Ah, I see. Kind of realized that the hardest part isn't tanking itself, but leading a group as a new player. So, this is like... Okay, so generally speaking, yes, tanks are meant to lead the group. You don't have to lead the group as a tank, right? Like, that obviously is a difficult part of tanking, but there's nothing about tanking where it says somewhere, oh, you need to be the one leading the group. You absolutely can just let somebody else direct the flow of it. Like, you're going to have to do the pulls, but if somebody tells you this is what the best pull is, and you just follow their lead on that, then that's perfectly fine. It's a bit harder to do because it does require somebody to be, like, a bit more forthright and, like, actually help you instead of just flaming you, and that is kind of rare in this game. I've seen it happen more often in Final Fantasy, but yeah, you absolutely do not need to lead the groups as a tank. Not required in the slightest. Okay. I guess I'll take this. Do I play on EU? No, I play on US servers. I play Horde Mal'Ganis. Mal'Ganis US. So. Did I say how I check people's logs so fast? What do you mean? Like, how I check people's logs so fast? Like, I guess on some of the Survival Hunter stuff, I check people's logs. But, I mean, I guess depends on what you define as fast. In my Survival Hunter videos? I mean, some of it might just be editing, right? Like, a lot of times if I'm, like, checking people's logs, I'm not going to sit there and include, like, the 20 seconds or so that it takes me to look at somebody's logs and be like, okay, let me check this, that kind of thing. So maybe that's what you're referring to. Maybe, like, I cut out the time that I was spending and then it makes it look like it was really fast. Wasn't my intention, but I could see how maybe that would be a bit confusing. But, I mean, I don't know. It generally doesn't take me... Use an add-on? Yeah, I just type their names. So I have, I guess, if you want to know my process for checking somebody's logs, right? I have Warcraft logs open in a tab. Then, if somebody applies, I type their name. Usually don't if it's, like, a special character name. So a lot of times, if somebody isn't, like, blatantly overgeared for something and they have a lot of special characters in their name, I just don't invite them because I'm like, I can't trust that. I can't invite them because I don't know whether their logs are good or bad. If they're obviously super overgeared for it, I'll just be like, yeah, I'll trust that they're good. But generally speaking, I'm, like, a bit more picky with stuff like that. And with actually checking logs, I just have Warcraft logs open in a different tab, and I type their name, I look. A lot of times, all I need to do is look at, like, logs for 2 seconds to know if somebody's good or bad, right? You know, if I'm checking logs for somebody applying to my guilds, right, I'll check a lot of different factors. But if you're checking logs to get people for a pug, you don't need to read into like every single little detail. You can, generally speaking, get a good assessment on whether or not this person has a brain with like 2 seconds of looking at logs. It's like, the only times where I actually have to spend any meaningful amount of time checking is if it's like, their logs are decent, but they're not amazing, and they're slightly under-geared. So then I'm like, well, maybe if I look at, like, you know, their heroic logs, or normal logs or something. Like, if they have mediocre heroic parses, and I check and see that they have, like, oranges on normal, then I'm like, okay, maybe they just, you know, didn't really do super well in that particular heroic run. I don't know. But generally, it's as simple as, like, you type in your name, you see how much damage they did, and if they have all gray parses, they don't get an invite. If they have, like, blues and purples, they get an invite. Obviously, anything more than that is, like, an immediate click. It's generally speaking that easy. If I see somebody that has straight gray parses, I just do not invite them, right? A single gray parse is usually, like, a warning sign. I'm like, that looks pretty iffy. I don't know if I want to bring this person. But then I'll check some of their other bosses, and I'm like, okay, do they at least have, like, a lot of good parses and other bosses? Like, let's say they have, like, 2 gray parses, and a bunch of other, like, purple and blue parses, and I'm like, oh, that looks bad. But then I see that they only have 1 kill each on both of the bosses that they have a gray on. Then I'll just be like, okay, that person just got really fucked, those 2 pulls. But on every single other boss, they've at least demonstrated that they know what they're doing. Do I ever look at their logs for similar item level parses? No, never. We're talking specifically for pugs. So for recruiting for guilds, yes. And that's why I said it's a lot harder to look at logs when you're trying to, like, recruit somebody for a guild. Because if somebody applies to, like, a raid team that I'm recruiting for, and they're like, here are my logs, but I'm only X item level, I'm just catching up, then I absolutely do look at item level. Because then what I care about isn't necessarily, are they going to perform well at this immediate moment? I'm like, okay, does this person know what they're doing? If I, you know, bring them onto my raid team and, like, teach them stuff, are they going to be able to perform consistently well with enough gear and time? But no matter how good their item level parses are, if that is what somebody can perform, and I'm just recruiting for, like, heroic Sylvanas, right? All that matters is, we're going to pull in 5 minutes. Can this person do good enough damage or healing in 5 minutes? If the answer is no, then I don't care. That kind of thing. And then obviously it's different if it's like someone you're trying to gear. So let's say you did have one of those people that was low item level, and they applied to your guild, and then you were looking for people for heroic Sylvanas, and they said in guild chat, hey, you know, do you still have spots? Even if they still had low item level, in that case, I'd be like, yeah, sure, this person might struggle a bit on this boss now. Maybe not struggle, but they wouldn't do great damage. But I would be investing long term. But if I invite a low item level pug, I'm not investing in anything. They're just going to join my group, get an easy kill in Sylvanas, and then peace out, and I'll never see them again. That type of thing. So, yeah, that's, you know, when you're looking at logs at a very basic level to see if somebody can, you know, do good damage or bad damage, literally, that's what parses are there for. Parses exist as a very easy judgment tool on good, bad, good, bad. The trouble is exactly when somebody applies the type of logic that I'm describing to guild recruitment. If you take this type of logic that I'm saying I use to make, like, heroic Sylvanas pugs, and you apply that to whether or not you're going to invite somebody to your guild, that's where it starts to be a problem. And that's unfortunately something that a lot of people do. A lot of people will look at this and say, oh, well, you know, it seems here that you have pretty weak parses on heroic, and, you know, that's not what we're really looking for here. So usually if somebody, you know, applies to whatever guild I'm in, and they link me, like, parses that aren't great, I'll be like, okay, to be honest, your parses right now aren't amazing, but is there something else that you can show me? And if they show me that, like, for instance, they have really good item level parses, that's usually, if somebody tells me that, I'll look at it, and if they have, like, orange item level parses, I'll be like, huh, okay, yeah, that's a fair point. And then usually in that case, I'll be like, you know, I can't guarantee it, but I can bring you on as, like, a, you know, a backup trial kind of thing. And if you show up to heroic clears and you consistently get good gear, then maybe given another, like, week or two, I can maybe find a spot for you. Like, usually for that type of stuff, I don't like to give any guarantees, and I'm like, hey, if you are, like, you know, looking for something at this immediate moment, and you aren't okay with, like, being brought on board as, like, somebody that, you know, we help catch up, then that's totally okay, and I get it. But this is what I can offer you if you're, like, still catching up. And same thing, like, let's say if somebody maybe is not doing super great this tier, but they're like, hey, I just came back to WoW for, like, the first time in X amount of years, and I'm still getting used to it again, but here are some logs from, like, Legion. And as you can see, back in Legion, I had, like, orange parses on every single boss, and I know what I'm doing, I'm just playing a new class, and it's been a while, and I'm having trouble adjusting. That's where I'll say kind of the same thing. Like, hey, you know, you can come to Heroic. I can't obviously just give you a spot based on Legion logs, but I'll give you a chance to prove yourself, is what I usually do. And not every guild does that. And to be fair, not every guild has to do that. Some guilds just don't really give a shit. I find that if you're not in a guild that's like limit levels or echo levels, or basically any like top 100 build levels, at that point, you generally speaking can find enough good players that you don't need to train new players. But the issue you have is when there's guilds at like the level that I'm rating at now. Now, I don't know if they've necessarily done this because I haven't been handling recruitment for them, so I have no idea. But I've seen a lot of guilds at this level have that mentality of like, we're only going to take people that absolutely can already play at our level. And these types of guilds are not very progressed. They are not that good. They need to take whatever they can get. If somebody is telling them that they are a former like top 100 raider back in Legion, and they, if given enough time, could be a really good asset to the raid team, you take that. You're like, all right, I believe you. I'll invest in, you know, getting you geared over a long period of time. You don't have to give them an immediate raid spot, but it's one of those things where it's silly to not at least consider, you know, somebody who's offering that when you need members more than anything else. But so many guilds have like a really arrogant standpoint of like, I'm only going to take people that are already as progressed as me. And like, fuck off with that. This is a tough one. So Blade of the Tidescorn, I talked about this earlier. Obviously, it's a very good power, but Ancient Rubble is just really nuts. I kind of need more of those. It's like my main damage dealer. This is another tough one. I'm going to go for Demo Shout extension. Jesus Christ. I have 3 of these. 3, and I still have not managed to get the Demo Shout extension. Alright. Fingers crossed. At least it's this one, which isn't too bad. I probably won't be able to get 20 seconds, but I think I should be able to get at least 40 seconds. So that's what I'm going for with this. Just kill him within 40 seconds. So basically, the duration of my avatar, give or take. Nice, got a flawless. Yeah, so I got the boss killed in 40 seconds. Didn't get the full thing. Alright, let me just catch up on chat real quick. With a slow burn group forming process like that, you don't need to be particularly fast. For some reason, I got the impression you were like insta-checking every player's logs. No. I mean, I edited out a lot of just the log checking parts, because that wasn't really interesting. I cut a lot of the just boring footage. I tried to make it more, like, concise. Like, there was so much footage in there that got squashed down to, like, 2 hours, or, like, an hour and a half. Do I ever look at... Oh, yeah, I read that. You need to upload your own logs to Warcraft logs. Yeah. You're still progressing and pulling your weight in Heroic Sanctum, but your parses tell otherwise. Yeah, parses, I mean, if you're just casually progressing through Heroic, it doesn't really matter. Parses are more of a thing that, like, Mythic guilds really care about. There's a lot to parses, though. I can talk a bit more about it in a second. I need to AFK for, like, 5 minutes tops. So, you know, now that I don't need to worry about the timer, I'll be right back, like, real quick. Alright, I'm back. I love how every single time when I leave, I see somebody in chat say, "So how's everybody's day going?" It's like, it's so wholesome. Alright, let me just rush to the end here. I just kind of want to... Oh no, it's getting away with my Phantasma that I really need. Doing okay, recovering from a sickness. Luckily not COVID. Oh yeah, that would be definitely bad if it was COVID, so that's good to hear. Doing some leveling before I leave for a weekend at my dad's place. Nice. Oh shit. I got it. Nice. Then I'm gonna jump over there and drop the empowered. I'm just gonna try to nuke this guy as fast as possible so I don't have to deal with all those mobs that I've pulled on the way here. Oh god. Come on. Just need to burn this guy down. Oh, procced an Ancient Aftershock. That's nice. Execute. Okay. Whew. Took damage from trap unsubbed. Yeah. Wait, did I died. I got killed in the loading screen. Luckily it doesn't matter. This item cannot be destroyed. Oh, that's annoying. But yes, gamer unknown, I hope you feel better. Hopefully the sickness isn't too bad. Yeah, so parses. I would say parses, it's tricky, right? Because on one hand, like, you definitely can get parses regardless of your item level. I would say right now, it's a little bit skewed because of Shards of Domination. Like, before I could pick up, like, almost any class and get, like, at least, like, 70-ish parse on it, with even shit item level. Nowadays, I would say if you can get, like, a 50 percentile parse, that means that you're very, 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 very confident in your class, regardless of an item level. That's what I've been managing to get roughly on my Survival Hunter, and my Survival Hunter has fuck all for gear. I'm getting around 50 to 60, and I'm getting 95 or 100 parses for item levels, so I'm definitely playing it correctly. It's just a matter of, like, not having gear for it and stuff. Any higher than that, yeah, you can be confident at any gear level that you know what you're doing. If you have a lot of gear, you should definitely be doing at least like a 75 parse if you're really, really confident. Like, a geared player should never drop below a purple if they're playing their class correctly. So, anytime I see somebody get like below like a 75 percentile parse on like a mythic raid or something, that tells me that they're doing something wrong. Don't know necessarily what it is, but it's something maybe not massively wrong, because obviously here's the thing. If you're below 75th percentile, well, at the end of the day, there's only 25% of people in the entire world that actually are above 75th percentile. That's just kind of how math works. So, the vast majority of people are below that level that I'm describing. It's just, generally speaking, I would say most guilds are going to have... And this obviously gets skewed the higher up you go. Like, if you're doing high-level mythic bosses really early on, you're going to be a very good player regardless, and because everybody else at your level is probably the same exact way as you, and is a very good player, and knows exactly what the fuck they're doing, everything's kind of out the window. Parses don't really matter. At that point, it's either just maybe you were doing a mechanic, maybe you got unlucky with RNG, maybe your gear isn't ideal, but basically, after more people start to kill a boss, you can clearly see that spread. And most people who raid in a semi-serious mythic guild should, if you look at their heroic parses, have, at the bare minimum, 75s on everything. And that's being very generous, right? I mean, I'm not even trying to flex here. I'm just trying to say this is kind of like how easy I consider it to be. My parses on heroic, you can look up this character, 99 all the way down and then 100 on Sylvanas. And to me, heroic is like chill, casual fun time. Like, I look at heroic as like a, it's time to kick back, relax, and, try to like fuck around and, see how much damage I can do. But I never feel remotely challenged while doing it. But that is different for every single person. You also have to remember, I've been playing this game since I was 6 years old or something, and I've been seriously mythic raiding since Legion. So I have had a ridiculous amount of experience min-maxing my damage and figuring out every last little thing that I need to do to make sure that I optimize my character for raids. So there's that. If you look at, like, the average heroic raider, I guess, I would say most people can probably find something that they can improve upon. You may be doing almost everything correct, and you may be sitting at, like, the 50 to 60 percentile in your heroic raids, and that's fine. But there definitely is, at that stage, something that you could probably be doing better to improve your damage. Whether or not you want to improve it, that's up to you. A lot of people have expressed to me that they just don't care. If they're doing enough damage to kill the bosses, and their guild is kind of fine with it, why would they work ridiculously hard to make it so they can get like a super high parse on heroic rating when their guild is never going to actually attempt mythic, so they never need to min-max that hard, and, they're already doing better than the rest of their friends. Really, most people only improve when they're actually challenged to improve. So you only ever are forced to kind of look around you and say, yeah, I want to get better, when you realize that you're the best person out of all the people that you're surrounded by. At that point, you're like, well, shit. Like, I say there's two ways, right? One, you want to move up to a better place. So that's the case I was kind of describing. You want to move up to a better place where if you realize that you're like the best in your group of friends, you're like, well, I want to be somewhere where I'm not by far the best player. And you want to push yourself a bit further. I accidentally went to Oribos. Then there's the other instance where maybe you, you're surrounded by a bunch of people that are actually a lot better than you. And then that, in kind of the reverse scenario, pushes you to improve your own play because you don't want to be, beaten constantly by a lot of other people. And some people are kind of okay with not being the best. That is the reality. And that's fine. If you're happy, that's what matters. For me, I'm happy when I'm pushing myself to my absolute limit. That is how I have fun. That is what makes me happy. So I am like pushed to improve when I see that other people are doing better than me. I'll be completely honest, when I get a rank 1 parse on a boss, if I try that boss again and my rank 1 still hasn't been beaten, I'm like, okay, I don't need to give a shit at all. I could try to really play perfectly and push my rank 1 even farther, but a lot of times I just don't give a fuck. And that's the reality of it. If you don't feel like you have any competition left, it can be kind of hard to push yourself to improve. It's like speedrunning, right? WoW speedrunning was stagnant for years, quite frankly, until I joined. I'm not to say that I'm like, the person who, pioneered WoW speedrunning. In fact, I'm not, actually. I'm the person who made it actually competitive because I was the only real competition that ever existed for most of the people that played early on, who unfortunately I don't really want to name because I'm not on great terms with them. But when only a few people are doing something, and there's no actual competition, you're never going to find what the most optimal way to do something is. It's only when you actually have some pushback and you actually have somebody else who says, I can do that better, that it motivates everybody else to improve and to, try to find the most optimal way to do something. So that's kind of where a lot of people take their enjoyment from with parses. And that's the thing, like, all this to say, if you're in Heroic Guild and you're not too motivated to, like, actually try to really improve your parses, well, that's kind of okay. A lot of people aren't. A lot of people are kind of content with where they're at. Generally speaking, you're only really going to be motivated to improve your parses if you feel like there's a reason that you actually need to do it. If you know that the damage that you're doing is good enough to kill the boss, that's kind of what matters for the vast majority of people. So I'm going to send this to Rossoliana. I'll open that later. For now, it's Paladin time. So I did say that I would work on my Paladin. I did say it would come towards the end of the stream. And, I mean, it's not obviously the end of the stream, but this is, I guess, the last thing that I'm going to be doing in the stream. So, probably got like a good few hours left. Don't want to be doing this until like, 8 p.m. or whatever. But I will spend another few hours working on my Paladin. But for now, I'd say we did enough on the Death Knight. I did all my daily stuff, and I will admit I wanted to get more done. The main problem is, like, without Super Strain, I just don't want to. I think tomorrow I might try to do, like, Heroic Sanctum on my Death Knight, so maybe off-stream. Off-stream, I'm first going to try to finish the challenge that I was working on, and maybe if I don't manage to finish that, oh well. But then later on, like when it's like prime time, like 8 p.m. EST is when a lot of people are active, I might try to get Super Strain, craft my Legendary, and then maybe pug normal Nathria. I'll have to see. And then, if I do that, I might try Heroic tomorrow. I don't know, though. I'll figure it out. Okay, Paladin. So, first thing I want to do is finish Shaping Fate. So, Shaping Fate, I don't think I've done my Korthia dailies today. I think that when I did stuff in my Paladin, it was before reset. I logged onto it earlier today, this morning. Oh yeah, well, my stream starts at reset, right? So, definitely I haven't done it today. As I say, I'm new in 9.1, but I enjoy raiding a lot. Kind of want to try Mythic, but my guild is Heroic Oppression only. Never be afraid to leave your guild. That's... I don't know your guilds, so that's not to say anything bad about your guilds, but I'm going to be completely real here. My biggest advice for new players is don't get too attached to your guild. If it's a guild of friends that you know IRL, then it's a little bit different. And unfortunately, that Yeah, that's a problem. So I know a lot of people that are in situations where they're like, oh, hey, I'm raiding with some of my IRL friends and I can't really ditch them. And in those cases, I'm like, yeah, okay, that kind of sucks. Not really much you can do in that particular case. That's just kind of how it goes. I mean, obviously, if you have really understanding friends, you know, do what you want to do. Don't feel forced to do anything that you don't want to do. But I can absolutely understand how it might be a bit tricky to leave a group of IRL friends just because you want to be a bit more serious in the game. I know people who have done that, and it definitely hasn't ended well. I mean, I'm slightly lucky in the regard that, like, a lot of my IRL friends that have played WoW, I guess, haven't really cared. I've raided with them in the past, but generally, like, if I need to leave a guild, they don't really care. Partially because they kind of know that that's my mentality of, like, I'm just progression-oriented. Like, I don't get too attached. So I'll still be friends with them, right? I'm not saying, like, ditch your friends. But if somebody can't understand that you might want to, you know, go for a higher progression, then they're probably not a very good friend. Because most of my friends, even after I leave a guild, I still talk to them. I still have them added. I'm still friends with a lot of them to this day. So, like, if you don't have any big attachments to the guild, then one, find a new guild, plain and simple. But if you do have attachments to the guild, but they're not raiding at a pace that is good for you, then I would say bring that up to one of the officers and be like, hey, you know, I really like you guys, but I think that I kind of want to look for something a bit more serious, and gauge their general feel. At the end of the day, my stance is never let somebody else try to force you to do something that you don't want to do. So if they try to tell you, oh no, you absolutely should continue raiding with us, blah, 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 well then, they fall into the first category of a guild that you have no attachment to, because fuck those people. Leave that guild, find a new one. But if they're nice about it, which is what a lot of them are, in my experience, if you politely tell people, hey, you know, I'm kind of looking for something a bit more, they'll almost always be like, I totally get that, I wish you the best of luck, kind of thing. And you can even say something to the effect of, like, you know, I'd like to keep raiding here for now because I haven't fully decided what I want to do. Maybe I will stay. I don't know. But I do kind of want to, you know, explore my options a little bit. And maybe start seeing other guilds. You know, definitely. Like, I realize that as I'm talking more, it sounds like, you know, you're trying to, like, politely break up with somebody. But that is kind of sometimes how you gotta phrase it. You gotta be really nice about it. Like, hey, I get that you're gonna have to replace me, but I would really like to, you know, find a new guild that I can push harder content with. And generally speaking, people will be cool about that. I am friends with a lot of people in previous guilds where I did that. The only guilds that I've left that I'm not friends with people from is, well, and sometimes even then, I'm friends with individuals in the guilds. For instance, that, like, this person wasn't the raid leader, but they were just, like, a DPS, and I happened to be friends with them. Like, I ran keys. Still friends with a ton of those people. But every once in a while, like, you know, the raid leader is really cool about it. And he's like, yeah, sure, you know, definitely keep me added. Like, I've mentioned this before, but I had that happen back in Antorus. Going from Antorus to BFA, I told my raid leader, like, hey, I'm going to be going to look for something else. And, you know, I enjoyed raiding with you guys. I wish you the best of luck, but I just want to find something a bit more serious. And he was really nice about it. I still have him added to this day. He's still in my Discord. And that guy is now in a top 50 world guild. He's doing really well. I mentioned this before, but he was really nice about it. I'm still friends with him. Really cool dude. And yeah, at the end of the day, it's just, if the guild is cool about it, then do it. And even if they're not, do it. If you want to find a new guild, if you want to do something, like, I guess, more challenging, that's it. Do it. Fuck whatever people tell you to do. All that matters is, I guess, trying to basically make a graceful exit. But the moral of the story is never feel forced to stay in a guild for any reason whatsoever. Except if you have IRL friends. That's the only one where I can kind of say, yeah, that kind of sucks. That is like the one scenario that I've heard people tell me about where I'm like, okay, I can kind of see how you probably would have a bit of trouble, like, leaving that guild. Just because, at the end of the day, it is a game, right? I don't like to use that too much, that terminology, because a lot of people take the calm down, it's a game type of thing way too far. And it's like, sure, it's a game, but you're still a human being, right? Human beings are allowed to have feelings. So every once in a while, if something annoying happens and I get like a bit tilted, I'll get somebody in the comments hitting me with like a, calm down, bro, it's just a game. And it's like, ah, fuck you. But I guess in the sense of it's just a game, right? It's like, where I draw the line at it's just a game is, you know, don't do something that'll fuck up your entire, like, IRL social life, I guess, by playing a game. So if you're gonna, like, torpedo your friend group by joining a different guild, then yeah, maybe put a bit more thought into that. But if it's just a matter of, like, you know, a few people on the internet are gonna be mad at you for, like, a week before they completely forget about it, then who fucking cares? Do what's best for you. Thanks for the advice, I appreciate it, no problem. I've been in that exact same position many times over the years. Well, I guess a while ago. Like I said, I've been seriously raiding since Legion. Ever since Legion, I've always made it my mission to, like, you know, find a good guild to raid in and, like, clear the hardest content. But before Legion, I was kind of stuck in that loop of I would join a guild and then I wouldn't feel like leaving that guild even if they weren't doing super great. So I would kind of basically punish myself and keep putting myself in these positions where I'm like, well, I just joined this guild. It would feel bad if I left it already. And eventually I realized, fuck it. If a guild isn't doing good enough to, like, warrant me staying, that's their problem. It's not something that I should have to worry about. So I know the feeling. I'm only bothering to get into normal raiding now. With pugs after years of casualing, this parse discussion is very helpful. Yeah. I mean, if you're doing normal raiding, like, parsing isn't obviously a super big concern. You should still be trying to get, I guess, good, like, normal parses. But parses really only matter when you're joining, like, really when you're joining a guild, yeah. Pugs will sometimes look at parses. I've mentioned before, I've shown it on video. I look at parses when I'm, you know, joining a pug. Or when I'm creating a pug, kind of. So, it does matter in some cases, but generally speaking, if you're just joining, like, casual pugs, then it's not a big deal. As long as you perform and do the mechanics, people really won't give a shit. But if you do plan on joining a heroic guild, Nakasadu, which, I mean, I'd recommend that everybody join a guild, because the way that this game is designed now, it's very, like, solo player unfriendly. If you haven't noticed, right, I do a lot of stuff in this game completely solo. So I am, like, about as much of a solo player as you are, you know, feasibly allowed to be in this game. If I can solo something, I fucking solo it. Even if it's not efficient, I just a lot of times prefer soloing things. That's just kind of my mentality. A lot of people like to group up for Korthia dailies. I've seen people say that that's something they enjoy doing. Even if one of my friends is doing Korthia dailies, a lot of times I'll be like, yeah, I'd rather just, you know, solo it really quickly, but, like, let me know when you're done, and then we can do stuff. It's never been my thing to group up for, like, just open world content and whatnot. Torghast, obviously, I like to solo. All that type of stuff. Apparently some people group for Korthia, yeah. I definitely have heard people group for, like, getting their daily quests done. I don't know, I've always preferred doing that stuff solo. I mean, even you look at leveling. One of the biggest things that people have asked me over the years, or I guess over the last year or so, is why I like to do solo leveling, and if I would consider leveling in a group. And my answer to that has always been, I mean, I might do it for fun, as like a gimmick video at some point. Like maybe if I, you know, ask my friends and they'd be like interested in doing it. It's not a feasible option for me right now, because all of my friends quit the game except for like 2, so yeah. I can't really do that. But, like, maybe in a new expansion, when, like, everybody comes back and I have, like, all my friends back to play with, I can maybe do, like, a group leveling video. But I prefer leveling solo. That's just kind of how I prefer playing the game. And a lot of my favorite games are solo games. They're single-player games where I have a single-player challenge, and I just have to overcome that challenge just by myself. A lot of people have asked, do I like MOBAs? No. Why do I not like MOBAs? Because it's team-based. I cannot stand League of Legends because it doesn't matter how good I get at League of Legends. I never got super good at League of Legends because I kind of got bored with it. but I did play Heroes of the Storm quite a bit. And Heroes of the Storm, I played a lot. And I'd like to think I got pretty fucking good at Heroes of the Storm. I played a mean Artanis. And, I mean, I played a lot of other, like, warriors, I think it was called. Basically, I played tanks and heroes. But I did play some DPS. Like, I played Li Ming really well. I played Lunara. Lunara was probably the DPS that I played the best for, like, her viability. Lunara was, generally speaking, at least when I played her, not considered to be an amazingly high-tier hero. But I pulled off some really sick shit on Lunara. I loved playing her. But the problem with MOBAs, and the reason why I stopped playing Heroes long before, unfortunately, they eventually canned the game, but that made me have no interest in ever coming back to it, is just multiplayer games like that. Whenever it's a PvP game where your success is dependent on other people playing correctly, I fucking hated it. Because I'd be playing games where I'm just carrying the team, really, really, really hard carrying the team, and it just feels really bad. It's like, I know that I'm doing what I need to do, and then you have these 4 random players that are not playing well at all. And when I would play with my friends, Heroes was a lot of fun. I did that sometimes, but the reality was, a lot of my friends didn't really like playing Heroes of the Storm. So, yeah, it was kind of tricky. And a lot of the competitive modes in a lot of those games is solo queue. So it makes it a bit hard, because if you want to seriously, like, push yourself in, like, the most competitive, quote-unquote, mode, you kind of have to play solo queue. And that's a bit tricky. So that's one of the main reasons why I dislike doing a lot of multiplayer stuff. And, I mean, as much as I would love if they had some really difficult solo content in WoW, they rarely do that. Mage Tower is a fantastic example, and guess what? People fucking loved the Mage Tower. And, you know, Mage Tower might be coming back, which is, if you haven't been looking at Wowhead's data mining news, that's exciting. So, yeah, I guess if you haven't heard that the Mage Tower is probably coming back, then go check out Wowhead right now, because it's pretty exciting. I'm actually really hyped about that. I was already super excited for Legion Time Walking, but this new data mining shit is like, oh my fucking god, Mage Tower? Because I loved the Mage Tower. I mean, who didn't love the Mage Tower? It's just a fun solo challenge. And they added other stuff in the game, like Chromie. The Chromie scenario back in Legion, that was really cool. That was a solo challenge that actually had a lot of intricacy to it. And I really enjoyed having to, like, min-max that challenge and figure out, like, the best strategies for it. That's the kind of stuff that I really enjoy doing. Now, Mythic raiding wouldn't be the same if it was, you know, group type of content. So I'm not saying that I think that they should make Mythic raiding soloable. Obviously not. But one of the biggest issues that I tend to have with raiding is problems with the other people I'm raiding with. Because when I'm, you know, doing Mythic raiding and I feel like I've, you know, mastered whatever it is I'm playing, it is the most frustrating thing ever. And anybody who's raided at any capacity would understand this and relate to this. The most frustrating thing is when you've figured out a boss fight. And you know how to do it already. You've figured it out. You've, like, mastered every single mechanic. You never get hit. You're, like, pumping out damage perfectly. You've memorized all the timers. And you sit there for, like, 50, 100, 150, 200 pulls, and I'm not joking, I'm not exaggerating, on some of the later Mythic bosses, those are the pull times you might be looking at, waiting for one person to get their head out of their ass and understand what's going on. And that is just the most frustrating feeling ever. And that's the issue that I run into a lot on Mythic raiding. I love the first, like, 20 pulls of any boss in a Mythic raid, and then I fucking hate it afterwards, and I'm just there so I can be like, alright, on to the next boss. I want to see what it's like. But when you're just sitting there and you're, like, already close to a kill, and that one dipshit just keeps fucking up a mechanic, like, 100 pulls in, it just makes you want to fucking die. And that is the biggest issue that I have with it. If I understand something really well, and it's only up to me, then it's probably over, because I've probably already completed whatever challenge I'm going for at that point. But that's not the case with Mythic raiding. So, that is honestly one of the reasons why I bounce around guilds a lot. I find it very hard to, like, stay satisfied with whatever guild I'm in. This one I will say is particularly bad, but well, they're not. They're bad in like a good way, I guess. Cosmic said, "I'm gonna BRB for a while. I don't know if you'll still be live when I'm back. Good luck, have fun. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Maybe I'll be live. I guess it depends, but I assume you've probably left by now because it took me a second or two to get around to that. Let's see. What else can I do on my Paladin? I think I might go ahead and... What item level does LFR drop? I think LFR is 213. Maybe I will do LFR. Somebody did mention LFR is good content. LFR is like... So much dumb shit happens. It's just kind of fun. So sure. I need to be a higher item level. God damn it. Okay. That's so annoying. All of my gear sucks and I have like no way to replace it. I would basically need to just... I can't afford any more Korthian armaments. I've already spent all of my Stygia. I guess I'm doing Mythic Zeros? Shit. Okay, let me catch up on chat real quick. I'm doing normal to push into heroic. You need to bring your item level up quite a bit. Yeah, definitely true. Should do a viewer leveling group would be interesting to say the least. While that does sound interesting, I can guarantee you I will never do that. Apologies if that's something that you might be interested in. I am never going to do a viewer leveling group. I am already tentative enough about doing a leveling stream with friends, or even a leveling video with friends. Just because of the fact that I level way faster than like any of my friends do. So I feel like if I did something like that, it would kind of just be unfun for everybody. I would feel like I'm going way too fast and, you know, they're slowing me down. My friends would probably feel like they need to catch up and they wouldn't have fun doing that. I definitely wouldn't be doing that with viewers. It would just be too chaotic. And I don't think it would be chaotic in a fun way. I'm willing to do other things with viewers. Like, I did dungeons with viewers the last stream, and that was fun. But leveling is just something different. Leveling is something that I've really min-maxed, and I don't think that would be really really enjoyable. It might be enjoyable for you guys. Admittedly, it wouldn't be enjoyable for me. So I don't know about that one. We'll see. If anything, if I ever do dungeon leveling or something like that, that is the only leveling I would be okay with doing with viewers. Because dungeons are more, like, on rails, right? Like, you actually have to, you know, go through the dungeon at a set pace, and, you know, there's no real speeding it up or anything like that, so, yeah. I tried to keep up with you once during a stream, and you're insanely fast. I mean, yeah. I don't generally like to take compliments, but that one is just true. And that's the thing, I feel like that would cause, like, a clash. If I try to do that with viewers. Like, I'm sure that people would want to level with me, and a lot of people, what they do is exactly what you're describing. They'll create a character, and they'll level alongside me, and they'll try to, like, pop in every now and then and say hi. And that's always cool. Like, if you want to do that, go for it. But leveling in a group with somebody and, like, actually trying to help them level, I could never do. You did the Chromie scenario stuff entirely for the Time Lord title? I mean, I did too. But at least I think we can agree that the Chromie scenario was fun. Like, the rewards were great and all, but it was still a fun challenge. Never had the chance to play Mage Tower, how's it like? And then I think Nakasaru also said, I hope Mage Tower comes back, you didn't play during Legion, so you missed it. Yeah, so Mage Tower was basically a solo scenario, like I described, and it was like every single, or mostly... Not every single spec. I was going to say every single spec had a different challenge. There were, like, multiple different challenges, and different specs had different challenges. So, for instance, every single tank had the same challenge. Every single healer had the same challenge. And then there were, like, 6 DPS ones or something. I forget exactly. And basically, the DPS were split evenly across the challenges. And if you were, like, a Havoc Demon Hunter, you would always have, like, the, what was that one called? I forget. But you would always have that challenge. It wouldn't, like, change or anything like that. So it was, like, a very focused challenge that was extremely difficult. Or at least it was extremely difficult when it came out. And it was a lot easier once they nerfed it and once people got more gear. It technically did scale you down, but obviously if you got better gear, more optimization, stuff like that, it made it a lot easier. Also, real quick before I finish, I do want to check to see what dungeons, so I'm not sitting around here doing nothing. What dungeons can I do that actually give me good stuff? I technically already have, like, decent trinkets. I need a shield. I need a cape and shoulders. That's probably the biggest one, cape and shoulders. So is there anything that gives, like, a shield, cape, and shoulders? This is shoulders, that's fine. This also gives a shield, that's also fine. Doesn't give a cape. But basically, yeah, the Mage Tower was, like, the ultimate test of skill for, like, that particular class. It was fun. It was really, really, really fun. And it also gave really cool appearances. That's why most people did it, but I just enjoyed doing it for the challenge. I did it on every tank except Prot Pally, because unfortunately, at the time, I was not actively playing Prot Pally, and I regret the fact that I was not actively playing Prot Pally, but it was cool. And I think a lot of people would really enjoy it if it came back, and I hope they decide to bring it back. Yeah, Gamer Unknown also said, I never got to do the Mage Challenge. I may need to hide chat for LFR. I mean, that's kind of the fun part, right? But maybe I would have to hide chat. Here, I'll cover up my chat when I do LFR, and then if something funny is said, I'll uncover chat so people can read it. But I'll moderate the LFR chat, and I'll show the funny bits. How about that? Did I ever main DPS at a mythic raid level? Yes. In Battle of Dazar lore, for my cutting edge Jaina kill, and like the last few bosses, I swapped halfway through the tier. I was playing tank. I played Havoc Demon Hunter for cutting edge Jaina, and then I mained Windwalker Monk for Ashar's Eternal Palace. I also briefly, and by briefly I mean for like 2 weeks, I mained Boomkin during Emerald Nightmare. But that was a very, very, very short period of time. So, mostly I've played tank. Every now and then, I sometimes have played DPS. There's a cape from here. Sorry about that. Throat's starting to get a little bit sore, I see. Cape here. Why don't I just sim the dungeons for the loot? I'm not really simming it to see which dungeon would give me the biggest, like, numerical upgrade. I'm just trying to see which dungeon has, like, the most amount of, like, items that I need. I don't think any have shield, cape, and shoulders. Unfortunately. Shield, shoulders, yeah. I mean, I guess I can do, like, Necrotic Wake and Theater of Pain. Mists has a shield, but it gives mastery. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do Necrotic Wake. So, I mean, on the off chance that anybody is on Alliance and wants to do Mythic Zero Necrotic Wake, there you go. Hopefully it shouldn't take me too long to form. Obviously, it's a bit harder to find groups on the Alliance side of things, but, you know. If you do M0, I have every class besides Shaman and Rogue to play. I just need to buy gear. I mean, if you want to come, you're welcome to bring, like, literally anything. I don't really care. Ideally, I mean, if you have something that's, like, high item level, and you can just make it fast, I would like to get these done as quick as possible, so I can, you know, move on to at least getting some more stuff done on Paladin. But obviously, don't feel pressure to do that at all. Hearing by your accent, you're probably American. You're correct about that. Otherwise, I could help you through low M+ and M0s. And yes, unfortunately, European players cannot join American groups. No cross-region stuff yet, unfortunately. Your highest item level is your Fairy Warrior? I mean, hey, Fury Warrior does give plate. I mean, it would help. But, like, once again, you absolutely do not have to. But obviously, it would make the thing a lot faster. And I guess, you know, it would be cool, right? You can come in here and, like, flex with your high Fury Warrior damage and stuff. Just seems like it would be fun. After all, it's not like I've done a lot of stuff in Alliance before. So, or anything on Alliance before. So I've never given, like, Alliance players a chance to, like, actually come in here and, like, you know, really pump out high damage. I'm going to try to get people that are, like, you know, high-ish item level. So that I can, like, make this a bit faster. I'll invite, like, a bit more. At least if it reaches a point where, like, it's taking way too long to form. On rails, don't a good few old dungeons have skips by jumping off the side? Some dungeons do. But it depends. It's also one of the things where you have to remember, if I was ever, let's say, doing a dungeon speedrun thing, well, what role do I generally like to play? Tank, obviously. So if I'm directing the flow of a group, then it effectively is on rails because I'm placing the rails down and the DPS are just kind of riding it and following me. So as long as people know how to follow me, if I was doing, like, dungeon leveling, then yeah, that would be fine. So that's pretty much all that matters for stuff like that. So I know all, like, the old skips and whatnot. Can I buy plate gear off the auction house? Well, here's the problem. I don't really have all that much gold, and I did check for plate gear on the auction house earlier. I bought this ring and this necklace. Everything else was super fucking expensive. Like, 5k for a single piece of gear. So if push comes to shove, I will buy 1 or 2 pieces, but god damn does it cost a lot. If I need item level for LFR, I could buy a cloth legendary base piece for my lowest gear slot. Oh, that's smart. Oh, that's really fucking smart. Okay, I might do that. I can't imagine that they're going to be expensive on this server, right? Everything is expensive on this server, but this seems like a nice realm to make gold on. I mean, yeah. This is, I think, Asmongold's server, so, you know, there you go. That said, I mean, I'm not playing on this server because it's Asmongold's server. This is actually a character I made just a little while ago. I leveled my Druid in, like, the speedrun I uploaded, like, back in May or something. That was on this server. And, well, I leveled on this server because that's my ex mostly played on Horde, but she had characters on Alliance here, and that's why I made my Alliance characters here. All of my older Alliance characters are on Storm Rage, but, no. I mean, admittedly, I kind of, yeah, it is Kel'Thuzad. The auction house here is fucking awful. But yeah, I kind of regret, obviously, making my characters here now, because now I have 2 level 60 characters stranded on, like, a semi-dead server. I'd imagine, you know, if Asmongold's actively playing WoW, right, it probably isn't this dead, but holy shit is this server dead as fuck right now. Prices are terrible. Like, everything on Mal'Ganis is, like, 5 times cheaper. And Mal'Ganis isn't even, like, the biggest server for, I might invite that warrior. I'll wait a second just to see if some really high item level queues up or something. But yeah, no, it definitely is a bit weak. I would like to, at some point, maybe move my characters. I mean, if I seriously end up playing this Paladin, then, you know, I would server transfer my character, but it's not a big deal. If they don't bring back Mage Tower, I'll have to wait for Legion Classic to experience it for the first time. Yeah. I really, really think at this point, it's almost guaranteed they're going to bring it back. The data mining is pretty solid. So, it's highly likely that they will bring it back. But you never know. Let's see. As a main pally, I like this pally content. Glad to hear it. I'll wait a little bit more.
I am out of range.
Demon Hunter isn't bad per se, but I'm trying to stack plate. DPS question. Sometimes you want to use CDs every time they're up. Sometimes you have to hold because some mechanic is coming up. Sometimes you need to hold because you could do more damage on adds later on. Is there a way to have notes or something so I could still maximize CD usage but would not need to memorize the 15-minute fight in every 1 minute when I have a CD up? Something more dynamic than actual numeric timers like boss ability timing. So the reality, Pubs, to answer your question, is I would say that the rule of thumb, if you're trying to do decent damage, you don't really need to memorize that. If you want to do bare minimum passable damage, just pop your CDs whenever they're up, right? If you do that and you play pretty well, you're still going to do solid. Unfortunately, if you want an actual answer to your question, there is no easy way to figure that out, I guess. The way I'm reading it is you're asking if there's like a tool or like a website or a guide that has detailed information on like when everything's up. I'll just take the warrior. And there, to my knowledge, isn't really. There are guides that people write for their particular classes where like, for this particular class, save CDs for this thing. So if you want to watch a guide for your class, it might have information about that. But, I mean, it really does depend, right? If it was that easy for everybody to figure out, oh, change difficulty. Right. If it was that easy for everybody to know, oh, this is when I'm popping my cooldowns, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But the reality is that understanding, as you said, like a 15-minute fight and knowing when the most optimal time to use your cooldowns is actually not that easy. There is definitely an element of skill to that. That is something that, you know, can in many ways distinguish a good player from just an average player. So the fact, first of all, that you understand that, the fact that you know that that is something important, already tells me that you're an above average player. Because the vast majority of people don't even fucking consider that. And I'm not even joking about this. Vast majority of people don't even realize that there is, you know, a better way to use cooldowns than pressing them whenever they're up. Like, that there's a better way to use a cooldown and like by aligning it with another cooldown. You know, a good example for my main right now, which is Prot Warrior, and for the record, just to be clear on Pubs, your question before, just because I'm not playing a DPS doesn't mean that stuff doesn't matter. Because, in fact, everything that you just described applies to tanks, and in many ways to healers as well. It's a misconception that only DPS mains need to worry about their damage. If your tank isn't actually concerned about his damage, and doesn't actually care to min-max it, and to use his cooldowns properly, your tank is bad. Good tanks will care just as much about doing all of that as good DPS mains will. So I've mained DPS at many points in the past, but everything you're describing is something that I do on a daily basis on my Prot Warrior. Just because that's just playing the game properly. That's not just being a DPS main. But that is obviously a very good thing that you know about all the stuff like that. And absolutely that's something that you should be focusing on, right? Like understanding what the correct timings are for like every individual fight. But no, there is no easy way to do that. The reality is that's something that does require effort, and it's something that once you figure out how to understand a fight, your damage is going to be way higher than pretty much everybody else in your raid who doesn't know how to min-max their damage in that fight. So like a good instance would be in this raid, Soulrender Dormazane. There are tons of people I still see popping cooldowns on pull on Soulrender Dormazane. For pretty much every single class in the game, you save your cooldowns for the adds. And a lot of people will tell you that you're padding, and those people are fucking idiots. Because Soulrender is a piss-easy fight. The only remotely hard thing about Soulrender is if people fuck up, and the adds don't die fast enough, and then you wipe because of that. If everybody is actually doing the fight correctly... Ooh. Let me ask this person. Need that... If everybody is doing the fight correctly, and they're not dying... and they're like, you know, doing the dance, focusing the adds and stuff, Soul Render is a free kill. The only reason why most people struggle with Soul Render is because they don't have enough damage to efficiently kill the adds, and then the adds wipe their group. That, or they fuck up with chains or something stupid like that. Oh. So, the idea that I've seen a lot of people throw around, that DPSing adds on Soul Render is pad, is just fucking stupid. That is just one of those cases where you're going to do better overall, and there's nothing bad about doing that. The only instance in this raid where saving your cooldowns for, like, a lot of adds can be considered pad would be, like, Fate Scribe. Fate Scribe, generally speaking, it depends on timings, of course, but I would say a lot of times, in my experience, you kind of do the rings after the adds are dead. Like, you kill the adds fast enough that, like, people are still doing the rings, and then you're just sitting around doing nothing. So if you sit around and, you know, basically pop all your, like, CDs on the little tiny adds that spawn, you know, and the 2 adds that spawn in the intermission, yeah, that's probably a bit cheesy, because the adds aren't that important. They need to die, but they're not like, oh my god, it's going to wipe the raid levels of focus, target, priority kind of thing. So that, yeah, could be considered pad. What I generally like to do is I line up my cooldowns with the adds, but I don't, like, over-focus the adds. So something that you can do, which is genuinely not pad and is just good play, is let's say that the adds are going to come out in, like, 10 seconds. And, you know, for instance, I'm playing my warrior, and I'm about to have Ancient Aftershock up. Then I have Ancient Aftershock up. Then suddenly, I could sit there and just slam all my cooldowns and do a lot of damage to Fate Scribe, or I could wait, like, 5 seconds or so, and pop all of my cooldowns once the adds spawn. In that case, I'm still hitting Fate Scribe with all of my cooldowns. I'm still doing the exact same amount of damage to Fate Scribe that I would have done before, so it's not an overall loss in boss damage. But now the adds are dying way faster, so, I mean, it does help my parse, but it helps the group as a whole, because now everybody needs to cleave less, because the adds are dead sooner, and that means that people can go back to single targeting the boss down if their class is, say, not very efficient at AoE, whereas mine does almost all of its AoE passively. That kind of thing. So there... Your question, unfortunately, I know that your question was like, is there a simple answer, or a simple way to find all of this stuff? And everything that you described is very important, and there is no simple answer. It's very important because there's no simple answer. Because it's a hard thing to answer. It's a hard thing to understand. Not quite what you asked. You're looking for an add-on or weak aura where you could set up notes for CD uses, like do CD on whatever and hold, but instead of numeric timing, something based on boss ability timers. Okay, so I guess I misunderstood your question, kind of. I did understand that you were looking for an add-on, but I figured if you were looking for something like weak auras, right, you still ultimately need to understand the boss abilities to set it up for that. So it's more dynamic than copying fixed times from top ranks from Warcraft logs. I guess, but here's the thing, at the same time, right? Yes, you could set up a weak aura for that. But you would still need to understand what boss mechanic you need to pop it for. So, for instance, you can let's say, that once again is a fight-by-fight basis. Like, you could set up an add-on for Soul Render Dormazane, for instance, where, when he does call Mossworn, you pop all your CDs. But maybe not all of your cooldowns are up for Call Mossworn. Generally speaking, for most classes, at least for me, I only have my cooldowns for every other Call Mossworn. And then, I guess some classes only have their cooldowns up for every third Call Mossworn, for instance. So, I mean, generally speaking, what I like to do for that is, like, just, you know, play it by ear, right? If I see that all my cooldowns are coming off, and I see that Call Mossworn is, like, coming up soon, then I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna hold my CDs for Call Mossworn. I guess maybe, in that case, you would more want weak auras to track the timings of particular mechanics, but you would still need to identify which mechanics are relevant and which mechanics are worth tracking. Sorry. So in that case, I think your best bet, since I'm sure that you probably understand enough to, like, identify, oh, yeah, I want to use my cooldowns on Call Mossworn, you could do something where you have a timer on the corner of your screen that says Call Mossworn in, and then it has, like, a timer. And yeah, that, I can't tell you exactly how to do it with weak auras because it's not something that I've personally set up, but I know that it is possible. So I would say that if you look into how to set up, like, a timer for an add-on in weak auras, you can do that. I think you could even do that with DBM, right? Oh. Oh. So DBM, if you, like, focus a particular mechanic, you can have it, like, be as a priority on your screen, that type of thing. So those are all options that you have access to in terms of focusing a specific mechanic. But it's hard because a lot of times it may not be super clear. Like, even in the instance that I gave earlier with the little ads spawning on Fate Scribe, in some cases it might genuinely be better to just use all your stuff on Fate Scribe. If you know that you're, like, really close to an intermission, and if you delay damage too much, then, you know, Fate Scribe might get another cast on, like, the tank ad off, then yeah, maybe you do just go all in and try to push him. And that single target damage you do is a better use overall of your cooldowns. It's hard to say, though, because that probably would not look better on logs compared to if you, you know, just let the tank ads spawn and then pad it off them. But it's also one of those cases, I suppose, where if your guild wipes as a result of, you know, the extra tank ad spawning because they can't handle it, then it would have been better because you wouldn't have gotten a parse at all. It's a very tricky question to answer, I suppose. At a basic level, my answer would be yes, weak auras can accomplish the thing that you're trying to set out to do, but you would still need to put in a lot of the legwork required to make that weak aura and get it working to your specifications. Personally, I just kind of do all that stuff in my head, right? So I just figure that out, and then I use it on the fly. I've never really had to worry about, you know, having a weak aura to tell me what to do. Even more now because bosses are programmed to do mechanics on percent. Sort of. Bosses have always been doing that. The main change that they've added, for instance, is... like, on Painsmith, you can't get a tank CD if Painsmith is, like, 2.5% away from phasing. So if you're about to phase Painsmith and he's about to cast the ability, if he's really, really, really close, then it blocks him from casting it. That kind of thing. So what can end up happening is you might be in a scenario where you're, like, at 2.6%, and Painsmith casts the tank swap, because I think it only blocks it if it's 2.5% or lower. In that case, you would have to completely stop DPS, because by completely stopping DPS, you're not phasing Painsmith into the intermission while the tank mechanic is going out, which would in many ways wipe a group that is not, like, extremely coordinated. That is technically survivable, but it's fucking hard. You need to really know your shit to be able to survive that kind of overlap. So most people just will stop damage or power through in order to avoid it. Oh, can I bop? I think I can bop this. I remember correctly. Haven't really played a Paladin, but I remember Paladins bopping people for that. Let me scroll up. I missed some. Prices are an absolute mess on Draenor. Let's see. They will, and the new T20 recolors of the rewards. So, Father Charles de Silva, don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah, I mean, it's very likely I've read all that stuff on, like, it's almost guaranteed that that's going to be what will happen with the Mage Tower. The only reason I'm not outright saying this is what's going to happen is because they haven't confirmed it. It's like, we kind of know that based on everything that they've hinted and what Wowhead has data mined, but there has been, as far as I know, no outright confirmation of the Mage Tower is coming back. It's still at this stage just data mining that heavily hints towards it, but doesn't outright confirm it. So I don't want to go out here and say, oh yes, the Mage Tower is 100% coming back, and then, you know, Blizzard does something really stupid and put all these hints there that lead to nothing. That would be a lot of disappointment. But, you know, if there is disappointment in regards to that, I would rather it be on Blizzard, not on me. Sometimes something will sell for 4K one day, it'll sell for 900 gold the next. Interesting. I hope they bring legendary appearances back. Yeah, same. Isn't Draenor the highest pop that we have in EU? I mean, I can't speak to that, but obviously that wasn't directed at me. Oh, I'm taking a lot of damage here. I'm just gonna pop a cooldown. That said, I did have Ashen Hollow, so... God, Ashen Hollow is so broken. I actually feel like I'm geared when I pop Ashen Hollow. Like, I see my name climbing the meters, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm doing things. It feels nice. Someone resets it back to a decent one, and then a day or two later it's gone way down. Ah, interesting. I forgot to use this stuff. Whoops. I meant to use that during the room, but I wasn't paying attention. Either way, I get to pop it here and be top DPS. Best success I've seen to learn CD management easily is look at high damage logs and see when they held CDs and when they might lust. Yeah. I mean, on a basic level, that's definitely like a good way to understand it. Well, I was top DPS, but I also kind of cheesed it a little bit. Need that. Somebody else needs it. I guess, well, the warrior's not the one that got the helmet. Here, I'll trade with him and see if he'll trade it, but he might need it. I don't think... Okay, he did need it. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. I guess, yeah. I couldn't remember what item level he was. Oh yeah, I forgot I already have that mount because I got it on my hunter. I was like, wait, when did I play Venthyr before? And, well, I played it on my hunter. Right. Okay, I probably can just buy enough gear off the auction house. I didn't want to have to do this, but if it's only like 1 or 2 pieces that I need to buy, I'll drop gold on it. Ashen Hollow had its deserved nerf for a reason. I mean, it got nerfed and it's still fucking broken, man. Like, God, Ashen Hollow is busted as fuck. Basically, I'm trying to skip memorizing 15 times to use a CD during a fight, but sometimes I need to hold for a better or avoid using it when I need to run out of the raid. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Put a combat timer next to Bigwig's bars, learn what the ability is, and playing your CDs. Yeah, honestly, Pubs, I think you might be overthinking it a little bit, because generally speaking, my experience with cooldown management is like, once you get it, like, you just kind of get it, right? Especially like on mythic bosses, right? Your CD usage isn't going to be perfect on the first 5 pulls, or 10 pulls, or 20 pulls of a mythic boss, right? But you pull it enough times that by the time you eventually get to the kill, you're confident enough in your CD usage. Like, obviously, I'm not saying don't do research beforehand, but, you know, you could go ahead and be like, yeah, like, you know, I'll just pop him on pull, see how that goes. Oh, that didn't work. Maybe I'll save him for the ads. And then you see your damage go way up, and you're like, oh, yeah, that felt really good. That kind of stuff. So, you know, there's like a lot of times where you can just learn how to do it. And you get a feel for it after a while. Eventually you're like, oh yeah, you know, I got it now. I know when I need to pop my cooldowns. Like, sometimes it's not 100% intuitive. Like, I learned in many cases that while I was doing Mythic Remnant, for instance, which, I mean, I'd like to think that I figured this out. Maybe that's the reason why I got a rank 1 parse, but I realized that a lot of times by trying to use my cooldowns on cooldown, literally, which in theory there's nothing that you would want to save it for on Remnant, but I was like, okay, I'm losing damage here. And I realized that I got way more damage overall by saving my cooldowns until right after the second orb detonated, because then I wouldn't be losing slight uptime from the bombs knocking me around. So that, once I realized, I was like, hey, this pull, I'm going to try using my cooldowns after the bombs knock me around. Then I'll be like, all right, you know, I'll try that, and it worked out really well. And I continued doing that, and I ended up getting rank 1. Pubs, you said you have 80 to 90% logs already. You just want to be certain you're not missing a CD use, 1 minute CD. That is tricky, yeah. Honestly, I can't give you a definitive answer for that. It's hard. That is one of those just look at logs. You just have to look over logs. I do this a lot too. That's the kind of stuff I do. I look at all of the top logs and I'm like, okay, what did these people do? Was there anybody that tried a different CD usage? And if I find somebody like in the top 5 and I'm like, okay, that's an interesting CD usage. Like, maybe they're not number 1, but maybe I'm like, I think they're onto something here. I think that maybe if they use it like that, it'll result in more overall damage. And you really just got to play it by ear. You just got to look at individual fights, check logs and stuff, and figure it out for yourself. That is the kind of stuff, genuinely speaking, the reason why it's so hard to do, as I said, and as you said, you understand, is that is the type of stuff that in many cases can differentiate the 1 parse and the 2 parse. Like, literally, that's what it comes down to. In many cases, I've felt like the reason why I managed to get a rank 1 parse is because I found slightly better cooldown times than the person at rank 2. It's what we're talking about here is obviously very minor stuff that doesn't apply to the vast majority of people. So obviously, I believe that you have 80 to 90% logs, just by what you've been telling me. But that's stuff that, yeah, it can be a bit hard to figure out the perfect CD usage. And a lot of times you just got to play a fight over and over, just sink a ton of pulls into it until you really get that perfect feeling for it. And you're like, okay, yeah, this is the time. This is when I use my cooldowns. And when it feels right, boom, you slam them. I gotta go now. I'll catch you in chat later so I can legit see myself playing this warrior. Nice, mutated. Best of luck leveling that. Actually, I want a weak aura to alert me on second orb besides 1 minute, 2 minute, not to tell me how to max CD usage, just a notification on events/times I set up personally. Yeah, there's definitely a way to do that with weak auras. Personally, I've said this before, but I don't know a lot about weak auras because when I've tried them, they haven't worked for me. So any weak auras that I use are like audio weak auras, because like playing a sound, like I pay more attention to that, I guess, than having somebody or something flash on my screen. So I am unfortunately not the person to ask for weak auras like that, but I can assure you that something like that is possible. In fact, I've used that for certain boss mechanics. If a boss mechanic absolutely requires a weak aura, then I'll download one. But it's not something I use frequently, but I've used it enough to know that what you're asking for is absolutely doable. I would just say do some research into figuring out how you want to accomplish that, and you should be able to find a decent way to make that work. Let me scroll up and catch everything. Wonder if the Mage Tower will be part of the anniversary this year. That's possible. I could see that. I feel like because it's Legion related, it's probably going to be tied to Legion time walking. It seems like that's something that I don't think they should put on the anniversary. I feel like if it's locked behind the anniversary, that would really suck. If it's locked behind Legion time walking, that would be like, okay. Like, sure. Something that you can do every few months once Legion rolls around. Alright. But if it's once a year, I don't know if I like the sound of that. All I want is two-legged bear because you didn't play Legion and that's the reason you don't tank as a druid. So many people love that two-legged bear, man. I have it and I still don't use it. Just not a fan of it. follow that one person's advice of cloth legendary base. So, okay, if I can get, like, a decent item level shoulder and, like, cape item, I'll do that. In fact, while I'm sitting here, might as... Oh, ha, 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 ha. I don't know about that one. See, the problem is, I wouldn't be able to equip 2 legendary slots, right? So if it's... I couldn't equip, like, Shadowghast Pauldrons and my legendary that I actually have. That would not work. So I don't know if that's something that I can actually feasibly do. Why are these so expensive, man? Oh my goodness. The fucking BOE is cheaper than the crafted piece. Are you fucking kidding me? And I can't even buy a 230 because it's a domination socket piece, so it would be a waste of money. You went to watch one video on TikTok and you watched over 200 and forgot about the stream. No problem, Cosmic. And yeah, like Nakasadu said, Mythic Plus. Or Mythic Zero. What else? Why is the 230 cheaper? I know! Why is the 230 cheaper? It makes no fucking sense. Fucking Kel'Thuzad economy. I hate this. LFR calculated based on bag item level? Ah. Okay. Smart. Well, this is 489. So let's see, is cloth cheaper? Cloth is more expensive, which surprises me greatly. Is plate really the cheapest? Plate's the cheapest. Who would have guessed? Why is plate the cheapest by that much? What the fuck is the server's economy, man? You would think that it would be a little bit better. I blame Asmongold. You know, if he wasn't playing Final Fantasy, the prices would be a lot better. Dear God. I might just buy the 230 cape. Yeah, this is same shit. 230 cape is cheaper. It's the cheapest because Asmongold plays warrior. I can see that. I'll just buy a 230 cape. Why not? People want their name on his legendaries. I never thought about that. That's actually kind of funny. Why don't you just upgrade the Covenant gear? I mean, I don't have enough campaign completion to upgrade it further. So this is about as high as it will go for me. I would if I could, but I don't feel like doing the campaign. Okay, right. So I just keep this in my bags. Then, I mean, okay, well, actually, I'm only, I'm actually already able to queue for LFR, regardless, so. Fuck. I thought it was 194. Why is it not 194? God damn it. It doesn't count the shoulders anymore. That's weird. So I guess they fixed that. Blizzard decided, you know, too much fun. They patched it out of the game. Womp womp. What else could I replace? Gloves. Please be cheap. Plate. Hands. Yeah, that's reasonable, I suppose. Okay, this should at least give me one item level. Hopefully. White items don't count for item level? They definitely used to. I do know that for a fact. Because I remember people doing this trick. Okay, 196. I should be good now. Alright. I can do this now. I'm doing that too fast. Blizzard says no speedrunning LFR queuing. There we go. Try to unequip your boots and queue up. I mean, if I couldn't get a cheap pair of gloves, I would have done that. But, you know, it's whatever. I think it's not calculating it because of the unique legendary whatever. That's possible. Actually, you know what? I'll test it. Just for science, I'll, here. Nope. It looks like they just fixed it. Only the, top item level one counts for your average item level. They hotfixed it. Ah. I see. Alas. I can kind of understand why they would fix that, though. That does seem a little bit cheesy. I mean, I'm never going to use this, so... Into the trash it goes. Oh yeah, I should probably... block my chat, huh? Guardian of the first ones. Did they already clear trash and I was just that lucky? Huh. I didn't need to do any trash. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna put up my speedrun timer. Not because I'm speedrunning anything, but because I want to, you know, cover chat when it loads. Okay. Should be good. I think that's covering it properly. Someone slapped me across the face. I don't know,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alright. Oh! God, I got clapped by not having mitigation up. I'll read chat after the fight. It's LFR, but I still don't want to fail miserably, because here's the thing. Oh, fuck. He didn't taunt, man! Come on! That wasn't my fault. I guess I could have bubbled, but I'm like... Aw, shit. Like, part of me was kind of hoping that maybe on LFR they removed the stacking debuff, because I'm like, they wouldn't put a mechanic like that in LFR, where your co-tank just doesn't fucking taunt, right? Surely they wouldn't do that. Come on, move the boss, you... Fuck me. I didn't have mitigation up. Oh, this is gonna be fucking amazing. Alright. Off to a great start. I'm just gonna go ahead and let this guy hold the boss. That way, he can't mess up the first one at the very least. Okay, we haven't lusted. So, going swimmingly. Okay. Whew. 10 out of 10 LFR right there. I mean, to be fair, I should have built up a Shield of the Righteous before actually grabbing it, but regardless, I did technically do the correct thing, because if he had not dragged the boss in there, everybody would have died. So I died so that everybody else might live. I am the LFR Messiah, so to speak. Okay. Purging Protocol. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, he's taking it there. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Oh, this is going about as well as I expected it to. The boss isn't even half HP, man. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. I mean... Oh, okay. I mean, okay, you know, I think this is the safe play here. I don't think we're killing this, so let's just take the determination stack and move on with our lives. You've never done LFR after Kata? Yeah. I can't blame you. Am I EU or US? I'm US. No determination stacks, so did a tank legit leave right after the trash? I'm guessing. Those empty bars, OCD? What else am I going to put on these bars? All of my keybinds are tight together. These spots are empty because I don't need them for anything. I'd rather have something keybound to, like, G, which is easier for me to hit, than something keybound to, like, 9. 9 is a harder key to hit than G or H for me. Why won't they just wipe? Oh my fucking god. You're not gonna kill it with 5 people. Fuck me, man. I did get up to 5 determination stacks when I did Sylvanas on my Death Knight. Off stream, I did Sylvanas on my DK, and I got 5 determination stacks, which was fun. You've been using the same 235 legendary cape for all your alts? It definitely is nice when a cape is your legendary. Cape is generally super duper cheap. My Prot warrior uses Nature's Fury on a cape, because it's the only slot that doesn't overlap with a Dom socket. My Sylvanas LFR group was that bad? Are you telling me that you managed to get one that wasn't that bad? Because if so, I'm jealous. I just kind of figured, you know what, this is probably the norm. But yes, my group was that bad. Just to be clear, I did this on my Blood DK, which was 216 item level, and I was the 5th best DPS in that determination group LFR Sylvanas. That's kind of how that stuff tends to go. So, to give you an idea of what I was working with, the other problem with Sylvanas is any LFR fight that has insta-kill mechanics, and on Sylvanas, that's the floor, if you walk off the bridge and, you know, greet it with your face, any one of those fights is gonna be a bit difficult for LFR. Talking about the other deaths too? I see. Paladin doesn't have Guardian of Ancient Kings. It does. I just forgot to pop it. I thought I'd be able to survive that auto just on my own, but I forget that my gear is, like, really weak. What? So this person typed here. Just... I don't know what's going on. They said I smelled a lot of times, and then the other tank said, "Why are you insulting our tank?" Wait, when did I buy all this? Huh. Apparently I bought myself full consumables. I don't remember doing that, but, I mean, I'm gonna use it. Might as well. Oh yeah! Good suggestion. I totally didn't forget to put Crusader Aura on. You know, I mean, it's like, if it's LFR, I'm gonna get that to proc a lot. I might as well push my own damage since it's not like anybody else is gonna do that. Just saying. So, shh. As far as this guy knows, I have Concentration Aura active. Totally Retribution Aura. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna pull the timer back. Don't want it covering the screen. Yeah, timer in the middle of the screen, I know.
5,
I just put it there so that you guys could see what was going on in chat. I don't really understand what was happening there, but it was happening. Okay.
that item is still recharging.
A DPS Pally is using Diva Aura? What kind of lunatic is this person? Hey. Oh, Bubble works? Oh, fuck yeah! This tank tried to get me killed again. Wait, I ripped aggro! No! Fuck you, man. Hold aggro, please. I don't even have 200 item level. I should not be ripping aggro. Okay, that's Purging Protocol 1. This is Purging Protocol 2. Please run inside. Don't wait out there, DPS. You're going to get yourselves killed. Oh no. Man, if he doesn't taunt for a second time, I'm dead. I don't have bubbles. Actually, wait, could I? It's physical damage. I think I could bop it. Oh, that would be so stupid if that's what I had to do to stay alive here. God damn it! Oh, it worked! Yes! This is so dumb. Why can't you just taunt, please? I mean, he finally taunted, but it was while, you know, the thing had already gone off on me. I like how, obviously I didn't show chat, but when I first entered, he was like, Gilliana, do you know the fight? I need to make sure that you understand the fight so we don't wipe. And clearly this fucker doesn't understand the fight, so like, why is he asking me if I understand the fight? Okay, Purging Protocol. It's 1. I'm gonna hold off on using Seraphim. What I'm trying to do is... I'm using Word of Glory to snipe other people, just because I really don't want us to wipe here. Why is he tanking it in the corner, man? What are you doing? Oh. This is brutal. This is fucking brutal. We might actually kill it, though. I've like legitimately had to focus more in LFR right now than I have in like my last 5 heroic clears. This is actually fucking difficult. Okay, Purging Protocol. That's 1. Okay. This is 2. This Greymus guy. What is he doing? Where was he? He was just sitting there in bear form with survival instincts up, trying to stay alive instead of just actually running into the circle. Oh my god, why are you pulling it out to the side of the room? This is so annoying. Okay, Ashen Hollow. I think we got this. Maybe I should be logging this. That those sweet rank 1 LFR parses. Aside from me wasting holy power on not using Seraphim optimally in order to save people's lives, I actually think I did pretty good damage on this too. For my item level. Sure, adaptive armor fragment, I'll take it. Now I message people. Need that.
As was done to Corthia. What else is the jailer looking for? I fear we may be too late.
Okay. Oh man. Let me see what I missed in chat while all that was going on. I live through this every day. I don't want to fail miserably, gets clapped. I died for a good cause, okay? You, my man, isn't a WoW player. A true WoW player would have a lot of useless things on bars, toys, more toys, some useless trash. This isn't my main. What can I say? I have tons of toys. Like, did you not see my Prot Warrior earlier? My Prot Warrior has tons of shit on my bars all over the place. I've barely played this character. I haven't had time to corrupt my bars. This is like basically a fresh level 60 character. I leveled it like half a year ago, and I'm only just gearing it now. I think I did like LFR Nathria once on this character. Give it time. The bars will clutter up. I've had multiple one-shots while doing LFR out of boredom. It sometimes happens. It's easier when you're on your main character, so like, you already know what you're doing. So it's easier to actually, get the thing done. During BFA, you wasted 2 hours on N'Zoth LFR. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So N'Zoth LFR was especially bad because, like you just said, you needed the legendary cloak. And so many people would instantly get MC'd if they didn't have it. That was just really bad design on Blizzard's part. Obviously, they should have made it so you need to make it a requirement, right? But they didn't. So, N'Zoth LFR, as a result, was fucking hell. You've seen 5 people walk off the bridge. It happens way more than you'd think. When, hopefully I get Sylvanas as like a queue that pops in this LFR run or so. And if that happens, you'll get to see what, the average Sylvanas experience is like. It's something. People can't be that smart in LFR. That's against the law. Yes. This is so dumb. Agreed. It is dumb. I'm just waiting for the random LFR troll. That's what makes this really interesting. Like, I don't know if everybody saw, but like, a few weeks ago, I posted, I guess, kind of redundant, but I put a post on my channel of some guy that messaged me in LFR. I think I titled it like, people in WoW are so wholesome or something. So I don't know if everybody saw that. It didn't get that many likes. Like, for instance, when I posted the picture of my cats, that actually has gotten a fair amount of likes. So clearly a lot of people saw that. But I did LFR on my Survival Hunter. And I got somebody who messaged me. It's on my channel. You can find it, I'm sure. They basically said, like, you're shit at the game and nobody will ever love you or something like that. Because they died on a boss after, like, they were being super toxic in chat. And then they got knocked off on Remnant of Ner'zhul and died. So I walked over to their dead body, teabagged it, and then typed /point/laugh. So they messaged me that after the boss fight. Yes, your parents don't love you and you will never be good at this game. Yes, that's it. That's what they messaged. God, you remember it better than I did. I was laughing for like a good 15 minutes straight after that happened. Because I was just like messing with this dude. He was trolling in chat, so I'm like, alright, I'll fuck with him a little bit, I'll laugh at his dead body. And then he really did not like that. The best part was, it was like the delay on his response. So I did that like in the middle of the boss fight, and he fell off early. So we're talking this happened like a minute into Remnant of Ner'zhul. So like 4 or 5 minutes later, when, whatchamacallit, when the boss fight finally ended, after everybody had already looted, we were already in the process of clearing trash to the next boss. That's when he messaged me that. And then he left the group. So, I mean, maybe he did it because he didn't want to, say that before he left the group, because maybe I would, respond or something. But that's just such, a little bitch way of doing it. I just thought that was fucking hilarious, so I had to put it as a little post. Because I was laughing at that for basically the entire rest of the day. That, made my fucking day. That's, why I enjoy doing LFR. Just those random moments of, rage quitting, trolls or whatever. Who, pull shit, blame in chat, and then leave the group when, nobody actually goes along with whatever it is they're saying. It's great. No sex bots. Yes. No sex bots today. Definitely has been a bit of a slow day for them, huh? I cannot wait to see Kel'Thuzad with this group. Oh, dear lord. I don't want to think about it. I mean, we did manage to kill Guardian with only one wipe, so I'd say that's better than nothing. I don't know, people care about world first. LFR is where the true action is. Damn straight. Go for a rank 1 Terra group parse, you'll need to get 4 lumbering forms. Oh god. If I do Terra Gru and LFR, sure, I'll take lumbering form. If it's offered. I'm not going to re-roll my powers to get it, but I'll make this promise now. If I get the Terra Gru wing on this run, and I get offered lumbering form, I will take it. Oh, I'm not saying Kel equals Guardian. I know that Kel is way worse. But let me have hope. I'm just trying to rationalize it to myself. I'm like, oh man, just maybe. Maybe it won't be as bad as I think it'll be. I know it's probably going to be a shit show. I fully get that. But I don't want to be here for 10 hours, so we'll see. Maybe he had to Google Translate his sick comeback. Ah, good point. I mean, that said, so Nakasado is correct in that most people here are from the US, at least on North American servers. That said, you do get the occasional Ragnaros player, and it's not like everybody from the US speaks English well. So, I mean, I know plenty of people that have lived here their entire lives and still know absolutely fuck all when it comes to speaking the English language, so take from that what you will. Intangible Key is the best power in LFR? You know? I never thought about that. But you're kind of right. If somebody hits you with the good old 10 of Towers or Lumbering Form, you don't get automatically one-shot. That's not a bad call. Dino Nuggets or Chicken Nuggets? Aren't Dino Nuggets just chicken nuggets with a fancy shape? Am I wrong about that? What is Oddly Intangible Key? Oddly Intangible Key is an anima power, and it makes you take 90, I believe it's 90% reduced AoE damage, so you can survive like the big mists that Terra Group puts out. Okay, I see where you're going with that. You're thinking about baiting people into tanking the mists, and then you survive and they don't. I mean, you could do one better, and you could basically sit there and, like, block people off with Lumbering Form from actually getting to the safe zone, and it doesn't matter because you don't actually have to get there yourself. Oh my god. Now I spoke, like, a plan into action. And now I know what I need to do. That's what I'm going to do when I get to Terra Crew. I would have to get those two specific powers. Why is my ready check, like, on the corner of the screen? You don't want to see only one person go into Phylactery? I'll try to say beforehand that we should have, you know, people go in. Wouldn't it make more sense just to grab Lumbering Form and toss everybody out? Yeah, no, that's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try to do a mix of both. Okay. You're from Brazil, so English is a self-learned language while playing video games, and for that, my English is almost too bad to talk. Hey man, your English is actually really good. I actually have a lot of friends from Brazil who I met while playing WoW, and a lot of them are in like a similar situation where they like learned English by playing World of Warcraft, and oh my god, I just got fucking blasted. But yeah, no, your English is totally fine. Obviously, yeah, it's different speaking a language and typing a language, but in terms of typing it, your English is perfectly fine. Your English is better than a lot of Native Americans. Not like Native Americans, but like Native American English speakers. For people who don't know, it's much easier to just tank the debuff than to actually, you know, kite it and stuff. Especially, you know, on lower difficulties. Like, I would say, just, you know, on normal difficulty, you could do that too. Why is he kiting the boss? Oh my god. This DK on Guardian did the exact same shit. It's like he thinks that if he's not constantly moving the boss, that he's playing it incorrectly. Like, man, just keep it still. Your DPS are gonna fucking hate you. That ad does nothing when you absorb it? Exactly. I can hear and understand, but talking is another story? Yeah, for sure. No, I'm the same way with Spanish. Like, I'd like to think that I can type Spanish decently well, and I can say some things, and I can kind of, like, listen to people speak Spanish and understand it to an extent. I'm not, like, even remotely close to fluent, but my spoken Spanish is fucking terrible. Like, the extent of my spoken Spanish is, like, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? And even then, you know, I didn't probably accentuate the proper points. Everything else I trip over my words. But I have said that phrase a lot, so I understand it at least a little bit better. Okay, some of the rings are getting done.
I am out of range.
You should really try to relearn Irish. I'm gonna sound pretty ignorant, but I did not know that Irish was its own language. I figured they all just spoke English. I guess I just kind of assumed that, like, everything in the UK just spoke English. Why do you want to know where the library is? Maybe I like reading books. Who knows? I mean, I do like reading books. I'm just lazy and I never have time to actually read books. Gaelic? I have heard of Gaelic. Maybe, yeah. It's called Gaelic. Oh, it's a dying language? Okay. I have heard mentions of Gaelic. I didn't know that's what you were referring to.
I must get closer.
careful. We're gonna let some people die here if the healers don't keep it up. Oh, wow. They managed to keep everybody alive. It was a bit close there for a second. I'm surprised we haven't actually wiped yet. This is unusual for LFR. You refer to it as Irish because most other people know it that way in the European Union? I see. Gotcha. We've gotten really good luck on beams this pull. It's actually been pretty nuts. Haven't had any really bad overlaps. Third phase wiping? Yeah, I could see that. I hope not, because this is cautiously optimistic right now.
I must get closer.
I'm hoping. Oh, one dude ate shit. I think that guy swallowed an orb. That'll do it. I'm trying so hard to keep everybody alive. I shouldn't be. That's not my job. I don't think I should be worrying about that. Oh, somebody dropped Ashen, so that's good. Just gonna fuck it. See, this is the main reason that I could never stand playing Prot Paladin for a while. Because whenever I would feel so... What are they doing? Oh my god. That was almost really bad. Thank fuck that warrior saw it in time. I'll catch up and chat in a bit, but I need to finish this. Why does this DK drag the boss so far, man? I don't get it. Like, I had just popped Ashen. My Ashen's still chilling out there. Imagine if he hadn't dragged the boss halfway across the fucking room. Ah. The DPS who won't move when they have a raid damage debuff, love those. Yeah. Hey, at least I move out of the raid before I eat it and make the entire raid take damage. I give some thought. Where is this guy? You're welcome for taking boss away? You're not the DK, right? Oh, fuck me, I'm gonna have to move. You are? Okay, assuming you are, Cosmic, don't do that. Generally speaking, you don't really want to move the boss. It makes DPS lose their uptime. So, usually... you want to keep the boss basically as unmoving as possible. Because by doing so, it makes it easier for the DPS. We one-shot it, though. That's nice. I got a shard. Cool. Do I really care if I get any of this loot? Not really. This is LFR. This is LFR. Unfortunately, I think it's probably a better idea for me to do LFR to maybe get some pieces of gear and shards. So, I don't really feel comfortable pugging normal and, like, getting myself carried, right? And the reality is, if I was doing normal at this stage, I would be getting carried. So, I'd rather just do LFR to get myself, you know, maybe, hopefully, some domination socket pieces would be nice. I got at least one shard, so that's pretty good. And LFR is mildly entertaining. Sometimes funny shit happens. Like, the Guardian of the first one's wife was just... oh, man. I will say, Cosmo, I don't think you were the DK. Because the DK messaged me at the start of the raid and asked me if I knew the encounter. Yeah. They speak English in Ireland. I lived in England for 4 years. Never heard anyone tell me that they have their own language. I see. English is the majority spoken language. This is almost say that Portuguese from Portugal is the same as Portuguese from Brazil. Yeah. Let's see. Warrior best class? I mean, that's certainly an opinion. I'm not going to disagree with it. I like Warrior. I don't know if I would say it's, like, the best class, in my opinion, though. Come on. Okay. I needed, like, a flash heal. I was expecting to get at least one of those. Would have been nice. Just one. This is why I gave up on tanking, because some DPS think the tank job is to move and to do the DPS mechanics so they don't have to drop on the DPS meter. I mean, generally speaking, if you're doing a pug, just kick the people that think that. If somebody's in a, if somebody's, like, in a pug, and they're just, like, not doing mechanics properly, then... yeah, I would just boot them out of the group. And, Cosmic, you might want to get that checked out.
I am out of range.
If everyone switches to Feral Druid, you can move the boss like crazy. Feral's a very mobile DPS. Yeah, I can imagine. Alright, let's see how this goes. Let me go ahead and... well, we still don't have another tank. Nobody put us back in queue. Am I the... oh, God, I'm the group leader. Why? It says paused. It wasn't letting me click yes. Weird. I guess we just need to sit here and wait. Alright. Druid is the most complete class in the history of the game? Yeah, definitely. The Druid best class and Feral best spec. Furi best spec with Prot coming in second. I mean, I would put Prot first, personally. Well, I don't think I can solo tank this. In fact, I know for a fact that I can't solo tank this. So, yeah. Not sure what I would even want to try and get. I think I'd like to get at least, like, Sylvanas down, because I don't think I'm going to be able to... A tank could have the prompt up, but hasn't accepted yet. Interesting. The real blood DK. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I could just go ahead. You don't need phylactery groups in LFR. When the boss dies and the big swirly green thing pops up on the ground, run into it and hit the big button that pops up on your screen. If you do this, the boss will die for real eventually, and then you get loot. Well, not healers or tanks, but on LFR, just YOLO. Bucket, send all DPS. I meant to type /growl, and I accidentally just typed growl. So, Leaf and Claws over here. Is this one of you fuckers? Leaf and Claws shushed me. He's a shusher. And then he looked at me and covered his face with his palm. They do, but who gives a shit? Just leave them with boss. This man is a shusher. Yes. He keeps looking at me and covering his face with his palm. Very rude. Yes. Nobody likes a shusher.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You got me at loot. Fuck. Oh, okay. He barely taunted before that ice shard hit my face. Ghost Gaming says hi. Hello, Ghost Gaming. Does it only spawn 2 ads? Huh. 15 man the soul, let's go. Genuinely, on LFR and even on normal difficulty, that is the strategy. Like, some people in chat were like, don't send all the DPS, there's still ads. Like, it doesn't matter. This is LFR. It doesn't fucking matter whether or not you have DPS for the ads. Like, as long as I survive the ads, which I will, if you send all the DPS down, you just nuke that thing, and then the DPS come back up and kill it. It's that simple. No, none of that, none of that. This tank is gonna die. He hasn't picked up any of his souls. Also, for the record, I should say, the main reason that I'm telling everybody to go down is because there's gonna be a lot of people that aren't gonna go down. So if I tell everybody to go down, then I can be pretty safe in knowing that at least some people are gonna go down. And that's all that's important. In LFR, you gotta work in extremes. Everything is everybody or nobody. Nobody do X. Everybody do Y. That way, all the people that aren't really sure are just going to listen to you and be like, yeah, I probably should do this, or I probably shouldn't do that. And all the people that actually know how to do the mechanics are going to be like, well, I actually know how to do this mechanic, so I'm just not going to listen to this person, and that's fine. Oh, no. Oh, I'm bubbling. He did not taunt, and that scared me. Woo! On LFR Europe, at least people usually /yell or /I, all melee DPS go down. Like, yeah, that's what you generally should do. Obviously, that is the strat. But, you know, doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't know, though. I thought that worked pretty well, so all the naysayers have been proven wrong. This is going pretty smooth. A lot of people were like, oh, you're going to fail when you get to LFR Kel'Thuzad. Like, it's not bad. That said, if this guy doesn't taunt, okay, I bopped myself. Wait, he never grabbed his stacks? Oh, come on. Oh. Fuck. Come on, dude. How are you about to die to that? He didn't pick up his soul. Aw, fucking hell. Res the tank, please. God damn it. Nice off tank, yeah. Someone said, hey buddy, why aren't you picking up any of your souls? And another person said, because he just wants to muscle this and not put in any actual work. Damn. I mean, that's a pretty brutal analysis. I have a feeling that he just honestly doesn't understand what's going on. And that's what's going. Unfortunately, I do not have any more immunities. Oh, thank God he taunted. Oh, I was about to say, if I don't have any immunities left and he's not going to taunt, I'm fucked. 1 DK, 1 lock, 3 druids. Nobody B-reses the tank. To be fair, I think they kind of realized that it wasn't going to accomplish much. It's not like this dude actually understands what the fuck is happening. We don't have Glacial Spike debuffs on LFR, right? Can we... Here, I have an idea. If I drag the boss on top of his ad, maybe it'll trick him into walking into it. Okay, here. Hear me out. Hear me out. This is the strat. This is the strat. Oh, fuck me, I'm dead. Fuck me, I'm dead. God damn it, he didn't taunt. So, I mean, it could have worked. If only he had taunted and not let me get one shot. And now he's dead. Ah! Why would they res him? He doesn't know the fight. He's just gonna die again. Oh, come on. Yeah, Cosmic, you should go see a doctor about that. Not to diminish it, but that's not the kind of thing that you should just be talking about here. If it's really that bad, go see a doctor. Thank you. Wait, the other tank rezzed me. So he does know how to do something. Wait, so, okay, here's my theory. I think the other tank realized that by me being alive, he gets to put in less work. So he was like, it's in my best interest to res this other guy so that he can taunt the boss and do my job for me. I think that's what I'll do. Joke's on him. I'm gonna make him hold aggro. Wow, that's a really convincing feigned death. I guess he forgot to pop turtle. I admire the dedication, though. I just, I have many questions about that. The priest leaped him in, that's great. At least LFR has weird B-res mechanics, otherwise you would have wiped a while ago. Very true. LFR definitely has strange B-reses. It's nice, I guess. You're surprised he was alive that long without absorbing souls? Yeah. One-shot LFR Kel'Thuzad, though. That was surprising. I'm pretty sure that's how it works, yeah, Nakasadu. Alright, I'm in a Sylvanas group. And they have no stacks of determination, which means this is either going to be good or it's either going to be really fucking bad. I can try... I join and the first thing I see is, oh, Arms Warrior. I think it's an Arms Warrior, right? Okay, Fury Warrior. He says, I can try to tank. What have I gotten myself into here? I don't really want... Oh, I see. Okay. Apparently he didn't notice that I joined. So I guess they were waiting on a tank or something. Ah, shit. This is the result. Kel is not equal Guardian. It's far more easy. Yeah. Evidently. I thought it would be harder, but apparently not. Now, Sylvanas is by far the most difficulty I've had with an LFR boss because people are stupid. So, we'll see. I would like to one-shot Sylvanas. I don't really want to be here forever. That guy died? Oh, I was right next to him. Whoops. I dropped that on top of it. Whoops. Fuck. Fuck me. I really fucked that guy bad. I didn't see him there. I thought it was good. I was like, alright, you know, nobody's here. I should be fine to just drop off the Sylvanas arrow. That poor guy. Never knew what hit him. My group must be terrible. Oh no, you're right! I'm on the damage meter. Oh fuck. This is gonna be something. The Prot Warrior is on there too. I can't, man. Good luck in phase 3. I know, right? Oh, fuck. The fun of LFR, yeah. We go in face. Yep. SM work. I guess Guardian, in my opinion, is only really hard because of, like, the tank swap, but once I figured out a way to cheese that, it wasn't too bad. We could come back tomorrow and they'll still be on Sylvanas. God, I hope not. I don't want to be here forever. God, I've never seen it take this long to phase. This is the longest phase 1 I've ever seen. The Sylvanas have a phase 1 in Rage? I guess we'll find out. Alright, how many people are gonna die to Rive? I'm guessing... Oh, well, we lost one before Rive even went out. I'm thinking we lose 3 people to Rive. Oh, there's one. Oh, that guy got hit. I don't know how he's alive. I watched him walk into that. $10G on 5 people? Looks like the answer was only 1. Ah. Who doesn't love this cutscene?
Your efforts are futile.
You can stand still on the side and just not get hit. I like to run around in the middle. It's just more fun that way.
No. We will stop you. Jaina, we need a portal.
What would you do if Asmongold and Bellular asked you to do a collab, but you could only choose one, and Bellular is also your dad? Who would I choose?
Limiting my magic.
I mean, all memes aside, I generally like Bellular's content more. Nothing against Asmongold, it's just not the style of content I usually enjoy watching. Whereas I do really like Bellular's, like, you know, informative news stories and stuff, so... I know that you're asking that question more as a meme, but to give a semi-serious answer to a meme question. You've never seen that cutscene before? Well, it's forced for the first time you kill it. Ah, excuse me.
I've opened the way. Go. Stop Sylvanas. The Banshee is aiming at our heads. This power is not yours.
Okay, gonna ash in here. Wait, oh, 2 people have fallen off.
Your crusade ends here, Banshee.
Looks like you weren't paying attention. Trust me, I tuned it out the first time I saw it too. Fuck. Oh, I dodged it. Nice. Asmon's content is more about playing the game. Bellular is more informative. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I have nothing against Asmongold. In fact, I actually enjoy when Asmongold does, like, his videos where it's, like, him basically dumping on, like, some new thing that Blizzard did. Like, his takes, for instance, on Blizzard, I quite enjoy. Like, whenever he decides to post, like, one of those, like, off-the-cuff videos of him just, like, talking shit on Blizzard and saying, like, they did this thing and I think it's fucking stupid, those are the videos of his that I actually watch, because that's the kind of stuff where I enjoy listening to his opinion on that. But watching him, like, play WoW or even Final Fantasy and stuff like that, it's just... It's not my cup of tea. I generally don't enjoy watching stuff like that, I guess. But I like watching Bellular's videos on, like, the news and whatnot. I think he does a good job at, like, covering that. You enjoyed the Zach Rar videos. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm referring to. Like his, less formal, just, like, ranting kind of videos and stuff like that. Those are the ones that I actually enjoy. Yeah, so... I know that it doesn't really make a lot of sense for me to say that, right? Considering I'm currently streaming myself doing that. But I know that a lot of people do enjoy that. I mean, there's a ton of people who enjoy watching Asmongold. Right? So, there definitely is an audience for that. As everybody here demonstrates. But that is just not the type of thing that I enjoy watching. I usually, like, if I watch somebody, like, play a game, I usually watch the highlights. It's very rare that I watch somebody just, like, play through a game. Unless there's something, I guess, special about it. Like, I don't know, if somebody's, like, doing a really hard challenge in a game, or if somebody's playing a game that I've never personally played. Oh, I saw one go off! There they go! Woo! Wait, we lost... Oh my god, we lost, like, 2 more on that? It's been 5 people total to the intermission. Fuck me. Oh no. Oh no. This is gonna be a wipe. Wait, she's doing it again! Oh no, this happened... God damn it. So, if you don't kill Sylvanas fast enough, this seems like a dies to raise 4 type of group. How about dies to ruin because they failed to kill the ads long enough, or fast enough, and the fight lasted too long, and she just casted ruin? God damn it. Someone said DPS on the elites was weak. Like, yeah, that's one way to put it. Hi, by the way. Hello, March. Good to have you here. If Bellular was indicted on several counts of financial fraud and criminal negligence, would you still watch Bellular? I would read into the case before making my judgment. Fuck if I know, man. These questions are getting harder and harder to answer. I enjoy watching people play games if they have an interesting personality. That's fair, yeah. I would say the only like game that I genuinely enjoy just watching people play through would be Total War Warhammer 2. Like, Legend of Total War specifically is one of the only streamers where I've, like, watched multiple full streams of his live, just because it's a really interesting game to watch somebody else play, especially him, because he's a fucking savant at that game. And, I mean, once again, like you said, he has an enjoyable personality, at least for me. So, that is probably the only streamer that I've ever watched full, unedited streams of live. That kind of thing. If I watch a stream, I usually catch, like, a small bit of it, or I watch the VOD or something like that. Like, sometimes I'll watch a VOD of a stream after the fact, like, you know, while I'm trying to fall asleep, but I don't always watch things live, I guess. On the off chance, if somebody is watching the stream as a VOD, leave a comment down below and say hi. It would be nice to know that. I think I'm pretty sure people still watch some of the old streams as like recordings because I mean they still get views, right? If I check on YouTube. But I guess I am curious to know, is that something anybody else does? And if so, are you doing it right now in the future? If you're watching this on a recording or something like that, would be pretty amusing. This H. Pally is bad at his job. He died on phase 1. This H. Pally is bad at the game because he died on phase 1. I mean, he's not just bad at his job. He's bad at many things. His job is just one on that list. They fall like lemmings. The Prot Warrior's still on the damage meter. Yeah. Dear God, your group is terrible. This is the average LFR group. This is like normal for LFR groups. This is completely regular occurrences happening right here. The news are great from Bellular, but his opinions on how the game should be design-wise are horrible. Like when he had no curve KSM and complains how toxic the community is for not inviting him and blames Blizz for it. Yes and no. So I will say I don't see eye to eye on everything with Bellular, but I will say the idea of like not expecting people to invite you with no curve and Keystone Master, right? Obviously, as somebody who's doing Mythic Progression and has curve and Keystone Master, when I form my groups, that's exactly what I do. I require curve and Keystone Master. So on one hand, I absolutely do understand that mentality of, yeah, only inviting like people who have that already. But I can sit back and recognize that it is kind of unhealthy for new players when you are forced, you're basically forced to actually, you know, get these achievements and, you know, have ridiculous item level before even getting an invite to most of these pugs. Which is why I actually do believe that normal difficulty, at least, should be queuable. I think that they should tune it to be a bit more friendly. I don't think it should be face roll easy, but I think there should be a queue for every single normal boss. Not like wings, like LFR, just one normal boss. No determination, nothing like that. Make it so there's a good incentive for people to run it. Don't make it feel like Mythic Raiders need to basically, okay, don't make Mythic Raiders feel like they need to be doing normal LFR or whatever you would call it in order to be viable, right? But make that an option and make it so you get a nice incentive. Like, even if it's something like, no matter who queues up, imagine if you get like 20 augment runes for every single like first day completion of you know, normal random queue or something like that. I don't know. That's probably a bad example, but you could find something to make it convenient. Oh god damn it. Somebody charged in and immediately got auto shot by Sylvanas. That's not necessarily their fault. Sylvanas just bugs out like that sometimes. But and for instance, what I'm describing right now is not necessarily that outlandish because Final Fantasy does it, right? Final Fantasy literally does exactly what I'm describing. Honestly, a good thing is like Valor points. I would say the equivalent to WoW is, imagine if you got like a pretty hefty chunk of Valor points for queuing for a normal raid boss and completing it, obviously. And each normal raid boss gave you a big fat chunk of Valor. Now, obviously, that wouldn't be able to send you above your cap, right? Like, you wouldn't be able to grind extra Valor. But if you wanted to have a really efficient way to get your Valor every single week, or maybe if you were like an experienced player who didn't have like a lot of Valor points because you'd been kind of neglecting it and you just wanted to get it done, you could go and, you know, do some normal bosses to help out, that kind of thing. That would just be overall, I think, a better system. And Final Fantasy manages to do exactly this. They manage to make it so you can queue for effectively a normal raid. On some levels, you can even queue for like the equivalent of a heroic raid, but that's a bit more iffy. And you get, you know, full gear for it. It's still difficult, but because high-level players are incentivized to do it, not forced, mind you, nobody is forced to run those raid roulettes. But, you know, every once in a while, if I feel like doing one, I'll do that. It's also, another thing they do is it gives good experience for leveling new characters. So, if I'm leveling a new character in Final Fantasy, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I just feel like doing a random raid boss. That's an option for me. So sometimes if I want like a fun way to get this raid boss done, boom. Queue for raid roulette. It throws me in there. It scales my gear down and stuff. But, you know, it's a way to, I guess, have a little bit more fun while leveling. And it's decently efficient, too. So that is absolutely a good way to get new players into raiding in a way that doesn't require them to already have the necessary gear and whatnot. And obviously, you're still going to have this problem with Heroic. You're still obviously going to have that problem with Mythic. I don't really think for Mythic it's a problem. For Heroic, you could even argue that, yeah, people should find a guild for that point. But I think that normal difficulty at this stage is effectively redundant. Because normal difficulty is just like slightly harder LFR. Oh no, don't, no, Druid! Oh my god, they both ran on top of me. They're suicidal, man. What is this guy doing? Why is he taking so much damage? He popped his seed. Sorry, I know I missed a few messages. I'm just trying to not die. Or rather, I was trying to make sure that other guy didn't die. I wasted my lay on hands on that Druid. He better fucking appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, so Blizzard could absolutely implement a system like that, and I think they should. Would it take a bit of adjustment to get people used to it? Yeah, sure. But I think overall it would benefit new players a lot. And then, yeah, of course, I think it should probably be made more clear in the game, I guess, that if they want to do Heroic mode, they should probably go and find a group for it. Like a guild or something like that. Oh, somebody here hasn't seen it yet. It's just not very well communicated within the game. So, like I said, I don't 100% agree on all of what Bellular says, but I actually do think he does have a point there. Not necessarily for Heroic, but definitely for normal. I think it should be easier to get into for new players. How is this Blizzard's fault? Might as well make Mythic Plus work like Torghast for unlocking levels instead of keys. Kind of. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to that, right? I wouldn't be opposed to basically making it so if you're brand new to WoW, for instance, it basically tells you that you need to do one key level at a time, kind of, to kind of hold your hand a little. God damn it. It's the same guy! He did it again, man. Come on. See, like, here's the thing, right? You gotta think about it like this. So, Pubs, I understand where you're coming from. I understand that, like, you know, for top-end players, like, we consider it insane that people would think, like, what, you know, people expect to get invited to this stuff without having AOTC or Keystone Master. Like, obviously, I get your mentality, but I think I've kind of changed my tune on that a little bit after talking to more people who aren't Mythic Raiders, who don't actively engage in this content. The way that Blizzard conveys a lot of this information on like what raiding is and how you're supposed to engage with it is really not clear to a lot of new players. And the problem now is like back in the day, for instance, when raiding was a very niche thing. Like, I mean, you look at Classic, you look at BC, even Wrath, right? And raiding was not the end-all be-all in the game. It was like the final tier of content, but you could absolutely play and enjoy WoW without ever touching a raid. At this point, like it or not, Blizzard has effectively designed WoW to the point where raiding is the game. And because they've designed it so raiding is the game, a lot of players end up in the situation where they're like, well shit, if I want to actually play this game, I need to get into harder raid content. The levers Blizz have on things, it's hard to work around the toxic community they have, mostly because people value the time they spend playing above any in-game incentive. Yes, to a certain degree. It's definitely tricky. It's not, there's not an easy answer. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that Blizzard has an easy, like, lever that they can pull to solve this problem. Absolutely not. It is a tricky problem, but the reality is, those are the kind of problems that good game designers have to solve. And the reality is, Final Fantasy has solved it. Whether or not that you think it's something that you would personally enjoy doing, I have never, on any character in Final Fantasy, had trouble finding a group for Raid Finder. And by Raid Finder in Final Fantasy is normal difficulty. It's tuned to be normal difficulty. There is no LFR. There is kind of an LFR. There's this thing called Alliance Raids, but that's a bit different. Basically, Final Fantasy creates like a whole different raid for their LFR. It's like 24-man, and it's like kind of face roll easy, but it's more face roll easy in like a fun way. Of like a, yeah, everybody just kind of messes around and deals like with fun mechanics and stuff, and it's not meant to be hard, it's meant to be fun. And the way that Final Fantasy handles raids is brilliant. If I want to work on a new character and I want to do raid roulette as a result, I'll be able to find a group, and there'll be people who have way more gear in that group every single time, because they've managed to make the incentive efficient. Like I said, you know, kind of what you pointed out, people value their time above all else. Well, what Final Fantasy did is exactly that. They made it so doing these raid roulettes is an efficient use of your time if you're interested in certain things. So, for instance, if you're trying to farm the Final Fantasy equivalent of Valor points, one of the most efficient ways to do that, we're fucking dead. Oh, man. Well, next poll will get it. Fuck me. Basically, the Final Fantasy equivalent of Valor points, which is like Tomes of, they change the name every season. It's like, I believe this season it's like Tomes of Phantasmagoria or something like that. Basically, it's called a tombstone. So instead of being a Valor point or a Justice point, it's a Tombstone of X. That is basically Final Fantasy's Valor point system. It's gear that you can use to buy, like, catch-up stuff for your alts. And in Final Fantasy, there's many different ways to farm that currency. But one of the most efficient ways in the entire game is by queuing for raids. This is LFR. It's LFR, it's a fucking shit show, and I'm honestly kind of having fun. Because it's a shit show. I mean, sometimes it's just fun to sit back and watch a dumpster fire unfold. And wiping to ruin on Phase 2 Sylvanas is definitely a fucking dumpster fire. But yeah, so those tombstones in Final Fantasy, for instance, they're really good for gearing up alts. It's really good for getting catch-up gear. And like I said, there's a lot of ways that you can get it. But the most efficient way in terms of time spent is by doing that raid roulette. It takes a random raid for the entire game and puts you in it. If it's a low-level raid, it scales you down. And as a result, when people want to save time, when they want to do something that saves them time in the game, as you said, because people value the time that they spend playing, they'll queue up for that. And because by doing that, they're getting the most bang for their buck in terms of tombstones per time spent. So it's efficient for them. So even experienced players who have like completed the entire raid on the hardest difficulty will queue up for this mode and play it and help out the new players because it saves them time in terms of getting those tombstones. And the same thing for leveling. You can do this while you level a character, and it's really efficient experience. So one of the most efficient ways to level a character in Final Fantasy is to do random dungeons and random raids. Throw yourself up in queue, do a random dungeon or raid. I'm also going to say, kick, lost all hope, please. They die instantly every pull. So basically, leveling characters through these random queues is really good. It's a really fast way to do this, and it saves you a lot of time. So that basically creates a symbiotic relationship within the game. So, like, existing players who have played it for years can level new characters. Jesus Christ. This guy's trying to justify why he's constantly dying. So basically, it benefits existing players. They can level alts the fastest way possible. And it benefits new players because those new players will constantly have experienced players running through these groups with them. So there are really good ways to solve that system. It's a brilliant example of game design. And there's a reason why Final Fantasy is doing well right now. There's a reason why I've preached about how good Final Fantasy XIV is as a game. It's phenomenal. It does so many things right. It's still, I would say, not fully caught up to WoW in terms of the raiding scene, but it's a very good game in many ways, and it does have good raids. Savage raids are good. They're just not necessarily, in my opinion, on the level of Mythic raids just yet.
Very well. Jet it is.
The guy who always falls off? Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about. They didn't want to kick him. Whatever. He tried to justify why he fell off the bridge. He said it wasn't connected at the end. Or at least it looked like it was, and then it wasn't. Like, that, okay. Like, that's one way to put it. The way I would put it is, you're a fucking idiot, and you just didn't use your eyes and walked off the side. But, I mean, if you want to try to justify walking off a platform, that works too. Just for the sake of argument, an opposite but valid opinion would be not forcing people to play content they don't feel incentivized enough for the reward for that content. The toxicity comes from having experienced players having to play with people with a lower skill level. Yes, and that's the thing. You're absolutely correct, and that's why it's such a difficult question to answer. Because it's one of those things where I don't know how Final Fantasy managed to make it work as well as it does. I just know it does. All I can do is look at a system that works and say, this works. I have never had any issues with it before. So, do I agree on, one hand that there is a potential for, like, problems with that, where maybe there's some backlash from players who don't feel like they want to have to do, like, this type of content, but it feels like Blizzard's forcing them to in order to be efficient? You could argue that, but nobody's forced to do that in order to be viable for raids, right? Like, there's no endgame advantage to doing that type of content. It's purely like if you want to get slightly more efficient catch-up gear. And to be clear, it's slightly. It's the fastest method of catching up alts, but there are very, very, very similar methods that are very similar in terms of their efficiency that don't require you to do these raids. You absolutely do not have to. But honestly, I like it. It's easy for me. Like, here's the thing. Would I willingly go back and do old raids, like, or sync down and stuff with random players in Final Fantasy? Not really. At least not a normal difficulty. That's not to say that I might not be willing to do it for, like, Savage. I've been interested in maybe trying that at some point, but point being, would I go back and willingly do all these pugs if I got nothing out of it? Absolutely not. Why would I do that? That would be dumb. But if I'm going back there and doing this raid boss that I've already killed a million times, and, I get a bonus reward for it, why not? To me, it's more fun to go back and kill a normal raid boss that I've, experienced before than to, farm mobs out in the worlds and stuff for hours. It's just kind of a choice that the game gives you. But it gives you that choice, and clearly enough people do prefer to take that choice compared to other things, and as a result, they're able to populate these groups with enough players to keep it active, right? So. Oh, there's one dead. Oh, I got Avenging Wrath because he died. That's why I had Hammer of Wrath. I was sitting there wondering, why am I able to cast Hammer right now? I see. Alright, let me scroll up and catch up on some of the messages I missed, because, 30 seconds. If I had to spend the rest of my life living in a WoW dungeon, which one would I choose? Mauve Souls. Easiest question in my life. I think that was before the level squish 120 to 60. There was raid queuing, but nobody ever did it because there was no reason to. It's never been a thing in this game. Absolutely never been a thing in this game. Nobody, like, raid queuing in this game, aside from LFR, has never been even remotely to the degree that Final Fantasy has it. They have LFR, obviously, and, like, you technically could queue up. You could, like, list a group in LFG and people could queue up for it, but it was no different than, like, modern LFG. It was just less polished, right? It's never been a thing in this game to the degree that it is in Final Fantasy. Mob Souls, you are a man of culture. Fuck yeah, man. Mob Souls is the best dungeon ever created. Fight me if you disagree. Would love if Blizzard would let us queue for raids during leveling. Like, here's the thing. I would not adapt my speedruns to work for raids or anything like that, but it would be nice to have the option. It's probably something that I would do every now and then just for fun. More options is never a bad thing to have in a game. Oh look, Jaina's doing some dumb shit again. When you were leveling, you used to be able to queue up, say, at 80. Yeah, but, like, that's the thing. It was a temporary thing that literally only worked if you were exactly that level. So, yeah, nobody did it. Right? Like, that's what I mean when I say, in terms of, like, how it works in Final Fantasy, they've never remotely implemented a system like that. They've implemented, like, half-functional systems that are, in some ways, kind of like that, but nothing even close. I honestly don't even know what the difference between Razorfen Downs and Razorfen Crawl is. Razorfen Downs is the one with the undead, right? Isn't that, like, the only change? They're both, like, full of boars. It's just one is undead boars, the other is not undead boars. I'm guessing the one that doesn't have undead boars would probably be less smelly? Maybe? Because, like, you're going to have the boar stink either way. But one of them would have the boar stink with the undead stink. The other one would have just the boar stink. So... Razorfen Downs is the one with the best boss in a dungeon. Are you talking about Mordreth Fire-Eye? The one with, like, the guitar and stuff? Yeah. I figured that's what you were talking about. Didn't they make him into a Hearthstone legendary? I haven't been playing recently, but I saw, like, a Hearthstone card for him, and I was like, huh. Okay, I'm gonna get this interrupt. We're not gonna wipe again. Got it! Let's go. That was close. This is not easy on a Paladin. I am a bit of a wheelchair class after all. Wait, where the fuck did that guy come from? I think we're still gonna die to Phase 4 Rive, but, like, you never know. Razorfen Crawl has more Hoggy Squealers? I see. I think, oh yeah, I couldn't exactly queue leveling. You queue for the max of that X pack, but you were only usually on the max of that X pack for 15 minutes. Yeah. Thrall should keep his mouth shut. Yes. Oh wait, there's no black stuff on the platforms. Nice. Obviously, there will be eventually, but the fact that it doesn't start with each platform covered in black... Oh. So it does it here. Here. Can I dispel myself? I cannot. Oh, somebody dispelled me. Nice. Okay. This could work out decently well. I'm going to save my cooldowns for the next platform. They got to the final stage. Let's go. Yeah, man. Lust next platform? Yeah, this guy gets it. Wait, oh, they're running all the way over there. Okay. Come on, people. Come on. Oh no, that guy doesn't know what to do. He's lost. He's confused. We lost 2 people. We lost it. Nice. Okay, I wasn't sure if they were actually going to do it. I think this might be doable. Damage is going to be tight, but who knows? Nice. Okay, somebody in here knows what's going on with the dispels. That's good. Glad to see nobody jump to the middle platform. Yeah, I suppose that's a small blessing. Ooh. They're really cleaving people with that, though. Oh, that guy died. This is going to be very, very close. Do I like Hiromarid? I've watched some of his videos. He's not somebody who I watch all the time, but I definitely have watched some of his videos in the past. You have a man of culture here today. Glad I stopped by. I'm glad you stopped by too. I think we might barely miss the DPS check on this. Maybe I'm speaking too soon, but I'm not feeling like this is dying fast enough. I want to drag her. Okay. Ah, shit. Of course. Look who dies! Are we surprised? Not at all at this point.
I cannot use that item.
4%! I mean, this might happen. I could see it with 4%. It's gonna be fucking close, though. Ooh, that's good. It lands it on both of them in the corner. Oh my god, the people doing the arrows actually know what they're doing? I did not expect this. Yay! I feel more accomplished right now than I do in, like, any of my previous heroic kills. Holy shit. I can't believe we actually got that fast. I mean, the last time I did this, it was like 6 determination stacks. Fuck. Fuck me, Shard of Rev? That really sucks. That's the world boss one. I'll ask him if he needs that. Do you need that? Oh, shit.
He's got Anduin. No matter where he's gone, we will find him.
Maybe she knows.
Yes. Sylvana said something before she collapsed.
Okay, here. Need that.
My knights will.
It's hard to get people to trade gear even if they don't need it
She awakens. We can begin.
on these bosses because most people, like, you know, they just get the loot and leave. And it's just,
Turn to Corvia. Let us
yeah.
the Primus can
Does this guy need his ring, though?
plan and tell us what must be done.
I don't think he does. Yay!
I cannot use that.
50%. Yeah, it's 45% on Mythic. 50% on every difficulty normally, and 45% specifically on Mythic. Okay, so, well, this ring goes to waste now, but oh well. Not much luck with Dom Shards so far, unfortunately. And I accidentally exited out of LFRQ. In theory, you could XP lock yourself to other expansions and play them. I mean, yeah, if people actually wanted to play it. That is something you could do. 2 deaths just on this phase? Yeah. Hey man, how are you? I'm good. Thank you for stopping by, Neil Everts. You're drunk, but you enjoy watching? Well, I'm glad you enjoy watching either way. I'm getting a character to a decent item level. Right now, this character is still 197. The main issue is I can't buy... whatchamacallit, 200 item level gear because it's way too expensive on the server. So I'm still having a bunch of really low item level pieces like this holding me back. But overall, yeah, I've gotten decent item level. I kind of want to try... I'm going to give normal Sanctum a shot. Why not? Worked on my Hunter, so... can try it here. I'm not going to try to do the full thing, but fresh, normal, Sanctum. We'll see how it goes. Would be nice to get a decent amount of gear. Can I send Korthia? Yes, I can send Korthia gear. Unfortunately, a few weeks ago, I sent all of the Korthia gear that I had to my Survival Hunter, and then after that... I sent all of the gear that I had that I could still afford, which is only like 7 pieces with all the Stygia I had, to my blood DK. So I have no Stygia remaining. I have gone through all of that over the past few weeks. This is unfortunately the 3rd character that I've had to gear up in a short span of time, which means it's kind of difficult. You're the only thing that's getting me through Final Fantasy leveling at the moment, so thanks for that. No problem. I mean, once you get to the later parts of Final Fantasy leveling, it's not going to be so bad. At that point, it's pretty fun. I really like, let's convert to raid. I really like Final Fantasy leveling once it hits, like, Heavensward onward. Then the story really picks up. Apparently, with maxed Shadowlands Alchemy, you can make... I don't know what that is. So, I don't know. This guy's name is Wide Peepo Hug. Mythic Zero would be less painful. Yeah, but Mythic Zero drops way lower item level loot. So... I'm like... I did Mythic Zeros a lot last week, and I'm okay with that, but... Especially since I'm already confident in my ability to play this character. Like, how well did I do on that? Yeah, that's not bad for this item level. Because, like, I have my legendary, and that's pretty good. Mad Paragon is definitely a strong legendary option. 210? Yeah, but I'm doing normal Sanctum, which is 226, right? So, big difference there. You know, 226 or on Raid Finder, this. Very big jump, right? That's the reality of it. And the main thing is DOM sockets. So, I kind of need to do normal Sanctum on my DK. Because I haven't, actually, and I'm, you know, struggling a little bit because of lack of DOM sockets. I got decent RNG when it comes to shards on my DK, but I need to consistently do that. In fact, what I'm going to try to do, I mentioned this before, but I'm hoping that I can get, like, normal Sanctum done off-stream tonight on my Death Knight. And if I manage that, then what I'll do is I'll try to do Heroic tomorrow. Probably not the full thing. And we'll see what I'll do after the fact. I'm debating on... I don't know. On one hand, like, I do want to get my Death Knight geared, but on the other hand, there's just a lot of other stuff that I kind of want to do. It's hard to say. Sure. Decent item level folks queuing up. You're only at the level 17 main story quest and it's taken you 2 months to get there? God damn, man. Hey, I have a speedrun posted. I got to the level 17 main story quests in an hour of playtime. So, you know, if you want to watch me speed level through Final Fantasy, the first video is basically up and posted on YouTube. The other videos you're going to have to hunt down to find. They're all posted, like, they're posted sequentially in the description, so one video will have the sequel in the description and stuff like that, and then I have a playlist of all of it. I unlisted all but the first video because they did super poorly, and it was actively causing me to bleed subscribers. I am going to go back and do more Final Fantasy stuff, but I've said this before. I believe that the reason why there was so much backlash, right, when I first started doing Final Fantasy stuff, is a lot of people kind of saw that as me saying, like, fuck WoW, I'm never playing WoW again, kind of. But the reality is, I've been playing both games for years. So, just because I wasn't doing WoW videos didn't mean that I wasn't playing WoW, and I think that's kind of what a lot of people thought. So that kind of you know, stung a little bit, getting that much, like, negative reception. It's still there, it's still unlisted, you can watch it if you want. I'd like to think that I did it pretty efficiently. But I think when I go with Final Fantasy stuff moving forward, I'm going to try to do a mix. So I'm still, like, dipping my toes into other stuff. Like I've said, if you didn't hear, I'm doing a Shogun 2 speedrun on Monday. So if you've never heard of Shogun 2 Total War, it's a fantastic game. I think it's really fun both to play and to watch. As I've said, the only franchise, the only games that I've ever genuinely enjoyed watching somebody stream for long periods of time has been Total War. I usually watch people play Total War Warhammer because that's like the current installment. But it's just a really fun game, in my opinion, to watch somebody play. So hopefully people enjoy watching that video when it comes out. I obviously have no idea, but fingers crossed. But I'm going to be doing that. But it's going to be basically one video, and then it's going to be surrounded by WoW content. So I hope that there's not going to be enough backlash to the point where people are just going to be like, yeah, fuck this channel, right? And obviously, I know, you know, people here, I'm sure that all of you, as you've told me, are here for, like, I guess my personality, which I appreciate it, right? But the reality is a lot of people do watch it for the speedruns and stuff like that. That's what I would say the vast majority of people watch the videos for. So yeah, I want to make sure that people know that this isn't entirely what the channel is. But I do want to have some freedom to, like, explore other games that I enjoy. And Final Fantasy XIV is one of them. And, I mean, Total War, as a franchise, is something that I love playing. I'm also, I mentioned this before, but at some point, hopefully soon, you're going to see a Deltarune video on the channel. So, if you just joined within, like, the past few hours and you weren't here earlier, then at the start I talked about how just before starting the stream, like, at this point almost 7 hours ago, I was putting in attempts at no-hit Jevil, which, if you're not familiar with what that is, Jevil is a, I guess, secret kind of boss in Deltarune, and Deltarune is the sequel to Undertale. Right now, the full game isn't out, but there is a free demo that anybody can download. So I have a save file right on Jevil, and literally constantly for the past 3 years, whenever I'm bored, I open up that save file and I try to beat Jevil again. I've beaten him God knows how many times by now, and I guess in the past year or two, I've attempted to, like, challenge myself by trying to get no hits on him. So basically taking no damage, right? And I've gotten decently close over the years, but then just like 2 days ago, I managed to just out of nowhere get a run where I had, I only took 1 point of damage, and I was like, oh my god, I am so close. And then I grinded out attempts yesterday and this morning. And this morning I had an attempt that I was this close to getting it. I choked at the last possible moment on an attack pattern that isn't even hard. It's an easy attack pattern, one of his easiest ones, and I choked at the last possible moment. That was just like, that hurt. That really fucking hurt. It sucked. But at this point, I am fairly confident that I will be able to get a no-hit run of that soon. It's not even a long boss fight, I should say. It's like, it's a 5-minute boss fight, basically. Because the reality of doing that with no hits is it ends up being a super fast fight. Because the fight is kind of tuned around you basically stopping and healing. Because he does a shit ton of damage, so the idea is that you have to, like, heal every other turn. But if you somehow manage to avoid every single one of his hits, he actually doesn't have that much health, so you can just burn the shit out of him. So it's like a 3 to 5 minute boss fight, or something like that. And, you know, it shouldn't be a long video when it comes out, but it's something that I'm really excited for, so I will post that video. I just got out of a group that was tanking Terra right on the designated chain spot, wiped 3 times, so I said, why are you doing that? And they said it's easier to get to. What the fuck? Someone just posted that in chat. If I have a little more item level, I would heal for you, but you play Holy Priest and she isn't even 210. Hey man, it's all good. I am trying to take, like, higher item level people for this run in particular, just to make it easier, because at the end of the day, I am not super geared. So, I do kind of need to bring slightly higher item level people to kind of make it easier on me. I would bring everybody if I could, but I can't. Or if I did, it would be much more difficult, and I don't want to, you know, be stuck in normal Sanctum for super long. You sound like someone who has no-hit the Hollow Knight Pantheons. So I would say, I mentioned again earlier that Dark Souls is a game that I have been told by countless people that I really, really, really should play, and that I've never played. Hollow Knight is probably the other game that countless people have told me, how have you not played this game? It sounds perfect for you, and I haven't played it. That said, I actually do have Hollow Knight. I played it for like an hour or two, and it's weird because, like, I didn't not enjoy it, right? Like, it didn't grip me, like, it right off the bat. It definitely felt a bit slow, but I was playing it and I was like, okay, I can see how this is a game that I would like. I played it for like 2-3 hours or something. If I remember at the time, I was like really busy with something else. So I played it for 2-3 hours and then I got distracted for like the next few days doing something else entirely. And then, like, it had been almost a week and I was like, oh yeah, I never did finish playing Hollow Knight, huh? And I was like, I probably should go back and play that, because it does seem like something I enjoyed. We're talking the situation I'm describing was 2 years ago. I still haven't played it. It definitely is one of those games where I know, I'm fairly confident with everything that I've seen about it, that give it like a few months or something, one day I'm going to be bored, I'm going to pick it up, and I'm going to love it. Because so many people have told me, this is literally the perfect game for you. How have you not played this before? And yeah, I'm sure that I'll get around to it eventually. You owned it for 2 years and only started playing it about a month ago, so I understand what you're saying. Yeah. There are a lot of games I've had like that. And some of them end up being my favorite. Like Gungeon was that for me. I had Gungeon for years. In fact, when I checked the date that Gungeon came out, and I realized that it came out years and years ago, I was like, how the fuck have I never played this before? Because Gungeon, I only started playing like a year ago or so. Like, last summer, it was basically that exact same instance. I was like, hey, no, I have nothing going on right now. I think it was like after I had killed Mythic N'Zoth, and, you know, I had just left my guild because they were a bunch of toxic assholes. I've told that story before. So Mythic N'Zoth was dead. I had quit my guild, and I really had nothing else to do in WoW. So I was like, all right, you know, let me see what game I can play. I picked up Final Fantasy again for like a month or two at that point. Final Fantasy has always been one of those games that I play it on and off, like whenever I'm not busy doing raiding in WoW. And then at the same time, I downloaded Enter the Gungeon again. I was like, yeah, you know, maybe I should check this game out. And I fell in love with it. I was like, holy shit, this game is awesome. I basically played it like nonstop for days on end. It was awesome. And every once in a while, I rediscover some old game on my Steam library that I never really gave a chance. It's very rare, I guess, for me to play a game right when it comes out. I play a lot of really, really old games. Like, one of the newest games that I played that I got right after it came out was Katana Zero. Like, Katana Zero is a game that I bought and beat, like, within the month after it released, just because I saw it on the Steam store, and that one, to me, I was like, okay, so it's basically like Hotline Miami and Furi, but combined. And those are two of my favorite games, and this is really cheap, so I am going to buy this game. I bought that game, I played it that day, I beat it that day, and I fucking loved it, and I've replayed it, like, constantly ever since. So sometimes I have that experience with the game. Usually, it's a Steam sale, I buy, like, 50 different things that seem mildly interesting, I play half of them, and then the other half sit there, and sometimes I rediscover them years later. So, Hollow Knight was one of those. Actually, Hollow Knight, I should say, that one I kind of feel a little bit bad about because my friend actually gifted it to me. Because one of my friends literally said, like I said before, this game is perfect for you. You're going to love this. But I think when he gifted it to me, we were like doing Final Fantasy raid prog, and I was trying to like guild lead and stuff. So that was the thing that I mentioned that I was really caught up with for like a week. I'd been doing like a lot of recruitment and a lot of like gearing and helping people get like their crafted sets and whatnot. And I played it the day he got it for me, but I just had no free time. So I didn't feel super bad at the time because I was like, I think I told him when he gifted it to me, I was like, hey man, you know, I'll accept this, but you understand that I don't have much free time with the Final Fantasy raid team at the moment, right? And he was like, yeah, you know, whatever, play it when you have time, kind of a thing. So, one of these days I'll get around to it. Another game that same friend gifted me that he was like, oh, you'll really like this, and that one I did play, was Wizard of Legends. So, that was another game that I think it was around the same time that he gifted me Hollow Knight. I think maybe a few months earlier. And it's not LFR. I can't. I almost snap-clicked it because I was like, oh, I promised. But then I was like, oh, no, wait, I said I would do that in LFR. I'm not about to troll on normal. It's only normal, but it's still normal. I don't want to go that far. But yeah, Wizard of Legend, when he bought that for me, that game I did play a lot. That is, so I mentioned this before, but I am eventually going to do a video about Torghast. I've been slowly, over the past month or two, gathering footage for it. So I know that's something I've been saying for a while. It's more just because it's a game that I don't know, I've wanted to, it's a video that I've wanted to make, but it's a very long video. Like, I've mostly finished the script for it at this point, and I've gathered a lot of the footage, but there are so many different like bits of footage across different games that I want to get to demonstrate why Torghast fails, because obviously I'm going to talk in a decent amount about why Torghast is bad for the game, right? What about Torghast fails? And that is stuff that you guys probably know a million times over. Why is Torghast bad? It's because it's mandatory content. Torghast fails regardless on any of the changes they're making to it because it's mandatory content, because it has really bad numerical scaling that feels unrewarding to try and like progress through. They're making that a little bit better because of the change. If you haven't seen in 9.1.5, Soul Ash and Soul Cinders are going to be infinitely farmable on any level. So that helps a little bit. Because now, even if you can't necessarily do the highest levels of Torghast, you are no longer forced to do... You're no longer forced to do the highest levels of Torghast in order to get, like, all of your Soul Cinders. So now you can reliably say, like, yeah, if I want to farm Layer 9, I can farm Layer 9. That's okay now. So, okay, sure. I still think that player power should be detached from Torghast, and that's the main thing that I'm going to talk about in that particular section. And that is pretty much the main point I have as to why Torghast is bad in terms of a World of Warcraft system. It has player power locked behind it, and it's not fun as a result, because everything that you have to do within it is purely based on what's the most optimal. I'm rarely going to experiment with fun builds in Torghast, because why would I experiment with a fun build in Torghast if the moment-to-moment gameplay isn't that exciting? And the, actual time I spend in it kind of matters, especially now that they have the scoring system. You have to go with what's efficient. You cannot mess around and have fun with it. It kind of sucks in that regard. Torghast fails because it's not the Endless Tower from Ragnarok Online. I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it that it's good. There's another similar system in Final Fantasy. One second. So Final Fantasy has Palace of the Dead and Heaven on High. That is, in many ways, kind of similar. But Torghast basically... I don't know, it's not fun, right? Like, I don't know anybody who actually has fun playing Torghast. Like, I've heard people say that they think the new, like, transmog rewards and stuff is interesting. But I don't know, man. It's just I never enjoy myself whenever I'm playing Torghast. I'm always just like, oh good, I got the right set of powers so that I could get through it in a more efficient amount of time. And I didn't have to waste like hours of my life working on it, that kind of thing. You hate it and you don't even do it. And that's the thing, right? Because, like, the problem with Torghast inherently is the fact that it has to be tuned around people having a difficult time completing it. Blizzard needs to make it so Torghast is a chore to do, because if it wasn't a chore to do, it would be too easy to get your Soul Cinders, and that would mean less playtime metrics. That's not even really a Machiavellian approach to what Blizzard's doing, that's just the truth. It's obvious. There's no reason for Torghast to have annoyingly scaling numerical values other than to arbitrarily make it so it takes longer. Like, layer 20, or layer 12 Torghast, I mean, just takes an inordinate amount of time to complete. Even on a geared character, it's just fucking slow, man. It's annoyingly slow. So, the problem with Torghast is going to be kind of fixed, like I said, with the change. But what I think they should do, so what they're doing now, right? I already said this, but I'll repeat it because I want to let it lead into my next point, is they're making it so Soul Ash and Soul Cinders can be infinitely farmed. Well, this is good because it means that there's no longer any incentive for Blizzard to make Torghast extremely difficult. Because if you want to get your Soul Cinders, well, you just farm layer 9. Layer 9 is going to be super easy. Like, I guarantee you, even for people who have geared characters, who have, like, you know, multiple different, like, 240 alts and stuff, and they just want to, you know, get some Soul Cinders really quickly, they're going to go on layer 9, and they're going to speedrun that shit in no time at all, and farm Soul Cinders that way. It's going to be way faster to do that, and to just run it on repeat, than it'll be to run layer 12, even, like, one time. And that means that effectively the incentive to run difficult layers of Torghast has been removed. And good riddance, right? The only thing that should be locked behind layer 12 Torghast is cosmetic fun shit. Who cannot farm max level Torghast? I've been flawlessing layer 12 since week 1. I'm not saying you can't. To be clear, I am not saying that you cannot farm layer 12 Torghast. Right now, that is what I am doing, and that is what everybody has to do. To be clear, on 9.1.5, you will be able to infinitely farm Soul Cinders on any difficulty with no drop-off. So, if you farm layer 9, you get the full layer 9 Soul Cinders, and then if you run layer 12, you get the full layer 12 Soul Cinders, which means that running layer 9 multiple times really quickly will be way faster than running layer 12 once. Maybe like layer 10. I don't know what the exact number is. Layer 12 isn't difficult, it's just not fun. Yeah, it's not fun and it's slow. The key thing about it is slow. So it is going to be faster. Mark my words, because, I mean, that's how you farm Soul Ash right now, to speedrun a lower layer multiple times over and over and over and over than it will be to do runs of the highest layer. I don't know exactly what it'll be. Maybe it'll be layer 10. But whatever layer you can complete at like a face roll easy difficulty to farm basically infinite Soul Cinders will be the fastest layer to farm. And that's what everybody will be doing come 9.1.5. Mark my words on that. And because of that, it removes any incentive Blizzard has to make layer 12 or any of the higher layers actually difficult outside of fun challenges to get cosmetic rewards. And that is what I think they should focus Torghast on from now on. They should, honestly, I think the whole Endless Halls thing, either scrap it or redo it or just make Torghast that. Take Soul Ash and Soul Cinders out of Torghast, put it through some other thing, make Torghast just a purely fun challenge where they can actually go ham and design something interesting. Okay, I'm going to delist because I don't want the beeping sound. Torghast is just boring as fuck. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be. And that's the main thing that I'm going to talk about in that video when I eventually make it. The main thing I want to discuss in that video is how Torghast fails as a what's the word? As a roguelike, right? Torghast isn't just a bad system, it's a bad roguelike. Anybody who has played roguelikes even remotely seriously can tell you that Torghast is just nowhere near as fun as any of the dedicated roguelikes. And that's just because there are so many things that Torghast does wrong. I mean, if you want a really easy example of something about Torghast that is way, way, way worse than every single other roguelike on the market, think about where you start off at. How do you enter Torghast? What is the state of your character when you enter Torghast? And every single person that would answer that question has a different answer. Every single person who says, well, my state is I'm in X item level shaman, or I'm in X item level Prot warrior, or something like that. And it's going to be a completely different answer for everybody. They're going to have different gear, they're going to have different item level gear, they're going to be a different spec, sometimes a different class, and generally speaking, things in Torghast are tuned more specifically around the class rather than the individual spec. There are very few powers that actually are specifically focused on one spec. Some have an effect for every spec and work for some specs specifically, but they fail for other specs, please. Strong Dog has 10 of towers in lumbering form. Reroll your powers, please. Yeah, so the problem with Torghast is Blizzard is basically trying to tune something for a vast amount of players that have multiple different variables going in. So how are you supposed to nail the power scaling if you have no baseline for what people are when they start the game? Which is literally a core fundamental mechanic of roguelikes. Look at every single good roguelike on the market. Every single roguelike, you click a button and you start the game and you're off on a baseline. Slay the Spire, you have 6 strikes, 5 defense. You have Bash and you have, what's the name? There's that one other thing that I'm forgetting. Fuck, I forget. Then, you know what I'm talking about. Every single deck in Slay the Spire, you start off with your strikes and defense and, like, your unique cards for your class. Then, Wizard of Legends, you go in there with, like, a preset amount of powers, but you only have, like, basic powers, and you can only choose, like, one upgrade, like, one passive upgrade kind of thing. And, let's look at more. Enter the Gungeon. Every character in Enter the Gungeon has a starter weapon and a starter passive. You don't enter the Gungeon with anything other than what you're holding on your starter character thing, and everybody starts the same. Then, what else? Fuck if I know. Look at some more niche roguelikes. Luck Be a Landlord, right? Every single time you start a game in Luck Be a Landlord, you have the exact same symbols. Every single time, even in Hearthstone, you start, like, the, what is it, like the Witchwood thing, or Kobolds and Catacombs? You have the same deck. Every single time. And that's the key thing of any roguelike. It's having a baseline. Because you can tune every single one of those roguelikes. Man, I need to play Hades. That falls in the Hollow Knight Dark Souls category of games that I need to play. That one I actually probably will play soon, because that one is, a lot of people have told me that I really, really need to play it. It's definitely newer, though, so I will say I generally do not play games within, like, the first year that they come out. I almost always wait a good amount of time before a game comes out to really, like, form an opinion on it based on what people are saying. And if everybody's saying it's good, well, I'll spend money on it. But every single person I know who has played Hades has told me it's, like, one of the best games they've ever played. So, I have overwhelmingly positive feedback regarding Hades. So I definitely will try it. Just gotta get around to it at some point. Let me scroll up. I think I missed some stuff. Endless Tower is a 100 level tower where you fight the monster the game have and most of the bosses, and they have an excellent final boss and an okay extra boss. Yeah, it sounds a lot like Final Fantasy's, what's it called? Heaven on High and stuff. Me. Everyone is ready? Okay, great. Okay, I'll respond to all the other messages after the poll, but I do want to focus on this. Obviously, I'm not going for a parse on Terragru, but I don't want to fuck up and die. Oh, I ripped aggro and took an auto to the face. That hurt. Come on, how are people dying to Hungering Mist? That many? Oh, I don't know, man. I have my eye on them. That's definitely not a good way to start. You see the quotes from the ex-Blizzard CEO guy? He's literally like, I'm very happy about how we have diverted from making WoW fun to giving good player attention. I swear that's almost an exact quote, but I can't find the quote. I forget. I don't think I've seen what you're referring to at the very least. So, no, I don't know what you're talking about there. CEOs only care about money? Yeah. I mean, that's true. Honestly, I'd rather CEOs be blatant about it. I'd rather a CEO say to my face, all I care about is getting your money, rather than them trying to put out some PR statement about like, oh, hey, this benefit or this change is in the best interests of the players because XYZ, and it's like, no, it's not. You just want my money. Just tell me that all you want is my money. Like, if Bobby Kotick came out today and said, hey guys, all I give a shit about is money. I just want to buy another yacht. So to do that, I'm going to try to make WoW pretty good. And if we make WoW pretty good, I hope you'll give us more money. I'd be like, sure, Bobby Kotick, if you make this game good, I'll keep giving you money. Like, that's how it works, right? I don't give a shit. Like, that's what he's in the business for. If he manages to, like, run a company that provides an environment conducive to actually making good games, sure. Make all the money you want, Bobby Kotick. That's not the problem I have. The problem that I think most people have is when these CEOs basically run a company into the ground and then make a lot of money off it. It doesn't seem like Bobby Kotick is doing that. It seems like, if anything, Blizzard is doing that. That's why I love when people still say, oh, Activision's ruining Blizzard. No, it's not. Blizzard is ruining Blizzard. Activision right now is infinitely more successful than Blizzard is. If you think that Activision is ruining Blizzard, you're just delusional. Blizzard has been shit for years. It's only just now coming to light because they finally really colossally fucked up. If anything, we need Activision to actually bail out Blizzard. We need Activision to say, get your fucking asses in gear, stop running all of your games into the ground, and actually make some fucking money off this, or you're all fired and we're replacing you. That's the only way that this game's actually going to be good again. I think that's what's happening. After all, there are a lot of new positions open at Blizzard. And I'm not even saying that I want people to be fired because of the sexual harassment stuff. They should be fired from the sexual harassment stuff. They have been fired for the sexual harassment stuff. But I think you should do that, and then on top of that, fire the bad game designers. You know, just clean house at this point. You have an opportunity to make your company really good. Just fucking take it, right? Oh, hey, somebody died, so I got Avenging Wrath. Got it. I feel like for Parses, Retribution Aura is going to be so cheese. Imagine, like, having to sacrifice people to actually keep your parse up. That sounds absolute fucking cancer, man. I don't know about that one. No wonder Blizzard is milking the raiders for playtime metrics. They'll do anything, even if it's boring, and helps in raids as long as the raids are good. Yes and no. They will to a certain degree. I know for a fact that this is my limit, right? I almost didn't come back for this tier. In fact, I'll be completely real here. If I didn't have a YouTube channel, I wouldn't be playing this game. I wouldn't still be playing this game if I wasn't enjoying it, but I absolutely, 100%, can guarantee you that I came back to this game 100% to see 9.1, to see if it was actually worth playing. And, you know, I wanted to make that video. Thank you. My dad brought me coffee and water. I came back to make that YouTube video at the very least, and after I had already suffered through all of the bullshit in 9.1, I decided, fuck it, you know, I might as well at least get my AOTC. And then I got my AOTC, and I was like, okay, this tier is actually pretty cool. At this point, I've done all of the really annoying bullshit. I might as well just do Mythic rating in this tier. But if I didn't have a YouTube channel, I would just be sitting here playing Final Fantasy right now. That's the truth. Now, admittedly, I'm not going to force myself to play something that I don't enjoy. So, as it so happens, I enjoy streaming WoW and I enjoy doing challenges in WoW that I can put up on YouTube. That's fun for me. So as long as I'm doing that within World of Warcraft, I'm having fun within this game. But, you know, if I was just sitting here trying to, like, do the content, I would probably barely be playing.
The Terragru's essence is still tethered to its master. We can use that connection to open the way into the fortress above.
The jailer will unleash all his fury upon us. We must not falter. Prepare yourselves.
Oh, let me catch up. People died of these kind of AoE damage since vanilla. Would I, in good conscience, recommend WoW to somebody? No. In fact, literally earlier in the stream, somebody said, should I get back into World of Warcraft right now? And I said no. No, I absolutely do not, in good conscience, recommend WoW to somebody. I'm not saying that if you're already playing 9.1, you should quit. Like, I can tell you that Sanctum of Domination is a fun raid. I am having fun right now because I'm doing these, like, fun YouTube videos. I enjoy doing this, and I enjoy raiding. But I would say the, like, vomit-inducing experience of actually having to play through the initial 9.1 stuff basically would make this not worth playing. A lot of that stuff they're fixing in 9.1.5. So in 9.5, in 9.1.5, I will basically say I would recommend playing WoW with an asterisk. Asterix. Blah. I always have trouble pronouncing that. It just doesn't roll off the tongue well for me. But it's like one of those things where they're going to be fixing a lot of the bullshit, but I think one of the problems with coming back in 9.1.5 is if you're coming back in the hopes that Blizzard is completely turned around, everything's amazing, all of the problems are fixed, you're going to be in for a rude awakening when you come back to this game, right? It's definitely an improvement for those of us that are still able to tolerate Blizzard's bullshit, because it's definitely a bit of a 180 on some of that bullshit, but it's still, in a lot of ways, a very... going to be a very meh expansion overall. I would say it's going to require an entire new expansion for Blizzard to actually fix their shit. When that expansion comes out, presumably I'll have beta, because I almost always have beta. I'm going to be doing a lot of coverage on that. And at that point, I will say whether or not I think World of Warcraft is doomed. Because if that, you know, beta comes out, and I can see from the get-go that they clearly have not learned their lesson, and they're making all the same mistakes all over again, I'll basically, you know, just say, abandon ship at this point. Fuck it. I think that there is definitely a chance that everything we're seeing in this upcoming patch is a sign that Blizzard is willing to listen and willing to not do the same bullshit they've always done. But I don't think it's a guarantee. It's just that. It's a chance. If it turns out to be the case that they're willing to listen, great. Then I think this game could genuinely be good moving forward, and I could start recommending it to people again. But at this point, I think the only people that would genuinely enjoy WoW are the diehard fans. The people like me, who have been playing it for years and years and years. Where is this guy going? Buddy. Yeah, like right now, I can still enjoy WoW because I have so many characters. I've been playing it for years. For me, it's more, once I'm actually in raid and I'm actually playing my class, I have fun. If I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't be able to get rank 1 parsons. There have been tiers where I'm not enjoying myself at all, and I struggle to actually, you know, play my character well. Because if I'm not motivated, I'm not going to be able to play correctly. I'm just going to be fucking around and, like, not having fun and just sitting there like, ugh. I said in chat, where the fuck are you all going? And somebody said, to your mom's house. Another person said, ooh. So, okay. Sure. But yeah, for new players, absolutely, WoW is not in a position where they should be trying it now. I wish that I could say, yeah, come play WoW, it's fun. But the reality is, like, I keep thinking about how much I wish I had, like, more of my friends still playing this game. And I want to reach out to them and be like, hey, you know, you should play WoW. It would be cool if we could still play WoW together. And every time I think of doing that, I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, every single person I know, or pretty much everybody I know, who has quit WoW is now playing Final Fantasy XIV. And I feel like it would be, you know, a criminal act to go and tell them, hey, you should stop playing Final Fantasy XIV and come play WoW with me. Like, you know, if I want to be masochistic, that's my own problem. Holy shit! I got fucked. Yeah, so if I want to be masochistic, sure. But I don't want to force that upon any of my friends or any people watching the stream. And yeah, as for what Nakasaru said about, I'd be pissed, but I respect that. Like, that's the thing. Honestly, honesty is the best policy. Put us in queue. Oh, we lost healers? Okay. Norm Sanctum at I. Oh yeah, we lost 2 healers. Interesting. So, yeah, like, everybody knows that Bobby Kotick only cares about money. Like, it's not a secret. So if Bobby Kotick just said, hey guys, I only care about money, like, obviously the obvious follow-up is he would have to follow that by saying, but I'm going to make my games as good as they can possibly be, right? In order to make the money. So if he basically said, hey, just to be clear, all I give a shit about is making money, not really making good games, but I'm going to hire people who can make good games and make sure that they're doing their job. We already know that's what he does. So just be upfront about it. He would gain, honestly, a lot of respect from people. Like, if Bobby Kotick said that, I'd be like, you know what? I hate you, but I respect the fact that you owned up to that. I would kind of like the man a bit more just because of it. That's just kind of a good option for him. Oh. Fuck. I wasn't paying attention. I figured the healers would keep me up, and they were both AFK. Whoops. I'm not going to run back. I honestly don't feel like it. I'll just, I'll let the group finder fill up. I'm sure part of the reason the devs are so bad is due to how the workplace might have felt for them now. It was obviously not the entire reason, but it definitely had a big part. Absolutely agree. Yeah. Like, look, the Blizzard devs are definitely no heroes of game design. There's a lot of stuff that we can very clearly see by the shit that they've said on Twitter, where they have no fucking clue what they're doing. And not all of them, but a lot of the ones, especially the ones that are in the decision-making process, those people, a lot of times, have no fucking clue what they're doing, right? And they need to be fired, but if they're not fired, Blizzard needs to at least get people hired that do know what they're doing, so those people don't have as much impact, and at least not as much say in the decision-making process. But definitely the workplace environment does not help. like, I would say the problem with, like, having that bad workplace environment is, you know, all of the confident assholes that you see on Twitter, the ones that go on Twitter actively shitting on the player base and telling the player base that they're stupid and that, like, you know, oh, you know, you don't know more than the developers, all that shit. Those people, guarantee you, they're not the ones being sexually harassed. I'm not going to go out and say that they were the ones doing the sexual harassment, but I will say that they definitely are not the type of people that are, basically the victims here. The people who were the victims were the people that don't have positions of power, who aren't able to just go on Twitter and shit talk the player base. Because I'm pretty sure that if an average Joe employee went on Twitter and shit talked the player base and did something that colossally stupid, they'd be fired in a day. And those people probably genuinely care about the game and their job, and wouldn't do something like that, and probably are actually helping the game improve. So those are the people that, yeah, probably suffered from the bad workplace environment, and this is just a net benefit for them. In this game, there's never been an expansion that was 100% good from beginning till end. Maybe not 100% good, but Legion was amazing at the start. And here's the thing. People are going to argue with me and say Legendaries were bad. Legendaries were bad, but Legion was still way better on launch than, like, any other expansion. Legendaries were, like, the one bad thing on an otherwise amazing expansion launch. Which sucked, because Legion could have literally been the perfect X-Pack launch. And it just had Legendaries. It just had that one thing that made it bad. There are going to be people who also throw artifact power grinding into that list. I don't. I think that people who thought that you had to grind artifact power constantly to stay, like, relevant are, you know, out of their fucking minds. I farmed okay, first of all, the reason that you farmed Maw of Souls was not necessarily just for artifact power. There was a certain point where you already had all of your relevant traits. Like, there were so many traits that you could farm that just did not fucking matter. Like, if you farmed a ton of artifact power on most classes, like, if you prioritized your tree correctly and you followed the correct route, you did not need to farm that much AP. It was like, it would give you a utility thing or a survivability thing. It didn't matter. It was like a very, very minor improvement. And the stuff that really people farmed a lot of Maw of Souls for was Titan Forge gear. So if you were 3-chesting +2 Maw of Souls, obviously the AP from it was really good as well, so it was kind of like a 2-for-1 thing. But especially, like, Memento of Angerboda was a really good trinket for a lot of people, and with the way that Titan Forging worked at the time... Grab that healer? Fuck no. Crealis is a healer. Swap, please. So, yeah, can the artifact... Cap the artifact to get a 1% bonus in stamina. Exactly. So, the people who looked at that and said, oh, wow, all these people farming tons of Maw of Souls to stay viable. I don't want to do that, that kind of thing. Like, that's not why people did it. The reason that I can tell you right now, I was one of those people that farmed 1,000,000 +2 Maw of Souls. I did so many Maw of Souls. It helped because a lot of people act like that was a bad thing. I loved Maw of Souls. Maw of Souls is my favorite dungeon. If there is one dungeon in the history of this game that I would not mind running hundreds of times, it is Maw of Souls. I already have run it hundreds of times, and I would gladly run it another few hundred, because it is just that good of a dungeon. I fucking love every last bit of Maw of Souls. It's such an amazing fucking dungeon. God, I love it so much. Shit, I need to do groups. Arlen and Emma, let's throw them in different groups. Crealis and Zanai, sure. Odd, left, even, right. You got Stockholm Syndrome into liking Maw of Souls. I mean, I know you're joking, but honestly, though, Maw of Souls was so good. I loved it from the start. I genuinely, like... So here's the thing. I was out there spamming Maw of Souls before anybody discovered that it was genuinely a good strategy. Like, I was just running Maw of Souls nonstop because I just loved Maw of Souls. I thought it was the most fun dungeon ever. And then one time I was doing Maw of Souls, because you have to remember that Legion was the first expansion that I ever seriously got into raiding. So at the time when all of this was happening, I was not in, like, a dedicated, super hardcore raiding guild. I was in a raiding guild that was still, like, relatively mediocre. And none of them were doing even remotely this kind of stuff. But I would literally just do Maw of Souls nonstop because I was like, this dungeon is so fucking good. I just had so much fun playing it. And then, actually, while pugging Maw of Souls, I ran into 2 players from Blood Legion. So, obviously, Blood Legion is no longer, like, the big name that it is. But, 2 of Blood Legion's DPS ended up in one of my Maw of Souls groups. And they were like, hey, you're a really good Guardian Druid. Do you want to just, like, run with our Maw of Souls farm group? And I was like, wait, you guys are farming Maw of Souls? And they explained to me that it was just the best way to get artifact power and, like, you know, gear and stuff like that. So I was like, fuck yeah, I'm doing that anyway. I didn't even fucking know that. So I was like their dedicated tank for Maw of Souls. We must have done, I don't even know, like 200 Maw of Souls runs. I ran with those guys like every day for like 2 weeks. It was fucking insane. I did so much Maw of Souls. It was awesome. Oh, I miss that. So people say like, oh yeah, you know, Legion on launch was really bad. Like, for me, I have like one of the most fun experiences for me in this entire game was playing Legion at its launch. That was just such a fun experience in my experience. I know that not everybody had that same exact experience. I know that some people had a really terrible experience, and for those people, I feel bad for them because I wish that they didn't. I wish that they got to have the same experience that I did of playing Maw of Souls and just having a blast doing it and being like, oh yeah, this dungeon is so fucking cool. And yeah, I don't know, it was one of my favorite times in this entire game. All of Legion was really good, but especially Launch. Launch felt so nice to play. Ooh, that guy didn't taunt. That was almost really bad. Wait, okay. I can do it correctly this time. Come on! Fuck! God damn it! Why am I so bad at that? Ah! At least I'm a tank, so I didn't die. Fuck. One of these days I'll get it. Okay, I don't play a lot of Venthyr, alright? It's not something that I have a lot of experience with. I'm gonna keep trying it, though. Every single time I have the option to, whatchamacallit, Door of Shadows through that beam, I'm gonna take that. I've started soul shaping. I'm casting it a second too late. Yeah, I'll get the timing down. That is like, I've never used Door of Shadows, right? I don't main Venthyr. On my Prot Warrior, I've started soul shaping the beam. In fact, I talked about this in my Hunter video, but I started soul shaping the beam on Eye of the Jailer, and my raid leader told me that I was trolling. He said, Anji, you're trolling by soul shaping the beam. You shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, fuck you, man. Like, I died to it literally once, and we wiped like 10 times because they were doing dumb shit with their strategies. So when he told me that I was trolling because like a single time I lagged out and died because of soul shape, I was pissed. Soul shaping is way tighter though. It's very 50-50. I've managed to get it down to like, I'm very confident in the timing, but yeah, it is very, very, very hard. It's very easy to fuck up and just completely eat shit to it. I know that Door of Shadows is way more consistent. I know I've still missed a lot of messages in chat. I'll get to you eventually if you sent a message. I do apologize, but obviously I do need to mildly focus while doing this. Sure, it's only normal, but it's not the easiest thing in the world for me at an under-geared item level. So if I'm not paying attention, I absolutely can eat shit to this. I am going to start logging on the 9, though. I haven't been logging so far, and that's probably a mistake. The main reason that this is taking really long is because we obviously lost a shit ton of DPS, but this shouldn't be as slow as it is. And people shouldn't be dying to this. And look at the fucking puddles, man. What is going on there? It's definitely very messy. Expurgation. 2 Titanic ocular glands. Okay, normal sanctum at the 9. I don't leave logging running 24/7, not while streaming. It slows down my computer a little bit. I don't have the best computer, unfortunately. So, yeah. This guy's rolling the bracers. I actually got a decent roll. Oh! Okay, I'm in the lead so far.
I must get closer.
Well, nobody else is rolling. I think I've won the bracers. Would be pretty nice. Because it's a Dom socket piece, and my bracers are really bad. So, would really like to get that. I'm going to trade him, because nobody else is rolling. Did that guy really... Some guy tried to double roll and cheat the system. His second roll still lost? Well, I got Shard of D's nuts. Nice.
Too far away.
Yeah, some guy tried to double roll. He still lost on his second roll to my roll, so... Get fucked, loser, but... Yeah. Can't do that well in combat. Shit. Good to have you here, Brian. You tuned in at the perfect time. And Brian doesn't even know what I'm talking about, because Brian, there's a shard of domination called Shard of D's. So, it's a joke that writes itself. How to casual... Motherfuck... This druid just said, how to casual solo tank. Absolute fucking asshole. I'm here! Just because you're holding aggro on me doesn't mean you're solo tanking, fucker. I still have aggro on some of the mobs. The disrespect of this man. How to solo tank. Ugh. Being unreal. You just walked all the way out to Walmart 2 miles or something and they don't have? Ah, that's unfortunate. God damn it, Brian. Lich King was good at the start. BC wasn't bad. Kata was boring. Pandaria just got good at Thunder King. I don't think Pandaria was terrible at launch, but I will admit that it got way better with 5.2. So I'll give you that much. WAD had all the content cut off. Yeah. I will say the content WAD had was good content, but it did have a lot of missing content. I just wish my friends were still playing WoW too, but it feels wrong to recommend it to them since they're very casual players. Yeah, I feel that. I have become a Bobby in-game. I enjoy making goals. I used to do hardcore raiding, but not anymore. Yeah, I feel that. Let me start checking logs. was I gonna check? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll take that guy. Nope. I'm pretty excited that Quick is one of the ones in charge. He's not in charge, though. He's said that, though. He's the head of Blizzard, but he's not actually, like, leading the development. I'm glad that he plays the game, but I don't really think that he's going to have that much of an impact. But it is good to see. I do agree that he does seem pretty cool for somebody in his position. Never did those insane farms, and I was relevant all the way to the end. Wasn't hard. Exactly. And Legion, you were a very good M+ player. You couldn't raid because you had a very powerful PC running the game at super 10 FPS. Damn. Love Legion at launch as a casual player. Love the class quest halls. Yeah, it was awesome. Can I explain the purpose to Stygian Ember to the uninitiated? So basically, Stygian Ember, if you get enough of them, you can upgrade these things, these shards. So shards drop from raid. Shards are socketed into these items. So the domination socket items. So I can go here. I can put a shard there. Socket it in. They have ranks. So there's 6 ranks total, I believe. And you can use Stygian Embers to increase the rank of the shard. Okay, I gotta start my logs. I want to make sure I have them going for this fight. Can't believe Bobby self-inserted an NPC into WoW as Gallywix. I know, right? It's good if there's at least people with some form of power playing the game. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I definitely think it's good that he is the lead, like, you know, CEO or co-CEO, I guess, of Blizzard. That's obviously great, but I don't think it's going to necessarily change massive parts of the game, I guess. I don't know if anybody's, like, following along with what I said in chat. But somebody was like, hey, could I get a summon? And I'm like, sure, if people click the goddamn portal. And I put it in all caps. And then I just said, thanks, by the way, after that. That got people to click it, though. So, I mean, if it works, it works. Okay, live log. Combat log. Alright, let's see how shit my prop pally parses are. I can't wait. Kick all DPS and replace them with mages. So, somebody said in the group, I've never seen this many mages in a group before. And then somebody said, we need more. Another person said, kick all the DPS, replace them with mages. That's one way to do it. And yes, what Nakasadu said. Ah, god damn it. There we go. My raid does look like a mage stack. I have no incentive to stacking mages, right? Like, you know, they do nothing for me. Can a mage trade me gear? Not in the slightest. So, I'm just bringing mages because a lot of really high item level mages queued up for the group. You are all outmatched. I love the quotes on this boss. Like, my shield never falters and fall before my blade. Like, there's just so many, like, good quotes. That one, too. It's always fun because, like, I can identify what the mechanic is by what the boss says. They can trade trinkets? They use caster trinkets! What trinkets can a mage get that I'm actually going to, like, use? Okay, this guy really needs the taunt. Solo tanking! Solo tanking, and he doesn't fucking know how to taunt a fucking boss, man! Come on, please! Taunt, please. I'm up to 6 stacks, motherfucker! Any day now! Seven. 7 stacks this fucker is letting me get up to. Oh my god. I just bubbled the stacks off. Fuck that. Come on. Like, how are you about to try to shit-talk me during trash by saying that you're solo tanking, and then you just don't taunt the boss at all? This guy. This fucking guy right here. Fucking piece of shit. I did get Avenging Wrath off all those people dying, though, so that was some. Okay. You know, I let him take 4 stacks. I'd say that's enough. What? He taunted back, buddy. Fuck. What the fuck is he doing? Stop. He's taunting after every single stack. So now he's taunting all the time. It's like his brain is fucking broken, man. Like, you don't taunt at all in phase 1, but then you taunt constantly in phase 2? Like, what? Watch, now that I actually have 3 stacks, he's not gonna taunt. Okay, taunt, buddy. Taunt! Jesus Christ. I can't soak that, or I'm probably gonna fucking die. Okay, I'm good. Oh. I keep thinking, like, whenever I'm not getting resets, every fiber of my being is telling me to leap out and charge back in to get more rage. Because that's, like, hard-coded into my brain at this point. I'm like, leap charge, leap charge. Like, it's a way of life. I think this is going to be my shield never falters, right? No, no shield yet. There's the shield. Fuck me, man. Move it! Oh my god. This guy. Somebody else had to taunt the boss for him. Fucking hell. You're the other tank? I hope not. Because if so, how do you, like, survive, man? Holy shit. So much for use your head. Oh, fuck you. Really snarky people in this raid group, man. Unless he's not directing that at me. If he's, like, directing that at just everybody else, then fine, whatever. I'm gonna let this guy take another stack, because God knows he's not gonna fucking taunt properly. Okay. Now I'll taunt off you. How does it feel, having people not do taunt swaps properly? He says, pull aggro for fuck's sake. Jesus. Wait, do I actually need that ring? It's high haste, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't know, like, if you could see what I'm typing. I'm pretty sure you can see what I'm typing if you manage to follow it, but this motherfucker misses multiple taunts. Just whispered somebody for loot and they said they need it, so I'm just saying grats to you. Misses multiple taunts back to back, to the point where I literally die, right? Now, admittedly, I died at the end there because I wasn't getting healed, and I need to move the boss, so I'm taking, like, heavy auto attack damage, and I'm just, yeah. So, after all that shit, you definitely can't see what he said, though. I'll read his exact words, because just fucking hell. He says, pull aggro, in all caps, mind you, pull aggro, for fuck's sake, thank you. And I said, LMAO, the irony, and then you miss multiple taunts, and then tell me to pull aggro, get the fuck out. So, fuck me, man. Fucking amazing. Same dude, mind you, who said the same shit about, like, oh, solo tanking, blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, congratulations, idiot, you can solo tank trash, but apparently you have no fucking clue to actually tank a boss. Fuck me. Oh, that guy's dead. Okay. 219 blood decay. I'll take him if I can't find anything else. Yeah, so the fucking balls in that man to try and brag about being able to solo tank trash, which wasn't even fucking true, right? Like, I was there! I was helping him tank, and he's like, solo tanking trash, easiest thing of my life. Like, get the fuck out of here. Bragging about shit like that, and then fucking up a boss mechanic that badly, and then when I don't taunt for, like, one extra stack, which, by the way, was 100% intentional, and I think everybody knows that. Like, you know, you're gonna miss a taunt that frequently, and then expect me to, you know, taunt off? Like, fuck you. Fuck you. And then he bitches and moans about it in chat. Like, get the fuck out of here. And that's why I give up on tanking, spend too much time with sucker players. I mean, you're gonna get those sucker players everywhere, right? They're gonna appear no matter what you do. Here's the thing. If I'm tanking, I know at least one of the 2 tank spots is covered. And yeah, I get a lot of shit co-tanks, but what do? I tell them to fuck off and I boot them from the group, like I just did. It's just how it goes. You're gonna get some shitters every now and then. Such is life. It's just, you know, how you actually handle it. I gotta check logs to see. Okay, so nobody has tanked Sanctum of Domination on a prop pally at 200 item level. Apparently I'm the first person to do that. The first person that fucking stupid to try and tank this raid at 200 item level. So, that's neat, I guess. So I don't have an item level parse, but I got a 48 parse. Which, I mean, a 48 parse for an item level that's so low that it doesn't even have recorded parses, I would say is pretty good. I'll take it. Our DPS are really bad. Holy shit. Oh, Jesus. Where do I even start with this? Okay, that they canceled. Sure. How did this guy get in here? I'm guessing everybody else is like a friend of somebody. I know I invited a few package deals. I didn't bother to record who the package deals were. I guess, was that one of them? I don't know. Oh, okay, yes. I see. Gotcha. Okay, then I can be a bit more safe in... I'm not looking at chat right now, for the record. Wow, that bopped me. Woo! Oh, somebody soulstone me at the last second. Mythic Raider, by the way. He messaged me Mythic Raider, by the way. If you do more damage, then... Don't lose to a 200 item level prop pally? Like, okay, so here's the thing, guys. Just, okay, this is interesting. So, if you ever lose to a 200 item level prop pally on damage, and your response is, Mythic Raider, by the way, I do your mom on the daily, it's a norm, why do you have to be a prick? You're probably a bad player, and you should probably reevaluate your life decisions. Just a suggestion. Just so you know I'm not making this shit up. How do I... Let me open up OBS. I want to make sure he does... I'm worried that, like, this is the type of guy to drop the hard R N-word. So I'm gonna try to make sure that, like, he doesn't say anything. But here you go. Here's one of the people I kicked who, mind you, did less DPS, just to be clear, less DPS than a 200 item level prot pally. If you want to see the proof, I have public logs. You can go over there and you can check the logs. He got out DPS'd that badly. So yeah. I want to make sure this guy isn't friends with anybody, so... Out. Oh, and then he also followed it up by saying, it's a norm, why do you have to be such a prick? So, you know, fun person, right? Just overall, stand-up guy. Apparently, just because it's a normal raid, you're supposed to let everybody do less DPS than a 200 item level prot pally. And if you keep people in the group who do less DPS than a 200 item level prot pally, you are, by definition, according to this guy, a prick. So... Oh. I find that hilarious. Like, how is that even supposed to be an excuse? Like, I'm a Mythic Raider, too. I have 200 item level, and I'm actually performing, I would like to think, well enough to back it up. Just fucking retarded stuff, man. Yo, what's up? Hey, Just Marv. Good to have you here. Sorry, I've been spending a lot of time, like, looking at the panel and, you know, Warcraft logs and stuff, so I haven't been caught up on chat, but nice to see you here. I have two friends who are good at tanking, but they aren't playing now. It's unfortunate. Can't blame them. You really need to explain the logs and parses sometimes. You're talking about Warcraft logs, right? You know what? After stream, I'll show how logs work. That should be interesting, actually, yeah. I don't really want to necessarily make a video going over how logs work, per se, because it's something that, like, a million videos have been made about that. I don't want to, like, you know, pollute YouTube with stuff like that, but I guess if you aren't familiar with Warcraft logs, I'll explain it after this poll. Or not after this poll, but after this raid, when I'm done. Like, basically, it'll be the last thing I do before I stop the stream. So probably in, like, 30, 45 minutes, whenever I finish that. Just remind me. How do I... Here, explain Warcraft log. I'm setting a note for myself.
I need to target something first.
Okay, thanks, no problem. I love the judgment. He's flying off the side. He still gets that last judgment in there. It's like a fuck you to the mob. That's great. Sir, I'll have you know I'm a master level Mage master. I've seen ads for that game. I don't know what it's like, but I've seen a lot of ads for it. Ooh, Feast of Gluttonous Hedonism. I think the worst thing to handle are bad healers. You say anything remotely critical and their victim complex kicks in. You're the worst person on earth for doing so. Yeah. I could not agree with you more. But here's the thing, if I ever say that shit, I get angry healers, like, telling me, oh, it's healer hate. Oh, you know, healing is a really difficult job. I'm not saying it's not, but so many people, if, like, you tell them that they need to, like, do better on healers, they're like, oh, healing is subjective. You can't look at healing logs to determine who's the best. And I'm like, okay, sure, I get that. But you're doing, like, 1/4 the healing of every other healer, and you're contributing nothing to damage. So I think there might be a problem. Oh, you're one of those people who looked at Warcraft logs to determine whether or not healers are good. You're the worst type of raid leader. Nah. So, I've absolutely met some of those healers you're describing who have, like, a victim complex and act like everybody's out to get them. Take orbs to the side, run to the orb, dispel said player, bounce, etc. Easy peasy. But healing is all about numbers. So, I will say there is, to a certain degree, you cannot use healing logs as like an accurate measurement of whether or not somebody's like playing properly, because there is such a thing as people sniping each other's heals. But the people who say that healing logs don't matter whatsoever and that they aren't able to determine whether or not somebody's playing correctly is absolutely false. The best way to determine if somebody's playing correctly is to look at their logs, look at their cast time, look at their mana efficiency. There's lots of ways to look at healing logs and determine if somebody's fucking up or not. Okay, I'll respond to all the rest of the messages. I only got through a few of them before the fight started, but I will get around to every message, don't worry. One thing I have to wonder, as a prot pally, what is my magic mitigation? Do I have magic mitigation? I guess, like, Ardent Defender, kind of? But Ardent Defender is more of like a catch-all mitigation. Like, at least Prot Warrior has Spell Reflect. Oh, dear God. Get to the side, dude. Get to the side. No. Move. Move. Okay. Side. To the side, please. Res him. Why? Somebody's AFK in the corner? What is going on, man? Oh, they had the orb. Okay, well, fuck me. I didn't notice the orb going out. Okay, that's my bad. Whatever. B-res someone, please. Fuck. Okay, this is not going well. The lock is not listening. The lock is not B-resing. Swear to fucking God, man. You're the only B-res. Have to bubble this because the other guy hasn't taunted. Come on! Come on, man! Taunt, for the love of God! B-res, please. Oh, what the fuck is this? This tank's about to die from autos. Oh, come on, dude. Please, please. Taunt, come on! How? How are you this bad? Taunt, for the love of all that is good. Oh my God, he did it. At the last possible frame, he taunted. I don't know, man. This is suffering. Holy shit. The Nerzul mechanic? That's not suffering. This is fucking suffering. Okay. Taunt, please. Taunt. Fuck me, taunt! Again with the fucking not taunting! How do you fucking manage this, guy? What is my luck with tanks? How do I keep getting these, like, he died? How do you die? He died to auto attacks, dude! What is this mouth-breathing Prot warrior doing? Oh my God! It's not that fucking hard! Just use shield block for the fucking autos! No! Why would you B-res him? He's the only... And he's dead immediately! Oh my fucking God, dude. Holy shit. Okay. Fine. Getting a new tank. That one was retarded. I'll be impressed if they kill this. It's not impossible, but... I mean, if they zone out and get knocked off, that definitely will do it. Yeah, I also don't know how Prot Warrior dies to autos. I don't know how Prot Warrior forgets that his taunt button exists. My release button is gone. Awesome. He had aggro for a good bit there. He taunted once when I said taunt multiple times. multiple times in chat. I had to say taunt, please, for him to taunt. The only reason that I even survived for as long as I did is because I bubbled off suffering. So I took 3 sufferings in a row because I got suffering, bubbled suffering, then took another suffering. The mage? Oh, I see, yeah. Shield Wall is the best defensive CD? Yeah, Prot Warrior is a very good tank for Remnants. Prot Warrior is nuts for Remnants. I should know. I main Prot Warrior, and I can tell you it's very good for Remnants. And that guy was a fucking chimp. I love when a healer heals for less than the blood DK. Yep. Fuck me, man. I really do not have good luck with tanks today, huh? DBM and Bigwigs are spamming taunts? Yeah, no, this guy... It's just, you have these people who are like, oh, tanking is going to get me into groups faster. And instead of actually trying to learn tanking, they just queue up with no fucking clue what they're doing. Like, you do not have to be that good to tank shit like this. It's really not that hard. All you need to do is know how to fucking press taunt and use your mitigation. It's that simple. This guy couldn't even do that. It's like, why play the fucking game if you're just not going to press half your buttons? I love those mythic players. They have a single character, mythic ready, and a lot of half-baked potatoes. Yeah, exactly. At the time, none were used. That's what I guess. After the first person died. Interesting. Somebody said, kick me in a second, I'm hopping on my tank. Okay. Interesting. That's one way to approach it, I suppose. I've never seen people get more butthurt than normal raiders, literally Reddit Andes. I remember when gearing my HPAL how terrible some DPS players were, even in heroic pugs. Yeah, pugging is fucking cancer. Bubble/bop with a cancel aura usually works well. I can't bop the suffering, it's magic damage. As much as I would love that, it's not something I can do. I'm gonna check Warcraft logs for some of these people. The only magic is Blessing or Spell Warding for Prot, but it's not enough. I guess, yeah, you probably run Spell Warding in this fight, I would imagine. I do not have Tomes, though. What? This guy just... Oh my god. Think, who is the person running around like a chicken with their head cut off? I think it was this guy. I'm just gonna assign a marker there, just to make it easier. Yeah, for the record, all good. Yeah, I wish I could swap to spell wording. I forgot to buy tomes. I knew I was forgetting to buy something, and it was tomes. Oh well. I swear sometimes you need to play for another person and make a macro to tell them to taunt swap. So bad that I can't help you from EU with my main prot. I wish. One of these days, eventually, I'll play on European servers. Did I just see that? Wait. That's a name. Yeah, okay, some guy left, so, okay. I'm kind of, fine with that. He wasn't one of the top DPS anyway. Yes, all of my bags are made by someone named Tiny Slut, apparently. I didn't realize that. Yeah. Fucking Tiny Slut of all people. That's a great name. I wonder if they're a gnome. I feel like they're probably a gnome with that kind of name. Yes, very nice bags. All done with my DK stuff for the day? Yeah, so I wanted to play DK a little bit more, but the problem that I ran into is I really needed to get, I wanted to get my legendary before I did anything special. So I haven't really worked in my DK that much. Like, I did stuff earlier, like dailies and whatnot. I got some conduits and all that stuff. The problem that I have is before I do any sort of serious content, and I mean, even though normal Sanctum is easy, I consider it, like, semi-serious, as in, like, I don't want to be carried through normal Sanctum. So if I do a normal Sanctum pug, I at least want to know what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I'm doing, but I at least want to be geared enough to the point where, like, I'm confident in my ability to not suck ass. And why did I just invite someone without checking their logs first? I saw an item level that was higher than 220, and I immediately was like, yeah, this seems like a good idea. Fuck it, you know, because I don't feel like kicking this person, they get to stay. Let's hope that they actually know what the fuck they're doing. They don't have any logs, so this is a complete crapshoot. I guess, you know, here they go. This is their chance to prove themselves. Pull. Yes. Whew. And then I'll do a check again. I think somebody went AFK to use the bathroom, is what I heard. But, yeah, like, on my prop pally, this is probably the closest I've ever been to nearly being carried. Admittedly, it's not necessarily so much that I'm being carried. I'm actually, I would say, doing decently well. It's just, I'm getting trucked really fucking hard. So, at the very least, my gear is optimized, and I have, like, Mad Paragon, so... Can't I click copy character? Copy Raider.io URL. I don't think you can just copy the character's name. At least not that I can see. 39. Guys. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm basically on, like, the verge of what is considered a carry within this. I guess if you're tanking, you're inherently not really a carry, as long as you're actually tanking. But I definitely am struggling to stay alive at this item level. I'm getting demolished by boss auto attacks. So, I'd like to think that I'm doing well, but it definitely is pushing the limits. So my blood DK has 216. And that's way, way better. I'll do one more ready check, just to be sure. Might have been an add-on. That's possible, yeah. My blood DK is more gear, but I'm missing a legendary. So at the very least, before I do normal Sanctum on my blood, I want to have Super Strain. And the problem with Super Strain is I need to kill Stone Legion Generals for it, and it's like impossible to get into Nathria. So what my plan is if I find a Nathria group up after I stop the stream, I'm going to go ahead and do that. If I can't, then what I'm going to go and do is I'm going to sit in LFR queue for like an hour or 2 hours or however long it's going to take me. And I am going to just get my memory of Super Strain or whatever it's called. I will farm that out. And I think that's going to hit. Long shot. Let's go. So I'm going to farm that. The only problem is I didn't want to do that on stream. So I sat in queue for the Stone Legion General's LFR for an hour on stream. I obviously did other stuff, but that was pretty much what happened. I guess I'm doing the orb. Fuck. Should not be a Paladin doing the orb, I can tell you that much. But, hey. I guess we're just doing that. Malevolence. Oh. Nice, I got it. Okay, gonna taunt off this guy. Any orbs up? Doesn't look like any orbs have spawned just yet. Nice. Okay, this is going much better than before. This tank, thankfully, knows how to taunt, so he's automatically better than the last one we had. Fuck me, normal pugs are insane. This is genuinely more difficult than, like, Mythic. Like, when I'm doing this on Mythic, I'm chilling. I don't have anything to worry about. The healers, the DPS, they have a lot to worry about, but tanking it, it's a breeze. But on normal, whew. There's so much room for people to just be an absolute fucking chimp. I can get this, I can get this, come on. Yeah! I did it! I feel so accomplished. Nobody's running the orbs off, though. He died! Heroes. It's down? Why is the B-res down? Oh, please, please, get it up, get it up. Time. Oh. I almost spoke too soon. Nice. Okay. Come on, buddy. Hit both. Hit both. You have time. You can manage it. Oh, he's not being very ambitious here. You know, at least he knows how to taunt. I can say that much about this tank. He can press his taunt key. And that was enough to get us the kill. So, sufficient. Sufficient tanking. Oh, I got a neck. It's actually not a bad neck either. Yeah. It's an upgrade. Cool. Oh, man. That was fucking hell. That was so brutal. GG a taunt tank, exactly. You would think, oh good, man. Happens to the best of us. So, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't think this group is killing Soul Render. So, who wants lead? I got almost every single boss killed. This guy wants it? Alright. You did a good job. GG's. Best of luck all. Good thing he could taunt. These gamers aren't even worth it. No, he played well. He told me that, basically he tried to pop dash and get to the bomb, and he forgot to pop survival instincts while dashing in cat form, and that's why he died. And, like, honestly, that's not even, like, a bad mistake. Like, that's something that I've done myself, right? So, it's definitely an understandable mistake to make as somebody playing Guardian Druid, especially, like, you know, somebody who's relatively new to it. So I can understand that. And I mean, we recovered it, right? So all's well that ends well. I managed to bubble soak it. You're back. I just killed remnants. That's pretty much all you missed, I think.
Always be ready for battle.
Whew. Okay, so let's see. I'm pretty sure that... Okay, so what I want to do now... I forget who asked earlier. I forget who asked about logs, but somebody asked about logs. I hope you don't need to do an M+ this week. Callius, I don't plan to do an M+ this week. Not something that I plan on doing. And ATD, owner asked, right. ATD, while I do appreciate the compliments, I am not the best WoW player that I've ever seen. I've seen WoW players that are better than me. I'd like to think that I'm pretty fucking good, but, you know, you look at the people in Limit and Echo, and those people are, like, just on a different fucking level. So it's, you know, I'm good, but I'm not, like, Limit Max or Limit players in general level. I'm not there yet. I'd like to, at one point in the future, not soon, because unfortunately I can't commit to rating at that level, but I would like to eventually do that. No, that could be fun. But I do appreciate the compliment, nonetheless. Even if you find people to carry it, it'll be hard as a tank. I mean, I can do it on my Blood DK. I might do M+ on my Blood DK, maybe. You can also AMS the Necrotic stacks, so that's something. If I do it on my Blood DK, it would be off-stream on a Monday with my friend's help. So I could probably get some friends. Not MDI yet? No. I will say MDI has never been something that super interested me. Like, if I really tried to push, like, super hardcore in this game, it would be for raiding. Raiding is, you know, what I ultimately enjoy. So, let me try to configure this. Can close live splits. Let me open up logs. And I'll explain Warcraft logs to, I guess, close this out. Because it has been almost 8.5 hours. Definitely on the longer side for me. Even though I always say that I'm... oh yeah, like I think at the start of the stream, right? I said, I'm going to do a bit of a shorter stream today. I'm only going to do like 5 or 6 hours. I think here we are. So, there you go. I don't know how to stream for short periods of time. So... Is that working correctly? I don't know if that's displaying. There it is. Okay, so I want to make it so window capture is, or display capture is display 1. Okay, that's not working, so there's always someone better, and if you keep this thought, you can improve time after time. I agree. You're never going to get better if you keep assuming you're the best. If you have that mentality of like, oh, I'm the best player in the world, you're never going to get better at the game. That's just kind of something that you need to always strive to improve with. Let's shrink this down. I'm just trying to make sure it's working. Sorry for the technical difficulties now. Okay, so you can all see Warcraft logs, right? Just to be clear, everybody, it's working. Just want to be sure. So I can move my cursor around. I just want to make sure that I've actually got this correctly. It looks like on the playback it's showing Warcraft logs. Yes, okay. So, some stuff with Warcraft logs. First, if you want to look at a fight, it's as simple as, you click on the boss like that. So now we're in Remnant. I logged 2 bosses in this raid. So, you know what? I'm actually happy with that. I got a 50 parse with 200 item level. And this is what I was talking about before. So if nobody has logged at this item level, you just get a dash as your item level parse. Basically, the dash means it doesn't exist. So basically what you can see here is how everybody performed. And unfortunately, I actually beat 2 of the DPS. So of course, this is me, Gilliana. And then I can see all of their damage and stuff like that. And then this column over here is their parse rank for their entire spec, basically. So this is normal Sanctum of Domination, for instance. And every single person that has cleared normal Sanctum of Domination on a particular spec is ranked here. So this basically means that this person is better than 74% of Destro locks on Remnant of Ner'zhul, and there are around 6,000 total Destro locks that have killed Remnant of Ner'zhul. And then you can look down here, at all this stuff. Basically, as you might imagine, a good parse would generally be at least, bare minimum, above a 50. There are some extenuating circumstances that might make it so you can't get necessarily above a 50 parse, but if you are above a 50 parse, you are, by definition, above average. Now, generally speaking, when you're applying to guilds, people are going to expect this number right here to be at, like, 75 or higher. Most, like, top or slightly higher-end guilds, like, basically slightly more hardcore AOTC guilds, or especially Mythic guilds, will generally expect you to be at least, like, within, I guess, the range that this Druid parsed. So this Druid did pretty good. He got a 84 parse. So clearly it looks like he was catweaving, which kind of explains why he messed up and accidentally died. The higher the better, absolutely. So as you can see, it's ranked from, highest DPS to lowest. The healers are on here as well. And, the higher the number, the better it is. So if you get a 100, that means you are literally rank 1. And then you can look at lots of other stuff on logs. So this is just damage. Mythic guilds above 80, even if not 85 and above, yeah. Definitely more Mythic guilds are pretty exclusive. I'm willing to be a bit more, lenient when I recruit. If I see that somebody is, low item level, and maybe they have, 75, 60 parses, they kind of know what they're doing, but they're still catching up, and I can see that they're a good player, I'm like, alright, sure, I'll bring you. But there's lots of other things you can look at. So this is basically, this page right here, this tab, damage done, is like what 99% of people use Warcraft logs for. But there's so much more to it. I mean, there's a million tabs up here, right? So you can look at summary, and you can see all of these different things. First of all, it gives, obviously, a summary, right? But then you scroll down, boom, all of this information right here. So Gilliana, you can see that I'm a Venthyr, and I'm using Theotar. And you can see each individual piece of gear that I have equipped. You can see every single talent that I have, what are my soulbinds, what are my conduits, what's my legendary, and you can quickly look at every single person in the raids, conduit, soulbind, legendary, etc. So if you ever look at somebody's log and you're like, I wonder what this person was running, just go to summary and it tells you literally everything you need to know. This tier is kind of screwed because of the shard thing. I would say the unfortunate thing is it's generally expected this tier, if you're applying for a mythic guild, you have at least one of your set bonuses. Because yeah, you are kind of screwed without it. But definitely shards are like a massive damage increase. It's unfortunate, it's required. It's kind of something you need if you want to get into mythic guilds. And then another thing. So this is, I kind of joked earlier about like healing parses don't matter. Healing parses, this obviously ranks how much healing somebody did relative to, you know, other healers on this fight. So this guy did better than 44% of the other 6,000 resto druids in this fight. That said, you're going to hear a lot of people saying that healing parses don't matter or healing parses aren't important, that kind of thing. I disagree that healing parses don't matter at all, but I will admit that healing parses are less significant generally than, you know, DPS parses. DPS parses, obviously, you want your damage dealers to be doing as much damage as possible. Healers, it's weird, because at the end of the day, you're going to get more healing if people take more damage. So if you get a really, really high healing parse, in many ways, it means that, you know, you just had a raid take a shit ton of extra damage and you managed to heal through that, and that's good, but that doesn't necessarily make you better than another healer who was, you know, efficient with their mana usage and played properly and just didn't have any instances to get that extra healing in. Also, you can look at like the number of healers, right? We 3-healed this. It's entirely possible that some people might have 1-healed this boss as a meme strategy to get a healer parse, because if you're only like 1 healer in the fight, you're the only one, suddenly you have way more potential healing. What does the item level percent mean? This is basically the level that you did for your item level bracket. So you can see here, nobody who's 200 item level has done this fight. So I don't have an item level parse because it can't compare me against anybody else. But if we look at this, so there are 414 Guardian Druids between 227 and 229 item level that have killed normal Remnant of Ner'zhul and logged it. And if we look at the total number, there's 3,724 Guardian Druids. So this is basically a small sampling of the total Guardian Druids for that particular item level. It looks at a range of 3, your item level, 1 below you, and 1 above, and then it gives you a ranking on how well you did compared to other people relative to your gear. So this is generally, I would say a lot of people hyper-focus on this. Do not focus on item level percent. Item level percent is basically a good personal metric to use while you are catching up. If you are catching up and gearing a new class, and you're like, hey, I'm doing pretty good, I'm getting really good item level parses, I think I know what I'm doing. Yeah, that's probably true. And that's really nice. It's nice to look at your item level parses and be like, hey, I'm getting oranges for item level. That clearly means that I know what I'm doing, and that's absolutely true. But the people who, especially later on, try to say, well, my parse is low, but my item level parse is amazing, at a certain point, item level parses stop mattering as much. Like, if you are in a mythic raid, and you are basically, I don't know, like, progressing on, like, let's say Mythic Painsmith or something, and you get, like, a really shit parse, but it's, like, decent for item level, at that point, you cannot try to argue that, oh, well, at least my item level parse is okay. At that point, the only number that matters is this thing on the left, this parse number right here. Once you're actually doing the hardest content, once you're actually progressing within a raid, the only thing that people care about is how much damage you can actually do relative to all players. Because if you enter a mythic raid and you're under-geared or something like that, it doesn't matter if you're doing really well for your gear. At that point, you should already be geared. But this is a good metric to use while you are still catching up and gearing like an alt, or as a new player. You can use this while you're still working towards that end goal. I screwed up and upgraded Unholy Set, and next week you had to upgrade Frost. Next week you're getting max rank Frost shards, and your damage is going to explode. Is Frost good for your spec? I'm curious what spec you play, because I don't know any specs that really like Frost. Interesting, though. There's a lot of other tabs here, so at a similar item level. Yeah, pretty much. So damage taken is not super important. It tells you how much of the damage you took that was mitigated. That can be kind of useful in some cases. I mean, it's mostly useful for letting you tell. A lot of times, I will use damage taken, so a good example would be, I used this tab right here for Mythic Hungering Destroyer prog, and Mythic Hungering Destroyer had a mechanic where you had to basically stand in somebody's circle, and that person who had the circle around them was unhealable, but they would siphon health from players near them. So you had to rotate players into their circles to keep them alive, because if you didn't, they would just die due to lack of healing. So on that boss, you kind of wanted people to actually go out of their way to stand in that mechanic and take damage, because that damage would be siphoned off as health to the other person. And a lot of people just neglected this. I had a lot of people on my raid who just said, fuck that, I'm just going to tunnel the boss and, not actually do the mechanic. And this causes a problem, because then suddenly we had people getting the circle, not being healable, nobody would help them soak, and they would die. So what I did is I went down here, and I was like, okay, all sources, Remnant of Ner'zhul, it was obviously Hungering Destroyer, right? And I'd be all abilities, and like, pretending this is Hungering, I would click on the damage instance of that siphon health, of when the health gets siphoned from the player and distributed to that other person. So I would click this, and then it tells me exactly how much damage everybody took. So maybe a better example would be here, I can go at like Suffering. So Suffering, I can look at this and say, this is an avoidable mechanic. So the fact that nobody else got hit by Suffering is really good. This means that none of the DPS in this group accidentally ran in front of the tank and got hit by the tank mechanic. I can see that by looking at this thing. So that's a useful tool. This isn't something you're going to use regularly, but in that instance, what I was able to do is look at Hungering Destroyer, damage taken from that ability, and identify, okay, basically 2/3 of my raid was taking really high damage from that Siphon Health ability on Hungering Destroyer. And that tells me that they're doing the mechanic properly. And then I look at the bottom third, and I see that they have no hits taken from that mechanic, and I'm like, aha! So these are the 5 people or so that aren't actually doing this mechanic, and these are the people that are just ignoring it, and they're the reason we're wiping. So then after raid, I pull those people into a channel, and I'm like, hey guys, I have looked at logs, and I see that you are not doing this mechanic. So please do this mechanic, because if you don't, we're never going to kill this boss. And a lot of them started doing the mechanic. I had 2 people that still refused to do the mechanic. Those people got benched. That's how it goes. So this is a useful tool when you need to do stuff like that. If some mechanic involves taking damage, you can very easily see who's doing it, who's not. Threat is almost never useful. I guess I've never found any situation where I really need to look at who had threat at one time. Buffs and debuffs. Now, this is interesting. So here, I'll actually... 1 second. Let me just put it back on WoW for a moment while I get this up. I'm going to find a really cool log instance. I have a funny story to tell involving the buffs and debuffs panel. And it happened very recently. So let me, here we go. This log here, and this log here. Okay, minimize that. Go back to docs. Alright, so I've mentioned before that I was helping one of my warrior friends in my current guild learn how to min-max his damage and stuff. And I was helping him go over logs and figure out what he was doing. So he was doing this on his own. He was at this point going through logs and trying to figure out what the top arms warriors were doing. And he sent me these 2 logs. Or, well, he sent me the logs just in general. And what I found, or what he found interesting, is he noticed this. So, on Eye of the Jailer, this guy, this warrior, has this much strength. 1680. And on Guardian of the First Ones, he has 1882. So he has a decent bit more strength, around 200, between these 2 bosses. But here's the thing, and here's what my friend couldn't figure out. He did not understand why, despite looking at this guy's gear, there was no difference. So, I mean, obviously you can, I guess if you want, just take my word for it, but I thoroughly checked everything in this guy's log page. No difference in gear. Absolutely nothing had changed. It was completely the same, no difference, right? And I'm like, you're right. That is weird. Where did that 200 strength come from? Is threat good for checking if the tanks did the swap correctly? I guess. I mean, honestly, there are certain things that you don't really need the threat meter to check. Do you want to know how the tanks did the swap correctly? Is one of the tanks dead? No, they did the swap correctly. Is one of the tanks dead? Yes, they fucked up. It's really that simple, pretty much. Unless, like, I would say if they fucked it up and your Prot Paladin had to, like, you know, bubble or something, I guess that you could go back and look, and maybe the other tank is like, I swear I taunted. You can check, but in that case, you wouldn't really want to check threat. You would probably want to check, like, the spell casts, which you can see. So casts over here, you can see every single cast at every single point in time. Like, if I looked really close, I could see every single ability this guy casted in sequence. So what I did, or what I could do in that case, is I could look and see what is the exact time that somebody taunted, and what was the exact time that, like, the Guardian debuff went off. And if they taunted slightly after the debuff was applied, then that would mean they missed the taunt swap. That kind of thing. But that would be more useful than checking threat. You could get a much more precise measurement. So Nakasadu is onto something, right? What I eventually realized is I'm like, hey, maybe this guy didn't actually gain 200 strength. Maybe he tricked Warcraft logs into thinking he got 200 strength. So I looked through all of his buffs. I looked through everything to try and find what was he getting that could give him 200 strength. And I wasn't sure until I looked at his potion of spectral strength. So this is on Eye of the Jailer. Now, if we zoom in, so basically I can click... How do I... Even I sometimes forget how to do this. I can't remember what button I need to press to, like, zoom into a particular time. But you can see right here. So if I hover my mouse over this point, you can see Victarion here gains Potion of Spectral Strength at 0.45 seconds after the fight has started. So he popped that like a millisecond after the fight actually began. However, if we go over here, look at buffs, look at Potion of Spectral Strength, and we click this, that's the difference. You click and drag. Ah. Thank you. Forgot how to do that momentarily. So, if you notice the difference, you know, I'm proud of you, right? Or I guess Nakasadu figured it out, kind of. But the main difference is a millisecond. The main difference in this is a millisecond of usage. This was popped at 00. The other one was popped at 0.453 seconds into the fight. But this difference, in terms of tracking stuff in Warcraft logs, means a lot. Because what happened here is he popped his Potion of Spectral Strength a millisecond before the fight started, so he had that baseline strength. When he entered the fight, Warcraft log snapshotted his stats and recorded that as his baseline stats, despite the fact that his baseline stats were getting increased by this potion. Whereas on this fight, because it was right after the fight started, it didn't count as his baseline stats, and it properly registered it as him gaining that from a pot usage. So I thought this was really cool. This was actually very recent. It's one of the coolest uses I found for the buff tab. You can also use this to find out what anima powers somebody's running on Terragru. I can go and give an example of that in a little bit, but that's another really, really useful method for it. And the funniest part about this, so if you look at all of his buffs, this is where the story gets a bit amusing. So I can scroll down, and there's this thing here, Valkyr Bonds. And if I hover over it, it's just a activate to gain insight from the Valkyr. So what the fuck is this? And I had no idea. The friend that I was helping look at logs had no idea. What was this Valkyr Bond thing? I looked into it. Apparently it's a toy from Bastion. And I just kind of brushed it off. I'm like, oh, I guess so it's just some toy that he's using? That's kind of weird, but, you know, I won't think much of that about it. Like, I guess he just really likes this toy. But my friend got stuck on this, and he was like, what the fuck is that? Why is he using that? It's up on every single kill, and he has 100% uptime on it. Why is he always using this toy? I don't understand. And he could not shake that. He was like, why? Why will he not stop using this toy? So, my friend decided to reach out to this guy and message him. So he added the dude. I don't know how he found it. I'm guessing his thing must look up, like, must be on Warcraft logs, like his Discord tag. But my friend sent me a screenshot. And he messaged the guy and said, "Hey, I saw in logs that you spam the Bond of the Valkyr toy. Does that do anything?" And the guy responded and said, "I have to know, did somebody put you up to this?" My friend said, "No, I was just baffled by your 99s, and I was wondering if that had an impact." And then he said, "Well, because the toy is literally there for this exact moment." And then my friend said, "Oh, haha, you got me." And he said, "The 99s are just to reel you in, so that you would see the toy." And then he said, "I have tears in my eyes, it was all worth it." So I found that amusing that this guy used the toy for all of his kills, all of his 99 parses, just to get people to look at his logs and be like, "I wonder what that is." Just so they would message him and say, "Hey, what is that toy you're using?" So he could be like, "I used that toy just so you would message me." It's like, it's the dumbest little trick ever, but the fact that it's the dumbest little trick ever just makes it so good. I've never seen somebody do that. I've never seen somebody intentionally use a weird buff like this to bait people who are looking at their logs into messaging them and asking them, "Hey, what is that thing?" So I found that quite amusing. And there's lots of other stuff you can look at, though. So, for instance, deaths. Nobody died, I believe, in this kill. I can look. Oh, somebody did die. Okay, cool. So one thing I can do now is, so now that I've, sufficiently looked at all this stuff, I could also show previously on the 9, right? Once it loads, loading. Oh my god, it's taking forever. Okay. So once again, I got a dash as my parse. It's always fun when that happens. We had some people here doing pretty good. And then I'm going to go to my mains logs. I do like flexing my mains logs. They are very pretty. So, pretty colors. Do I still have the rank 1 on this? I think I still have the rank 1 on this. I'm curious. Okay, I have to know. Has somebody beaten it in the time that I haven't been raiding? I'm deathly curious. Okay, the 9 Protection Warrior. This is also, you can sort through any logs in the world with this. Ha ha ha. Oh, there was somebody who did it on September 10th. Tank logs, Omega Law. Yeah. Let me be happy, okay? I'm not going to sit out here and try to tell people that tank logs are the end-all, be-all. And like, oh, yeah, tank DPS, it's super important. But you know what? I enjoy going for parses. It makes me happy. And that's what really matters at the end of the day, right? As long as I'm having fun with it. I mean, if I'm not wiping my raid and I'm just having fun, getting tank logs, damn, okay. Well played, sir. I like this. September 7th, September 8th, September 9th. Okay. I have been ousted. Wow, that guy actually did a lot of damage. And he swapped to Nia. Good choice. Nia is definitely the correct play on this. So I can see, all the rankings on that. I can see what people are playing. But then going back to my original logs, I can open up, like, some of our remnant pulls and give a better example of that. I also... Do I still have Heroic Sylvanas? I am kind of curious. You know what? I'm going to check Heroic Sylvanas. You beat like 60% of our DPS on the 9? Dude, I beat 60% of my guild's DPS on the 9. Like, it's insane. Look at this shit. Damage done? Look at this shit. Like, it kills me. And 99% uptime. So, for the record, if you ever want to see if somebody just, like, lost a parse because they're doing really low damage, or if they lost a parse because they died because of something they couldn't control, and that's why their damage is low, just look at their uptime. Active percent. This is basically how long they were on the boss. So I can look here and see, 40% uptime, 66% uptime, 44% uptime, 16% uptime, or 16 parse. I was saying parse, right? I meant to be saying parse. But all of them have 99, 99, 99, 99. All of them have 99% uptime, and they have those parses of 40, 66, 44, and 16. So the fact that with full uptime, no deaths, I still beat them on DPS is like, what the fuck are you doing, right? That kind of thing. So yeah, I still beat most of my DPS. You want to fucking look at Remnant? We didn't kill Remnant that night because they took way too long on reclear. Ironically, I really, like, weirded out for a second because the same friend that I just mentioned who like had that interaction with Warcraft logs, he just messaged me. I was like, oh wait, is he watching the stream? But he just asked me if I've tried New World yet. So I was like, oh shit. I mean, I didn't say anything bad about him, so I wouldn't be worried. But first I was like, wait, is he watching the stream? That would be such a weird coincidence. But here, let me check. Sylvanas, obviously, tank logs on Heroic Sylvanas is definitely a big Omega lol on, like, they don't fucking matter. But, you know, I put a lot of effort into min-maxing my damage on Heroic Sylvanas, so I am curious. I have one opportunity to flex logs. This is the only time I'm probably ever going to be genuinely showing logs on screen. So, I'm going to make the most of it, and yeah. There it is. Rank 1. 7 minutes in your first the 9 kill? Goddamn. I mean, hey, if the boss dies, it dies. That's all that matters, right? But okay, so back to what I was talking about. So this is Remnants? Oh no, this is the 9. Okay. Oh yeah, and I should say one last thing. Forgive me this moment of arrogance, but I put all this effort into it. I might as well show it off at least once. Just once. I'm not going to make a habit of this, but you know, I get excited about this. This is like what I enjoy. This is the shit that I play the game for. This is what I like doing. So, you know, I get to brag like once. I think on one stream. That's okay. Yeah, sure. Let's see. This one. Okay. So, first of all, if you thought that I was out DPSing most of my raid team on the 9, look at Remnants. Now, admittedly, this guy did die early. This person died early. This person died early. So they can be kind of excused. But everybody else, it's like, what the fuck? 99% uptime, 99% uptime, 99% uptime. Why are you still in that guild? One, because of laziness. Because I didn't really feel like trying to find a new guild because I'm more focused on making videos and streaming. But two, I am leaving this guild. I'm not leaving this guild because they're not good, right? Like, I've raided in, like, lower tier guilds before. That's fine. But only if they're actually, like, fun to play with. These guys are just fucking miserable to play with. They don't do anything outside of their own raid team, so... or outside of their own clique, I should say. They don't even interact with people on their raid team, right? It's just, if you're not within their own little clique, they don't give a shit about you, so, you know, whatever. I'm absolutely gonna look for a new guild after this week. It's, definitely something on my to-do list, but I have a million things on my to-do list. That is just one of them. Okay, so now that I've sufficiently, you know, inflated my ego, right? Let's go more into logs. So, for instance, deaths. I can look at deaths here. We can see exactly when these people died, at what time, what killed them. So this person died to malevolence. This is the lingering malevolence. This is the patch on the ground that drops. So that just meant that he accidentally stepped into that. It killed him. Oh well. This guy died to torment. Torment is just kind of unfortunate. It's a random dot that's applied to different players. Oh well. And unfortunately, my friend here died to Grasp of Malice, which is cones that radiate from the boss. He got hit by that, and yeah, did not end well for him. But I can see exactly how every single person died. But a more interesting thing for deaths is let's look at this, or not this pull, that's Soul Render. This pull. Oh, man. So, basically, this was our second to last pull before we actually ended up killing it, right? But look at the wipe percent on this. That was soul crushing. And here's the thing. You guys want to know how we died? Well, I guess it technically doesn't show, because I think these things are people getting knocked off. But what you can see here, this dash, which I assume is people getting knocked off, was somebody, like, we were right at the last part of the boss. I mean, this was a 1% wipe. Right at the very end, an orb went out and somebody insta-dispelled it. So all of these people got shot off, instantly hit the kill plane, died, and then a bunch of people right after the fact, so here, got probably shot off and died in midair from ticking damage. And then because we lost 2 of our healers to getting shot off, 1 of our healers right after that, we basically had no healing, and you can see everybody just ticking down. I died to Suffering because I had no health. I mean, it was over 11 seconds, right? So I was taking ticking damage, probably boss autos somewhere mixed in there, and then Suffering hit me, boom, I'm dead. So you can see exactly what happens to every single person. You can also see how much healing they received. So you can see here, my healing received was honestly pretty low. So, like, over this way, somebody, like, who just died, they received a lot of healing, but then these are 2 healers dead, this is 1 healer dead. I die 7 seconds later, my healing received over those 11 seconds is now really low, and if you look at where the source is, you can see Spiritual Healing Potion, Blood Link, Indomitable, Condensed Animosphere are all in, like, the top 5. Those are all basically passive healing things that I have built into my class. So, effectively, all I was getting at that point was self-healing. So there's a lot of, like, little things that you can find like that in logs. And there's obviously a lot of other things. Oh, so first of all, let's say I wanted to look at deaths. So let's look at an even worse, more scuffed pull. Okay. So maybe we wiped on this pull, let's say, and it was pretty close to the kill, but a lot of people died, like maybe right towards the end type of deal. You can see here, look at this. Dash, 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 dash. As I said, the dash represents people who got knocked off the platform and died to the kill plane, because there's no registered cause of death. So, can you figure out what killed all these people in the span of 8 seconds? I mean, when you see information like this, you don't even need to see the fight to know, oh, so somebody dispelled an orb at the wrong time and the entire raid went flying off the platform. That's just kind of what you know happened based on looking at the death log, stuff like that. But because so many people died to, you know, these mechanics, so many people died to, like, that final wipe, if I want to see, okay, why did this pull go wrong? What happened early on that kind of scuffed it? Well, what I can do is this. I can go ahead and say, ignore events after player deaths 5. Now, suddenly, I only see these deaths. This guy over here just happened to be the first one that died to, you know, the kill plane, right? But now I can look at these 4 deaths and say, okay, these guys died abnormally early. What happened to them? Well, if I look at Doblu over here, I can see that he took damage from Torment, Malevolence, and Aura of Spite. These are all passive ticking damage sources. And he received a ton of damage, and he received a ton of healing. So this was just a healing issue. This was, he ticked down over a long period of time, the healers didn't swap to him fast enough, and that's how he died. As far as I can tell, over 53 seconds, he did nothing wrong. That was just healers missing him, or something. It looks like Dr. Pattycakes here, pretty similar. He took a lot of damage, and he basically got no direct healing. Pretty much all of his healing was passive healing that somebody hit him with. Essence Font, Refreshing Jade Wind, Cloudburst, it kind of clipped him, and he got healing from that, but not once did he get a direct heal. Now, it's entirely possible, this is something that I don't know for sure, but if I really wanted to deep dive into the logs, I could check, was he out of range of the healers? And, you know, maybe I wanted to know that. You can see here, the biggest one is, unfortunately, our Prot Pally tank died to a melee swing. This is just our Prot Pally tank, you know, being his own goddamn self, because this is like a regular occurrence from him. So, let's say, okay, if I want to look at Remnant of Ner'zhul, all wipes, or maybe all encounters. Okay. Deaths to melee swings. Or no, I'm looking at damage taken. So, deaths from total deaths by killing blow. I want to look specifically at Svarog. So, do you notice a pattern? And this is one of those things where I can look at this and say, all right, let's say I want to see how often did my Palico tank die to auto attacks. I can look at this and I can say, let's say maybe some of these were at the end of a fight. So, okay, narrow it down. If he was one of the first 5 people dead, so if he's one of the first 5 people dead, that means he was probably one of the reasons for a wipe because he died early. Well, still, 7 times he was one of the first 5 players dead, dying to a melee. One time he died to suffering. I remember that pull, because I was like, how the fuck did you manage that? Let's narrow it down. Let's say he was only one of the first 3 people to die. The number barely changes. So, 6 times. 6 times this guy died within the first 3 wipes. And here's the funny thing. He only had a low uptime on 1, 2, 3 fights. And yet he has 6 deaths here. Which means that on every single one of these fights, so if I look at wipe 5, wipe 8, and wipe 9, Let's look at Wipe 5. Deaths. He had 2 deaths. He died, got rezzed, died a minute later. Wipe 5, let's look at Wipe 8. Melee, melee. 2 in the same fight. Wipe 9. Melee, I died to suffering. Okay, here's the thing. So, if you want to tell, did Harldan fuck up this mechanic? Well, let's look. So, Harldan died, or Anji on my character, at 3 minutes, 46 seconds. So, did I fuck up this mechanic? Well, let's see. So, suffering deals 38,000 damage. How much damage did I take from suffering? 174k. Why did I take that much damage from suffering? Well, all we need to do is look one up and see that he died to a melee swing. So as Eof so accurately pointed out in the chat, I had the debuff. So he died to a melee swing, I got aggro, I still had the debuff, I got blasted in the face with suffering, and then he got rezzed and he immediately died to an auto attack again. This log right here speaks 1,000 words. It goes to show that you can literally paint a picture with logs. Just by looking at what happens, you can see exactly, numerically what happened. Just by looking at these 3 lines. These 3 lines tell an entire story. Logs are honestly an amazing thing. There's such cool things that you can do with Warcraft logs. It's crazy. Let me read Eoth's other message. I'm pretty new to progress rating. I can't figure out if I should leave my guild or not. Our progress is pretty inconsistent. On some weeks we don't get any progress pulls in, but you like the people in the guild. My go-to statement is, if you enjoy raiding, stay where you are. If you're having fun, if you show up to raid every single day, and you have fun raiding, then stay where you are, right? You know, but if you decide that the want and the drive to push higher, to like do higher mythic progression, is outweighing like the enjoyment that you have within a raid, then go for it. Join a better guild. And a lot of times people express the concern to me of, but what if I don't, what if I lose friends? What if I have friends in this guild and I leave and then I lose those friends? And my answer to that is, if they stop talking to you because you join a better guild, they're not friends. Plain and simple. I have done this many times where I've been in a guild of people who are pretty nice, and I decide I want to push higher. I let them know, hey guys, I really like it here, but I'd like to do more. One of 2 things have happened. One, the people that I was friends with were actually good friends, and they genuinely did enjoy having me there. So what do? They're like, hey man, that's okay. You know, it was fun raiding with you. I add them on beat tag. Many of them are still friends to this day. Or they, you know, say, oh, fuck you, man. You're leaving. You know, I knew you were going to leave, blah, 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 blah. And you know what? Don't stay friends with those people. In that case, I'm like, dodge the bullet, right? Azot sense, since you have amazing logs, am I going to try for a top guild? No. I've mentioned this before, I've raided in top 100 guilds in the past. Nothing like Limit or Echo level, definitely not. But I've raided in higher end guilds, and it's just not something that I enjoy. I've raided in those guilds, and usually the time commitment is obviously much higher. And I don't have the time to commit to like 4-day-a-week raids of like having multiple raid-ready characters. Like, I'm fine playing around on my Blood DK and stuff, and if I manage to get it raid-ready, cool. But I don't want to have, you know, multiple Mythic raid-ready alts and, you know, doing Mythic Plus all the time to try and min-max my gear and stuff. I'm happy with getting my parses on one character, looking at my parses and going, yay, I got that cool parse, and that's it. And then, you know, I log out, I do YouTube shit, I do other stuff. That's how I enjoy playing the game. I've been there, I've done that, it's never been something that really appealed to me. It's always just been kind of a toxic shit show every time I've tried it. So, what tiers did I raid top 100 in? Tomb of Sargeras and Ashar's Eternal Palace. Yeah, pretty much. Tomb of Sargeras, the entire thing. Ashar's Eternal Palace, my guild crashed and burned because of toxic raid leads. So, it's like, it's one of those things that's like a bit iffy, right? I raided in like the top 200, 300 range, which for like a while. But generally speaking, I have more fun joining like a guild of cool players that, even if they're like only top 500, right? Like, as long as they're getting the end boss killed, as long as at the end of the day, I'm getting cutting edge, I don't really care as long as I'm having fun. So I'd rather join a guild of, you know, fun players, even if they're not necessarily the best of the best. If I can show up to raid, have fun, enjoy playing whatever tank I feel like playing, and, you know, at the end of the tier, we get cutting edge, that's all that matters to me. For those guys, Mythic raiding is a job, yeah, and that's okay. You know, some people enjoy that approach, and honestly, I would probably enjoy that approach too if I didn't have other commitments. If I wasn't, doing YouTube stuff, if I wasn't going to college, I would love to do those really hardcore mythic raiding things. Like I said, I've tried that in the past. Do I think I'll be able to get CE this tier? I would like to get CE this tier, but it's impossible to say. Ideally, yes. I do want to get CE this tier. I don't think it's a very hard CE to get, relatively speaking. So I will be trying to get CE. That is definitely a goal of mine. Basically, end up getting CE like every other tier at this point. Like, I miss a tier, then I get a CE. Then I miss a tier, then I get a CE. I don't miss the tier, right? But usually it's like, I'll join a guild, and they'll be, like, really slow in prog. They'll burn out, like, in the latter third of the raid, like, leading up to the final boss. And then I'm just like, I can't be asked to actually join a new guild. And I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna, raid casually for the rest of this tier. Maybe I'll play something else, that kind of thing. Bro, you've been streaming for 9 hours. I was here when you started. Yes, I've been streaming for 9 hours. We're reaching the end, of course. But somebody asked about Warcraft logs, and I'm doing a pretty deep dive into Warcraft logs, into basically how to read Warcraft logs. We're almost close to being done, though. But some examples. So here, I can go into... Let's just open up Warcraft logs again. Warcraft logs. Then... I can look, Anji. Do I do Mythic Plus? Sometimes. I'm not like one of those people that loves to push really high M+. I do Mythic Plus like when I'm bored, kind of. And I do Mythic Plus if I, really need to get like gear for whatever week or something. It's, something I do every now and then. So Terragru, let's look at my latest Terragru parse. I'm not looking at this because obviously Terragru parses for the... I forgot about this. In case you're wondering, Terragru is not a very accurate boss to get numbers on, if you couldn't tell. Yeah. This still probably shouldn't be happening, but it's definitely amusing. I was laughing my ass off when this did happen. And here's the thing, they still refuse to give me Wind Fury Totem. I've said multiple times, I'm like, hey, you guys could invest in the Prot Warrior Dream. I'm gonna get like a rank 1 on some pulls. Imagine if you're that Enhanced Shaman that gave me a Wind Fury Totem. Everybody would look at that rank 1 parse and be like, ooh, gee, I wonder who the Enhanced Shaman that was like supporting him with Wind Fury Totem was. That guy must be awesome. And unfortunately, my Enhanced Shaman was having none of it. He's like, no, Wind Fury Totem goes to the Demon Hunters and the Arms Warriors. I'm like, you're no fun. Nobody wants to give Wind Fury Totem to the Prot Warrior, even if they're the number 1 DPS, but whatever. That's not the point I was trying to make. So if I look at my damage here, first of all, I can see very clearly that I'm getting all my damage from like Erratic Howl, Potent Acid Gland, or Lithium Diffuser, and Blade of the Life Taker. Like, those are the anima powers I picked, and you can see that through the damage breakdown. But not every anima power is up front like that. So let's say I wanted to see what somebody else was running. So they're giving Wind Fury to the Demon Hunters you beat on the 9. Yes, they are. But it's still not worth it to give it to a tank, right? Unfortunately, that is the mentality they have. So let's say I want to look at what Svarog over here is running. So what's Svarog running? Well, I can look at his logs and I can see that he's running Potent Acid Glands. Okay, that tells me one thing. Now, I can look at his buffs up here, so auras. This is a very quick way to look at it. He has Obleron Winds, so that's another anima power. He has Overgrowth Seedling, and then obviously I already saw that he has Potent Acid Gland. So I already know 3 out of 4 of the anima powers that he's running. He's running Obleron Winds, Overgrowth Seedling, and Potent Acid Gland. But I don't know what the 4th anima power is. So I'm like, alright, let me find it out. So I go over to buffs, over here. And I scroll down through his buffs. I'm like, alright, what does he got? What does he got? I don't see anything over there. Defensive buffs, not seeing anything super special. So I'm going to keep going. Then healing buffs, nothing there. Nope, no anima powers. Movement buffs, nothing. Raid buffs, nothing special. And then uncategorized buffs. All the way at the bottom, we find Oddly Intangible Key. Oddly Intangible Key, you take 90% less damage from area of effect attacks. So now, boom, I know what the 4 anima powers that this guy is running are. I just have to look at his buffs. So yeah, those are his 4 buffs. Haste, Potent Acid Glands, Overgrowth Seedling, and Oddly Intangible Key. So, awesome. I can find that out by looking at that stuff. Now, obviously, this isn't relevant in every boss, but if you need to see interrupts, you can look at it here. I'm trying to think of a boss that actually has meaningful interrupts. I guess, ooh. I do know one. Mythic Soul Render. So, let's look at this pull on Mythic Soul Render. Soul Render has interrupts. You're just tired? No problem, man. Interrupts. So, we can see who interrupted what. Now, this is good. I obviously didn't interrupt anything because it's kind of hard for me to actively tank the boss and do it. Svarog here, he got 4 with a single War Stomp, so that's good. And then he got 1 with Hammer of Justice and 1 with Avenger Shield. Now, I'm surprised he hasn't gotten more with Avenger Shield. He should be using that to priority interrupt the stuff. Kel'Thuzad technically has interrupts, yeah. Duckman's here. He got 6 with Cap Totem. And then he got 1 with Wind Shear. I'm surprised Ancient Aftershock doesn't appear on this. If it's including Cap Totem, then why does it not include Ancient Aftershock? So, wouldn't that count? Shouldn't I be on this list then? It doesn't count. Interesting. So I always like open the poll, dropping or open that phase, dropping Ancient Aftershock on all of the mobs and stuff. Do I do any other content instead of raiding? I mean, I do leveling, right? I've done a lot of leveling speedruns. That's been my main content, honestly. I obviously do Mythic Plus. I mean, that's kind of the main things that I do. Really, what else is there to do in this game? Like, I've kind of created leveling speedruns as like a fun thing to do in my free time. Outside of that, there's PvP. And PvP just isn't really something that appeals to me a lot, right? So I've tried it, but it's not really my cup of tea. So I do lots of PvE, like, content and challenges and whatnot. That's how I enjoy playing the game. But raiding is mostly what I do, but my content has mostly been leveling focused, generally speaking. But yeah, so we can see here, basically, their number of interrupts. So Duckman's got a bunch with Wind Shear, a bunch with Cap Totem, so he's on top of interrupts. He's getting, like, almost double whatever... No, actually, he's getting more than double everybody else's interrupts. So this guy is on point. And then we can see that Svarog here is mostly getting them with his War Stomp. He's gotten some with Hammer of Justice. Dragon's Breath, this guy's using that to stop it. Unfortunately, my Ancient Aftershock does not count on this, which is strange, because that does help. That does lock the enemies down. But, weird. Alright. And then you can see here what all the casts that were missed were. So every single time a missed cast went off, it shows here. Now, some of these are more important than others. So if we look here, all 4 of these casts went off at the same time. Well, that probably means it was a wipe. But if I look for something individual, like this cast went off at 40 seconds. Well, that is isolated. That's probably just somebody forgot to interrupt. Here again, one isolated 40-second cast time. So I can look at stuff like that and say, oh yeah, that was probably somebody missed it on a poll. But really, I'm looking at all wipes. It's easier if you look at a specific poll, because obviously here it's kind of jumbled because it's looking across like 9 different Soul Render wipes. But then if I want to narrow it down a little bit more, or if I want to understand a little bit more, right? So I can go to the Remnant of Ner'zhul Kill. So obviously we have interrupts, dispels. This is relevant for Remnant, right? You get to see who dispelled what. So we only have 1 dispel coming from the priest, but or 2 dispels coming from the priest, but it's a mass dispel. Now, one thing I'm not sure is if this counts. Does this count like double effects from a single mass dispel? So would this 1 mass dispel count as like 2 hits? I don't know. But then we can see on all of these other ones, it was just an individual cleanse from our paladins. So that's good. Obviously, paladins, you know, they're mana batteries, right? So it's good to use. I'm ignoring events after deaths, but that wasn't counting it. Weird. Yeah, mana batteries, paladins pretty much. So it's good to basically have your paladins be the ones dispelling. You only need mass dispel in phase 3 of Remnant. So that's why we had our priest do it there. If you can see, right here, this is where the priest did their mass dispel. And, you know, we didn't dispel at all towards the end of the fight. So you can look at that. You can see stuff like that. Resources. Obviously, there's a lot to unpack here. It's one of those things where you would only really want to look at it if you're trying to monitor, you know, somebody's, you know, rage gain. So I guess if I click on my name, or if I would have to, okay, go here, click on Anji, go to resources, Okay, yeah, now I can see basically where my rage was at throughout the fight. So I was at almost full rage for like the entirety of the fight, and you can see where I dropped really low. So here, I was kind of like on low rage for a bit, and you can see it spike up and down, up and down, up and down. If I were to do something like align, like have this chart show my, or this is actually hit points. Okay, I thought this didn't really add up. So I almost died here, interestingly enough. But if I look at rage, okay, that is more what I expected. So my rage was high at the start, then it dropped low, spiked, dropped low, spiked. And let's say if I showed, how do I show avatar and stuff? Ah, not what I intended to do. Can I? Okay, yeah. So this is what I wanted to do. Right. So I can see where I gained the rage from avatar. So the spike from avatar at the start, obviously I pop my cooldowns on pull. Then I gain rage from avatar right here. It lines up with this peak. Gain rage from avatar right here. Lines up with this peak. Same thing, you know, over here, lines up with this peak, etc. If you mapped these things, it's kind of hard to see because it's misaligned slightly, but if you map the times when I popped like Avatar and Demo Shout, which both grant me a chunk of rage, that's where you'll see these massive spikes. This is where I pop my cooldowns, I hit almost 100 rage, then I spend it all. Pop my cooldowns, spend it all, etc. Rinse, repeat, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of useful things that you can do in Warcraft logs, but I've just spent, I don't even know, like 30 minutes talking about all the cool things you can do in Warcraft logs, and I've neglected to tell you some of the coolest things that you can do in Warcraft logs, because I wanted to save the best for last. So if I go here, if I look at mechanics, I don't know if this is actually working correctly for this. Unfortunately, no, it looks like they have not finished developing the mechanics for this. But generally speaking, once Warcraft logs, once a tier has been out for long enough, let me see if I can find a good example of something that's working properly. So if I look at, is Heroic Sylvanas working correctly? Mechanics, no. Wow, they really are taking a while to actually get this working. There we go. Here's something that's working. This is still not great, but what I can see here is Warcraft logs will sometimes show like a snippet of a mechanic and be like, okay, here's this one particular problematic mechanic. Let's see how well your raid did on it. So first off, you can see how many people used pre-potions, or I guess now they're just called potions, right? Aggro issues, obviously this is Terragru, so this was at the end of the fight. How many times people used health stones or healing potions, this is kind of useful. If you see that people are constantly dying and you're like, are they actually using a health stone? You can check this. Then here, avoidable damage. So this is the big one. How many people took avoidable damage that could have actually, you know, that they could have avoided, that they could have not died to? So this guy took a lot of damage, but he didn't die. But Lokoroko here took only 4 hits, but died to one of them because it was Hungering Mist. So Hungering Mist, some of these people died. I believe Svarog, as we saw, was running Oddly Intangible Key. I am guessing that Dr. Weak was also running Oddly Intangible Key, and that's probably why he didn't die. You can see the same thing here. I don't know why there's like 2 different versions of Hungering Mist. Weird. And then, obviously, we didn't fuck this up, so it had passed. Like, when I opened it, it wasn't showing. But if I expand this, I can look and see, basically, the time when it says the Terragru slams its target, inflicting physical damage and stunning it for 4 seconds. This strike applies crushed armor, so it's the tank swap mechanic of the fight. Basically, what this is tracking is, after the tank swap went off, right? After the tank got hit with overpower, did the other tank taunt correctly? And if not, and if I took like a beefed up auto because like Svarog here forgot to taunt, then it would let me know here. It would say, oh, Svarog missed a taunt, that's why you took that much damage. So you have tools like that, but there's also stuff like rankings, so I've already explained that. You can look at, this is just a simplified version. So here, obviously, if you want to look at analyze, damage done, it shows like just generally parses and whatnot, but this doesn't tell me how well I actually did. So I have to click rankings to see, oh, this was rank 9 out of this amount. So sometimes if I see that I got a good parse, I'm like, oh, I wonder what actual number rank that was. Let me read what Christopher said. I found your channel through my recommended and feel like I heard your voice before or watched you before. I remember watching a video of your Shadowlands beta speedrun. It's been a while. Yeah. That was at this point, like, I guess like 2/3 of a year ago. It was like 10 months. Probably more than 2/3. It's been a while. Yeah. but I did a lot of Shadowlands beta stuff. So that's probably where you remember me from. But, and here's something that I think a lot of people aren't going to know. Because I have talked to a lot of people on Mythic raid teams that I've been a part of. And I've said, hey, have you tried using this feature on Warcraft logs? And they've been like, what feature? And then I show it to them, and it's like a new world has been opened to them. This is something that, for some reason, the vast majority of players don't realize exists. And let me tell you, it's an amazing feature. It's the best part of Warcraft logs. It's the replay feature. I can click this. It shows the map of the boss arena. If I hit start, I can literally watch a moment-to-moment replay of the entire boss fight. Where everybody was standing, what every single person did. I can see their health. I can see the casts on the boss. If I click on my name, I can see what I'm casting. So I cast Revenge, Shield Block, Shield Slam, Revenge, Revenge, Thunderclap. I taunted, then I Shield Slammed, then I Revenged, got a proc, Shield Slammed again, etc. I can look at exactly what abilities I'm casting in the exact order. So whenever people say they want to learn how to, do mechanics properly, and they want to learn, what the optimal rotation is, I tell them to use this feature. Because if somebody wanted to understand, like, what do I do on Prot Warrior? Like, how do I actually play Prot Warrior properly? What is the rotation? You can just click on this, and you can see the exact order of spells that I cast. Boom, Avatar Demo Shout, and then what's my rotation? Well, I pop Shield Wall or Shield Block, and then I start Shield Slamming. I fish for Shield Slam procs, I Shield Slam, I get 2 in a row there. There you can see I taunted the boss. You can also see where I'm facing. So notice that as I move around the boss, I'm constantly turning my camera. You can see that. So every time I'm tanking the boss, I have my camera around this. If I need to move there, oh, this should be interesting. So what you can watch is the orb is about to explode there. I spin around, basically flick my camera in midair, and charge straight back to Remnant over there. And then immediately, once again, you can see this little cone over there. I'm facing the boss at all times. Keeping that little cone on the boss, that means I'm facing him. That means my attacks are his attacks are being blocked, and I'm not taking any big fat autos to the face. What is this thing here? Helm of Suffering. Interesting. So I can also see where the little Helm of Suffering is on the ground. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't realize that was something I could do. And you might also notice that everybody here is stacked up for the explosion. I'm not. I'm just chilling out there. And then I charge straight back to Remnant. So I don't need to do this mechanic. Boom. I get knocked, immediately charge. So you can look at stuff like that and you can be like, wait, why is this dumb fuck Prot Warrior not actually doing the mechanic? Why is he just sitting there, not moving when everybody else is? And then you see me charge back and you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Now I can see Remnant cast Suffering, and he cast it through these 2 orbs. You can see this Demon Hunter swap to this orb. They're killing it. Svarog decided to run out and do damage to it before it died, which is kind of irrelevant because that thing gets nuked. And then you can see them get kicked off the side. So it's just a really cool tool. You can do a lot of stuff with this. I mean, if I go down to the very end of the fight when it's really hectic, right? You can see I'm still going there and I'm fishing for executes. I also pop Spell Reflect and Shield Wall at this point because I'm like, all right, we're outside of Lust. The boss is nearly dead. It's at 13%. I'm just doing whatever I can to stay alive before the taunt swap, just to make sure that nothing crazy happens. I pop Phantom Fire a second time, and I'm just going crazy with the executes. Now, I want to see if I can get this, if I actually do it on the log, because I probably will at some point, and if I do, it's just kind of funny. I like doing that. So I pop Shield Block. Remnant of Ner'zhul, as you can see, is currently on me. You can tell because that's its target. There's Ancient Aftershock. There's another execute, 2 executes in a row. Now, where do I pop Last Stand? I don't know if I've already popped Last Stand at this point. I might have already done that. Maybe it was during the Lust window. I forget when I had that up on me. But one thing for Prot Warriors have, hard to say. At some point, right around when we Lust, I'm going to Heroic Leap away from the boss. Yeah, there it is. Heroic Leap, and then I charge back in. It's hard to see, but you can see it very quickly if you look. So, basically, the moment that, we went into Lust, I was starved for Rage, so I Heroic Leaped away from the boss, and I charged back in, because I knew at that point we weren't going to have any further Dispels, so I wouldn't need to save my Leap and Charge to cancel that. You actually just use it, first time hearing about this. Yeah, it's a really useful tool, and so many people don't know that this exists. Do you not press Ignore Pain on Prot Warrior? So this is a controversial opinion. Not really. I use Ignore Pain as much as I need to, which is to say, not a lot. That said, on harder mythic bosses, you absolutely do need to use Ignore Pain. So if I look here, and I look at healing done by Anji, I used Ignore Pain twice. I can see, when did I use it? It was here and here. Presumably, it was while I was really low on HP. If I really wanted to, I could probably go to, I guess, resources. And then that would be a bit complicated to map out. But, like, if I wanted to, I can kind of compare what my relative health was at the time that I used Ignore Pain compared to, you know, when I used it, right? Like, basically, I use Ignore Pain as, like, an oh shit button. And if you're using Ignore Pain as an active mitigation tool, it's just, it's so not good. It's such a weak active mitigation tool. It does so little for the amount of rage it costs. It costs 40 rage, and all it does is give you a minor absorb that reduces your damage taken by 50%. So for certain mechanics where you need to reduce your damage for like one hit, like for instance on let me find this, right? This would be, oh, they have a lot of logs. Crap. Okay, I'm just gonna, at this point, say fuck it and search myself and click on it. I'm thinking Eye of the Jailer. So Eye of the Jailer here. Let's look at the most recent kill. Healing. Anji. I use Ignore Pain here, I mean 3 times, right? Which is more than I normally do. But Ignore Pain is especially useful on Eye of the Jailer specifically, because whenever you get the Eye of the Jailer, like, tank blast on you, you want to pop Ignore Pain to reduce the overall damage that the raid takes. So that's why you want to use Ignore Pain there. Unless you're doing a really, really, really hard-hitting tank fight, like some bosses later on. Like, I've heard Guardian, I've heard even, like, you know, stuff like Fate Scribe. Basically, all the really late mythic tank bosses, you're forced to press Ignore Pain a lot. And on those bosses, Prot Warrior definitely falls off in terms of viability, because one of the issues with Ignore Pain is it's a very, very, very inefficient active mitigation button. But if you absolutely need to use active mitigation, there's no ifs or buts about it. You need to press this button. So if I know that I can't survive a period of burst damage without Ignore Pain, well, I better fucking press Ignore Pain. Sylvanas especially has a lot of really, really hard-hitting tank busters that you need to use Ignore Pain for. And because of that, I'm basically completely rage-starved, so I can't do efficient damage. And then I don't get shield slam procs, and then I do less damage, and I generate less rage. And overall, there's a reason why I'm looking to get more tanks ready for the later parts of this tier, because Prot Warrior, as you go on, definitely starts to feel a bit iffy. It's not bad, you absolutely can play it, but the stuff that I enjoy doing, this min-maxing my damage stuff, will not work on later mythic bosses. I'm well aware of that. You don't play Prot Warrior much yourself. You have an ult that you play from time to time, but you feel pretty squishy. What lets me stay alive outside of shield block windows? Well, just look at my healing. Bloodlink, Indomitable, Condensed Animosphere. I mean, these are all passive healing things, and they give me a lot of healing. So I would say Bloodlink, even though on some fights Unholy sims slightly higher, Bloodlink just lets you stay alive so much more. So if you're not running Bloodlink, you're probably going to take a big chunk of damage at some point, and you're going to need to pop, you know, and Ignore Pain to survive that. That's just kind of how it is. So having this, even though it's just pretty much as good on damage, is also really good because it kind of eliminates your need to press Ignore Pain quite as much, at least. I mean, even then, you look at other stuff, like Bloodlink, the Blood Set bonus is giving me 2 sources of healing, but it's also giving me Leech from Shard of Rev, and that's giving me a pretty hefty chunk of healing as well. So I have a ton of passive healing on Prot Warrior, and there's other stuff that you can do to mitigate your damage, right? Like, on Eye of the Jailer specifically, there's a lot of times where I can press or Spell Reflect and mitigate a lot of damage that way. You can obviously mitigate the Tank Buster on it, but, so I guess if I go to casts of Spell Reflection, where is it? Spell Reflection. I have 9 spell reflection casts. So that's a lot for a particular boss. Basically, every single tank buster, I pop spell reflect with ignore pain. And then when I'm tanking that little like mini eye add, every time it does piercing gaze or piercing glare or whatever it's called, I pop spell reflect whenever it's off cooldown, because that reflects the damage. So I don't know if it actually shows up on my damage done. I don't think it actually deals damage. Yeah, spell reflection is not on here. But if you spell reflect the damage from those little tank adds, it just removes the damage. You don't take anything. So you can just mitigate a lot of damage that way. Because if we look at my damage taken overall, I mean, I may not have mitigated as much as Svarog here, but I still mitigated 50% of the damage I took. And, you know, it's, a lot of it sometimes is just auto attack damage. And, you know, I know that you said, how do you, survive outside of shield block windows? A lot of times with Prot Warrior, the answer is you don't. Prot Warrior lives and dies by its shield block uptime. So there's a reason why on bosses where you really, really, really need to have high shield block uptime, a lot of people run Reprisal. Reprisal is technically not as good of a damage legendary as what I'm running, which is Nature's Fury. So if this will load, I can run down here. I can show Nature's Fury, this thing. And it also shows here. So Reprisal is a almost as good damage option, but it has slightly higher shield block uptime. And that's what makes it good for damage, right? Because shield block increases your shield slam damage, and it also gives you like extra rage and revenge procs and stuff like that. But the extra shield block uptime that it gives you actually makes it a very good tanking option for a lot of fights that are heavy auto attack based. And that is one of Prot Warrior's biggest strengths. Like, you look at some of the most recent fights that Prot Warrior was really good at, the biggest one that stands out is Sludge Fist. Prot Warrior was insane on Sludge Fist. Why? Because all of the damage was auto attack damage. And on that fight, what did people run? Well, if I look at, I would have to scroll down a bit. Castle Nathria. I can go down here to, okay, it just closed it out for some reason. Sludge Fist. I can go to Prot Warriors. And I'm pretty sure that even if I look at overall, for some reason that wasn't loading. If I look at overall, like what did the most damage, I'm still looking at damage parses. A lot of people are going to be running. Okay, towards the end, people stopped doing that and they started just going full on anger management. But early on, if you looked at what people were running, it was heavily in favor of bolster here. So for progression, most people were running this talent. Last Stand's cooldown's reduced, okay, but then it gives you shield block for its entire duration. So this plus Reprisal over here was a massive increase to your shield block uptime. You would effectively always have shield block up for when you needed it. And this meant that Prot Warriors were absolutely bonkers good at tanking Sludge Fist, because most of Sludge Fist was auto attack damage, and shield block is amazing at mitigating auto attack damage. Another thing, minor optimization for Prot Warriors, in case you don't know, there's this conduit here. It's an endurance conduit. Last Stand increases your rage generation by, you know, X amount, and increases as you upgrade it. This is a fantastic conduit, and it's highly underrated. Obviously, you see everybody here running it, but I think a lot of new Prot Warriors don't understand how good this thing actually is, because when you use Last Stand with this conduit, Last Stand is suddenly a damage cooldown. So if you don't need to use Last Stand, and you're basically just sitting on it, because ultimately Shield Wall and Last Stand, you don't weave them in, they are inherently oh shit buttons. So if you absolutely need to, you know, destroy, or to survive like a big hit that's about to destroy you, right? You pop Shield Wall, you pop Last Stand, it helps you survive. These aren't things that you're going to be actively using, but if you get to like the end of a fight, and you're in the execute window, and you know that you're not going to need your cooldown, you slap on Last Stand, you leap away from the boss, charge back in, pop your cooldowns, boom, you're at full rage. Then every single shield slam you hit with gets like 40% increased rage, or whatever this scales up to. So you can use this conduit here to basically get a massive chunk of rage, especially in the execute window. That's where I usually like to use it. Right when I hit the execute window, if I have Last Stand up and I'm like, okay, I know that I'm going to be safe, I have Shield Wall, I'm not going to be dying to anything anytime soon, I pop Last Stand with this conduit, and then I'm able to generate a shit ton of rage to pump into additional executes. So, underrated little trick for Prot Warriors there that I've been surprised that a lot of people haven't realized. But yeah, so, I mean, I think I kind of went into everything. I'll read the last comments. On Eoth, that's probably it. Problem is, I can't upgrade Bloodlink at the moment since I'm planning on playing Arms, which uses Unholy. Yeah, I mean, Unholy is not bad for Prot Warrior. It's good. But yeah, Bloodlink is just really, really good, especially if you plan on like doing progression tanking. Blood is absolutely the way to go on most tanks, really. Just because survivability-wise, it's really good. So, I guess, on the off chance that you're still here, owner, did you have any other questions with logs, or anybody for that matter? I think, honestly, I did a pretty good job covering it. I'd like to think. I went pretty thorough. I spent, what was it, like, at this point, almost an hour going over every single little detail about logs. Took a bit of a detour to, you know, flex for a second, but yeah, I think that kind of covers it. So at this point, I've been logs out of WoW. No. Yeah. I don't really think there was anything else that I could even really discuss with logs. I guess the last thing that I could even possibly discuss is like, here's the last thing that I can think of that is kind of useful with Warcraft logs. Go to statistics up here. Statistics, you can see how every spec is performing. So I can go ahead and look at, this is Castle Nathria, right? So Sanctum of Domination, statistics. I like to use this from time to time just to get a feel on like what the meta is, kind of. So I look over here, let's say, all bosses is at the moment not the best metric because some classes don't have a lot of kills. Like if I look at Parses, for instance, Survival Hunter over here only has 1,000. But let's say I look at maybe Remnant of Ner'zhul. I think Remnant of Ner'zhul is a pretty good standard fight, right? I can check this so you can see a pretty even spread of what the best classes are for this fight on average. But then let's say I want to narrow it down. Let's assume that, you know, because there's more people playing Boomkin, there's a lot of people playing Boomkin poorly, and maybe Boomkin at a higher level is a better spec. Well, I look at here and wow, suddenly Boomkin's number 2. And then if I look at 99th percentile, balance is now suddenly number 1. So I can look at this and say, okay, well, this gives me a general idea on what the best, in theory, specs are for Remnant of Ner'zhul. Now, one thing is, for instance, you look at Havoc Demon Hunter. Havoc Demon Hunter is relatively low in the list, but Havoc Demon Hunter, for instance, is really good at running orbs on Remnant. So this is not the end-all be-all. Also, Windwalker, over here, is the bottom DPS on Remnant. But that being said, Windwalker is really, really good in a lot of other fights, so probably don't sit your Windwalker Monk just because it's a weak fight for them. Because if we look at Soul Render, for instance, well, look at that. Windwalker is suddenly number 1. So Windwalker is very much like, you know, a feast or famine spec. It's either the number 1 or it's literally the dead last class. Feral Druid, same thing. Feral Druid was one of the top on a previous boss. And then, you know, look at this bottom DPS. It's kind of how it is. The higher you go, the more night phase you filter out. Fair. That's a fair point, yeah. But yeah, I can look at this. It's also weird because, like, Affliction Warlock, if we look here, Affliction Warlock has the number 2 on this, but there's also considerably less people playing it compared to, like, Demonology, or if I go down here, Destruction. That said, I have been told that Affliction is very, very, very good on Soul Render. Specifically Soul Render. I don't think it's great on other bosses. But yeah, I can do this for lots of other bosses. You can get a good idea on what things are. If I want to look at all bosses, I would say a good metric would be Heroic. Heroic is generally, in most cases, a good reflection of just what's good, especially because it reflects everybody. Not always, because as you can see here, Survival Hunter is definitely really low. And I would say Survival is actually pretty good right now. So, you know, even if I look at Mythic, I'm pretty sure, yeah, Survival Hunter on Mythic shoots up all the way to this spot right here. So, Survival Hunter, definitely an underrated spec. That said, as you go much higher, so if I'm on 99 percentile, Survival is now back down at the bottom, because while Survival Hunter is very good, there's not a lot of people really pushing Survival Hunter to its limit, so as a result, it ends up being one of the lower specs there. Whew. But yeah, I think that's pretty much the last thing that I can think of that's important for logs. And we've almost hit the 10-hour mark. 20 more minutes and the stream would no longer be watchable. So, honestly, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to kind of call it here. I think I went over pretty much everything that's important, everything that you need to know. Obviously, we did a lot of gearing here. Got some gear for my Blood DK and my Prot Paladin. Pretty happy about that. for, you know, the people that are still here, obviously, you know, you probably know this already, but I will repeat it. I'm streaming tomorrow again, Sunday at 11 a.m. EST. So if that's something you're interested in, you know, feel free to tune in again. Had a lot of fun today. I'm probably going to try to do something a little bit different tomorrow. I'm not going to basically say what it is, but initially I was planning on doing more in my blood today, and then I was going to do even more in blood tomorrow, but because I didn't manage to get as much progress on blood as I wanted today, at least, I think I'm probably going to do less than I was planning tomorrow. Less blood decay, that is. But I might be doing something different tomorrow. So we'll see. I have a few ideas. I'll see how it pans out. But anyways, thank you all for watching. I appreciate you being here. I will catch you tomorrow.